also highlight one of the key problems with libs and the way that they think about things. And Kamala Harris is giving speeches again, and I am here for it. I can't believe we are so lucky to get so much content out of one DEI vice president. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback through mockery of horrible ideas. If you've noticed, I added a little part of that because I think, and I've tried to explain this here, and if I haven't done it adequately enough, I'm hoping to do it here. This show was never meant to be like a hard news type show. It was Charlie's way of bringing a lighter side of the news of the day, making jokes about things, being sarcastic and satirical about things that are serious, but, you know, in a more lighthearted way, because he believed, in addition to being convinced through logic and reason, people can also be convinced through entertainment and through humor. I was going through a couple clips of us doing some roundtables, which we will post those eventually when we get them all cut and edited. But Charlie said something about mockery that was so true and so enlightening to how to deal with these sorts of things. Is you don't take libs as seriously as they take themselves, and you will win more arguments than you'll lose, because that, at the end of the day, is kind of the soul of the idea that the devil can't bear to be mocked. We've talked about the Thomas More quote from way back when, and it's so true that if you just don't take them as seriously as they take themselves, you're going to win more people to your side, because people love to laugh, people love humor. And so for that reason, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback, but we're also doing so through mocking horrible or bad ideas, because that is the way to go forward. Now, first of all, you can also email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. Love seeing all your emails. Would love your thoughts, comments, concerns, input, criticisms even. We welcome it all at tpt@tpusa.com. I believe the emails, right down there, tpt@tpusa.com. We get to some of those emails later on in the show. And in the spirit of making fun of things and highlighting bad ideas through mockery, it is time we take a look at Portland. Clearly, you've heard that President Trump is going to be attacking those poor, peaceful people in Portland. Of course, we all know Portland to be the nicest, cleanest city that has never had riots, especially after George Floyd, that took over the entire city for 100 days. Portland is not known for that sort of thing. They are known for coffee and tranquility and zenness, maybe even yoga in the middle of the freeway while you're protesting climate change. But Portland, of course, is not a war zone. I don't know why President Trump would think that he needs to protect federal facilities versus the bloodthirsty, violent mob that tends to roam the streets in Portland. And that can be exemplified clearly through even Oregon's Senator Ron Wyden, who posted this picture in response to President Trump, again, trying to keep peace in a place that is so peaceful. He posted this video. Now, of course, detractors or people that would be critical of folks saying Portland is not actually peaceful, or close that Portland is peaceful, would say, look at it looks like it's early morning. There's nothing going on right now, but what does it look like at night? And of course, those people are just disastrously wrong. Senator Wyden is clearly exemplifying the fact that Portland is, again, a bastion of peace. There are no fires or mobs in front of that facility. I think at night, but it's totally peaceful. One of the other reasons that I believe this wholeheartedly is I don't know if I can keep up this charade. This is ridiculous. We're gonna mock bad ideas, but I don't know that we'll do it satirically and sarcastically the entire time. Bring up the tweet graphic 4 from Congresswoman Maxine Dexter. I thought this was a fascinating way to look at this. Scenes from the war-ravaged Portland. My message to Trump's troops: you are not needed. You are not wanted. Go home. And then, to prove her point that Portland is a peaceful, tranquil place, she posts a random picture of some park. Yeah, Maxine, two can play at that game. Glenn, can we bring up graphic 9? This is a peaceful, tranquil city where nothing is happening at all. You can see the green leaves on the trees as they scatter themselves around the peaceful park. Obviously, nothing is going on here in this moment in this picture. It is a peaceful day in New York City. Now, you might notice that this is a very old digital photograph. It's very pixelated. That's because it was taken on 9/11, 2001, in which, again, peace in New York City. I'm not at all trying to belittle or diminish any of the tragedy that happened on 9/11. I'm just trying to prove the point to Maxine that just because you posted a photo of something that looks tranquil doesn't actually mean that the city itself is entirely peaceful. It could be that these big cities have peaceful parts of it, but that doesn't mean that people aren't trying to riot in the streets against federal officers. Liz Warren wraps it up here in our tweets that we'll take a look at. The senator from Massachusetts said Portland is not war-ravaged. This is delusional and dangerous. Sending troops into American cities doesn't make our communities safer. It just stokes fear and stirs up chaos. Glenn, I'd like to respond to that, but if you could do me a favor and play a clip 4 here while I do that. You know, obviously, there's no protesting in front of the ICE facility. They're clearly not trespassing on federal property. There's no need to send in additional resources to protect the folks there at the facility. The guillotine that you're seeing on screen is a peace guillotine. It is a, well, then the fire again, a peace fire on top of the peace guillotine to symbolize peace. Obviously, that's what it's for. These protests, of course, are not at all dangerous or violent. And we should totally trust the words of the governor of the state, who her name is Tina Kotek, but I don't know if it's a her. And you'll know what I'm saying when you watch this clip. Check this out.
President Trump's inconceivable insistence that we need federal troops in Portland does not address the real concerns in our communities. We do not need or want federal troops in Oregon, stoking fear, creating conflict, and frankly, escalating a situation that is under control.
Yeah, you know, the last thing that you want to do is escalate a situation in which the peace guillotine is on fire. Of course, that's the only thing that the troops will do. They're not there to protect federal facilities. They're there to, I don't know. You can't even be sarcastic. This is why I think the Babylon Bee has the most difficult job in the world. They're trying to satirize something that is so absurd that nobody would believe it if you were just telling them straight up like this. It is insane that these wackadoodles think, oh no, Portland is totally safe. We've all seen the videos. I think I tweeted somebody yesterday, like, do you guys have the internet? Like, can you see any of the things? This is the mob outside of the facility that Ron Wyden said, well, this is all peaceful here. They're sitting here blocking vehicles and eventually will have to get pushed out of the way. And what happens when the federal officials come out and say, hey, you guys need to move? Well, the rioters in their gas masks with their Batman umbrella for some reason, I don't know why the umbrellas always show up there, start chucking fireworks at them. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, oh yeah, we have to use armed security of federal forces to get a car to drive through. And of course, yeah, throwing fireworks at people, that's just peaceful. There's nothing going on here that is, it necessitates any show force from the federal government with people attacking federal property to begin with. I want to play that last clip from the governor, where she doubles down effectively on her not necessary that the Trump administration needs to send in any sort of reinforcements. Check this out.
In my conversations directly with President Trump and Secretary Nome, I have been abundantly clear with them that Portland and the state of Oregon believe in the rule of law, and we can manage our own local public safety needs. There is no insurrection, there is no threat to national security, and there is no need for military troops in our major city.
Was anybody accusing them of that? Trump said in the Truth Post, hey, the ICE facilities are under attack and we're going to go reinforce and make sure that the federal property isn't toppled by your gang of crazy Antifa rioters. And the governor says there is not a threat to national security. Yeah, it's not what anyone was talking about, lady. There's not an insurrection. Okay, but there are people throwing fireworks at federal officials at federal properties. That's ridiculous. And then they're to say, we believe in the rule of law. Okay. Good luck trying to convince the American people who, again, have the internet and can see all of the videos that is true and that's the case. Oregon is just trying to follow the law, and it's just so difficult when President Trump says, hey, you have to follow the law. We oppose them following the law, and we will follow the law ourselves, even though we don't follow the law. And Portland is known for rioting. That's all there is to say about that. It is ridiculous up there in Portland. We pray for the safety of all of the ICE agents and any federal agents that have to go into that godforsaken hellhole that is Portland. Even though that Congresswoman shared a nice picture of that nice park, there are actual violence going on there, and we should be aware of it and support our troops there if they need to protect federal property, which is what President Trump said they are going to do. Coming up here, we're going to talk a lot. We're going to talk to Stephanie Hamill, political commentator, about Gavin Newsom and his Twitter insanity. I think the Babylon Bee producer Glenn told me that Gavin needs to stop doing meth before he tweets or posts pictures on the internet, which seems to be accurate. But guess what? It's not actually him. Who is behind the Governor Newsom social media chaos? It's exactly who you'd think it is. We're also going to talk to Turning Point, a White House correspondent, Monica Page, about Netanyahu's meeting with Trump today, and also the big generals meeting going on tomorrow at Quantico. We're going to hit Kamala Harris, hit on Kamala Harris. Wow, that didn't come out either. Hit on the Kamala Harris story. Not going to hit on Kamala Harris. My wife would be very upset. The story that she is still giving speeches, and her protege that we highlighted last week is making the rounds as well. There's so much to get to. Email us, tpt@tpusa.com. We love hearing your thoughts, comments, concerns, criticisms even, tpt@tpusa.com. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Welcome back to Turning Point tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback through mockery of bad ideas. Remember, you can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. Give us your thoughts, comments, concerns, opinions even, tpt@tpusa.com. We love seeing all of your emails, and we'll hope to get to some of those a little bit later on in the show. You know what I think a lot of people have been paying attention to is Governor, Dictator, Tyrant Gavin Newsom, and I say those terms, of course, lightly, but also somewhat seriously. This is the guy that shut down the entire state, but still decided to go eat dinner with his friends at a ritzy restaurant. Governor Newsom and his digital team. Now, I think we're all probably aware, I don't need to fill you in and summarize the entire thing for you, but Governor Newsom, who is clearly running for president, has been super active on social media, more active than really anybody could be, even if he was doing it himself. It's no secret that top politicians use social media teams and digital teams to basically do all of their social media work for them. But in most cases, the politicians themselves send out, the big tweets, the controversial ones. They have to get cleared through them. I don't think that is the case with Governor Newsom in California, because his quote unquote press office seems to be increasingly unhinged. And I question whether or not that's actually going to play in his benefit in the long term, or if it's going to get him in a ton of trouble. Here to help me sort this out is conservative political commentator Stephanie Hamill. Stephanie, this has been really interesting to see. I think, again, we're all aware that Governor Newsom is hyperactive on social media now, but it seems like his team is maybe going off the deep end. And I'm super curious about your thoughts on whether or not that's going to play into his favor. I want to bring up this clip really quick first. This is the one that caught my attention, but this is one of many. The governor's press team tweeting, "Stephen Miller is a fascist," all caps, exclamation points. Again, that is from the Governor Newsom official press office. Stephanie, before we dive into kind of the 30,000-foot view of this, what are your thoughts here on this particular tweet and, going forward, whether or not Newsom is going to be able to rail in his own digital team?
My reaction is this is totally out of control, right? It's like totally tone deaf to what's going on in this nation, especially in regards to the horrible political assassination of Charlie Kirk. I've heard from both sides that we need to tone down the rhetoric, yet then we're seeing this from Gavin Newsom's official press team. So he should be ashamed of himself. His team should be ashamed, and if they haven't deleted it yet, they should.
Well, they haven't deleted it. Instead, they've doubled down. Go ahead and play or look at cut 2 of this. They then decided to go put textbook definition when Stephen Miller responded to that. All he said is, why do you think they posted this? And they gave a definition, which in most cases, if you take out what they said about right wing, all of those definitions fit the prior administration, which is just funny on its face. We kind of roll our eyes at the whole fascism thing, but, libs take this sort of stuff seriously, and that's what kind of gets people hurt. Stephanie, I want to highlight his digital director. It is this woman, 20-something years old, named Camilla Zapata. We're not doxing her. She has this all public. She's like very proud of this. But just a little bit about her bio. She leads the initiative communication strategies to amplify the governor's priorities. She serves as also on the president of California's women list and continues to champion pro-choice Democratic women candidates to advocate for equity in political representation. Well, let me read this one quick thing, and I'd love your response to this. She ran a Central Valley-based QWOC. Do you know what that means? I'm just curious. Do you know what QWOC means? I had to look this up.
No, I have no idea.
queer women-owned company, because that matters for some reason. Yeah,
can't believe I totally
consulting firm. Where they were creative, dedicated to elevating BIWOC, so Black, Indigenous, queer, women of color, and LGBTQIA, all of the acronyms. They want to elevate everybody with an alphabet acronym to influenced and impact status. Stephanie, your thoughts on this lady and why you think Governor Newsom is leaning into her to run his entire social media?
There's so much to chew on here, but I'll start off with I did a quick little search on her, and the media, of course, just loves her. They're obsessed because she, if she's a she, I'm not sure. I didn't check it.
Oh, yeah, you got to be careful.
You got to be careful. But they are obsessed with her because she checks all of the diversity boxes, right? And her title, if you do a quick search on her, they call her a queer Chicana Boricua. It's like, I don't really need to know what she's doing behind the scenes, who she's into. Like, I'm just not really interested in that. When people look me up, you can see that I'm married, but I don't like put that out there in my title that like I'm into men. Like, people don't need to know that. But regardless, it's just interesting. The media loves her so much. They're giving her credit for how successful Gavin Newsom's social media has been. There definitely has been some activity on his social media, and maybe she is responsible for that. But I will say, I think it's going to hurt him, right? I think Gavin Newsom has serious plans to run for president. He obviously hasn't announced yet, but he has shown that maybe there's some interest there. Like he's putting his toe in the water here to see if anyone's going to bite. And we saw that he went to South Carolina recently. We saw that he did the Stephen Colbert show a couple of days ago, like 5 days ago. And so he's making his media rounds. He's visiting other states. So he's wondering if there is an appetite for him for president. And as you know, when it comes to the Democratic potential candidates for president, the bench is really thin. It's not looking good. I mean, people are talking about Kamala Harris again. They're talking about Pete Buttigieg. Like, it is not looking good for them. So I actually do see a path for Newsom, which explains why his social media has just been all about Trump. It's like, are you not the governor of California? Like, shouldn't you be talking about things that Californians care about? Like specifically, maybe the victims of the LA fire who are still looking for the relief money. Like, that's what I would do if I was governor. I would be focusing on my state and talking about the things that Californians care about.
No, and you're totally right. And I'm super curious to your thoughts kind of like more broadly overall, because libs are going to have to figure this out. And apparently the top ones, and Gavin Newsom is at the top of that list, are deciding, hey, we're going to go even more woke. We're going to lean into the, let me get the acronym right, QWOC community, I guess, and let them kind of run roughshod over everybody who's reasonably sensible in our own party. I guess more broadly, if we zoom out 30,000 feet, how does that look in your eyes with, again, libs trying to take power back? Do you think they're better off leaning into this sort of stuff or just kicking it to the curb, recognizing that it's a very fringe minority of their own party and trying to be a little bit more sensible?
We know that there's wokeness fatigue because we've seen evidence of it over the past year or so, especially with the election of Donald Trump. So it is actually going to play very well, I believe, with the base and these like hard radical leftists who are just loving every second of it. And that's why it's doing well on social media, because if you look at it across the US, there are a certain percentage of people that, you know, believe everything that he's saying and they fully support it. But it would get him through a primary, I think. But after that, he would try to, you know, lean to the middle, and everyone's going to remember exactly what he said because, you know, the internet's forever. And the whole case of Make America California, I just don't think that's going to play well at a national level. It's not going to inspire the moderates to be interested in Newsom. If anything, they're going to want to run.
I 100% agree. Make America California is like one of the biggest denigrating threats to the rest of the country, rhetorically speaking, right? Because I don't want to inflame anything, but that is a great slogan for everybody who doesn't live in California and can see what's going on here and go, oh yeah, we don't want to be that. Stephanie, before I let you go, Glenn, can we pull up clip 3 one more time, or the visual on number 3 one more time? Stephanie, I don't want to drag you into the gutter with me, but doesn't this look like someone who is just waiting to be offended? Like somebody who's ordering a burrito at Chipotle and says, you know, they say, thank you, ma'am. She goes, I am Latinx, or whatever it is that she's going to say. I don't know. What do you?
Chicana Boricua. Joe Bob.
Yes.
You're so insensitive.
I'm sorry. I apologize to all of the Chicana Boricuas in the world. My deepest and most sincere apologies.
Well, and if she sees your segment, she's already going to be offended because you pronounced her last name wrong. It's Zapata.
Okay. Okay. So I am curious too, just with you speaking Spanish, I think her name has 2 L's in it. Is it Camilla or Camilla? Tell me how I'm supposed to be pronouncing things. I'm actually curious.
It said that it's Camille. I'm not sure. Yeah, on the spelling, I had to look that one up. And I was like, is she Camille or Camilla? Maybe that's like a nickname. I'm not 100% sure, but it's definitely Zapata, and she definitely would be offended by that. And you know, that was actually one of the first things I thought when I started reading more about her and looking into. I'm like, this person, if you're in a room with her, you're going to have to be really careful because everything you say, she's going to take it out of context, twist it into something that you didn't say, and be offended by it. And I actually am cringing inside just thinking about it. This person would be offended by everything.
Yeah, I couldn't help but also think the same thing when showing a picture of that. We all know people like that. That's why I think I'm bringing that up. I also think Gavin Newsom should keep her on staff, let her do all the things that she wants, because I think ultimately he will lose 48 states to J.D. Vance, which would be great.
I'm a California refugee. I live in Idaho now, and I can tell you, I remember very well how he treated us during COVID. I remember all of the shenanigans. I know how bad California has gotten over the past decade with homelessness and everything else. And it is interesting because we know he can clean it up, because we saw him do it. What was in San Francisco when they invited Xi Jinping down, they cleaned up the neighborhood and everyone's like, oh, this is nice. But, you know, just a few weeks later, it was like back to business as usual.
Yeah, so don't California my America. Stephanie Hamill, political conservative commentator, thanks so much for joining. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
You can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. We're trying increasingly to get more of those emails read in the last segment of the show. Also, there's going to be something fun that you're going to want to follow us on YouTube or subscribe to our YouTube channel, as well as any of the social media channels. It's going to be really interesting, going to be really fun. Looking forward to telling you more about it. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it.
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/rav to join the Angel Guild.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. You can email the show anytime, tpt@tpusa.com. We love seeing all of your emails, tpt@tpusa.com. Let's check in with Turning Point's White House correspondent, Monica Page, at the White House. Monica, big day as it always is over at the White House. Bibi Netanyahu is in town. What came out of the, I think you said fourth meeting between the Prime Minister of Israel and the President of the United States?
Yeah, Monday kicking off to a very hot start here. Of course, the Prime Minister of Israel here, the president making a major announcement, a 20 to 21 point peace plan. Of course, we saw the Abraham Accords during his first term, but this is a totally new approach to things because this war has been ravaging on for way too long. Both sides are still fighting each other, and the president is quite honestly sick of it, and so are the American people. So he outlined this plan. It was posted all over social media just recently. Essentially, I'm not going to lay out each point because we'd be here forever, but to kind of summarize it, it's an immediate end to the war, which means the Israeli defensive forces would kind of wean their way out of the region, gradually moving out, withdrawing from the Gaza Strip completely over time. Within 72 hours, all hostages that are both dead or alive have to be released within 72 hours. It also kind of outlines a pathway for economic development in the region as well, which is a little bit different. But the president doubled down and said that there needs to be a commitment to peace. And this plan also kind of recognizes that we could be moving in a direction where we could see a Palestinian state, which many people in Israel do not like, but many people on the Palestinian side would love. But the president is taking a very cautious approach to it and announced that he's organizing this peace board governing force in that specific region where Hamas won't have any control. No terror factors will have any control of that region, but it will be a peace board appointed by a bunch of Arab leaders. And that'll be very interesting to see if this does come to fruition. The president expects both sides to agree. Netanyahu has already agreed, but the president essentially gave Israel his blessing that if Hamas doesn't agree to this, then they've got full reign to do what they need to do to eradicate the violence that we've been seeing in the Middle East. Now, of course, the president came to this agreement kind of during the sideline talks during the UN General Assembly meeting that we saw last week. So he held those sideline conversations with Arab leaders, Middle Eastern leaders, to kind of work out something that would work for everybody on both sides, including the United States. So we're looking forward to seeing if this works. I'm hoping it does. Just this morning on my way to the White House, we saw a group of activists that were peaceful, believe it or not. I know some of them outside the White House here, whenever Netanyahu is in town, are never peaceful, but they were advocating for the release of all hostages. This is just a common theme that, many people feel like enough is enough. These are family members. These are people's children, husbands, wives. But we did hear some protesters earlier sounding the alarms. So I'll probably go check it out in a little bit and see if they're still there and get some footage. But so far, so good.
Yeah, we'll see how that pans out. Last week, we were poking fun at Keir Starmer and all of the countries around the world that didn't have anything to do with all of this, but say, we recognize a Palestinian state, but actually not having any sort of input whatsoever. They're just trying to keep their own their own local jihadis at bay. But it's interesting, too, that the president, is obviously taking steps to solve the problem as opposed to just making grandiose statements at the State of the Union as if they have anything to do with the world peace. But different topic for a different time if you want to expand on that. But I think what is huge and what I think a bunch of people have been talking about for the last week is Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said, hey, all the generals need to be in Washington, D.C. on Tuesday, tomorrow. Trump is apparently going to go there as well. What can we expect ahead of this Quantico meeting, which is a bigger meeting than I think I've ever seen? But again, it could be wrong. But what's coming up here, do you think?
Sure. Well, this is a massive meeting, and the mainstream media kind of tried to blow this up into something that it wasn't, saying this is unprecedented, something is going down and nobody knows about it. But essentially, it's going to be about 800 generals from all around the world, and the president going to speak with them, check in with them, see how everything's going. Of course, you mentioned the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, will also be there as well. They want to emphasize and celebrate the fact that warrior ethos is back. We're flexing our military muscle. We are strong on the world stage again. And the president wants to kind of celebrate with them and just make it known that we have your back. We are with you every step of the way. But the president, we heard from last week in the Oval Office, one of the reporters asked the president about this meeting. And some of the members in the Oval Office were laughing at the sole fact that the mainstream media was trying to blow this up and try to make it seem like we were going to war and that, there's trouble in the waters. But what's wrong with a little bit of celebrating among our troops? Because we definitely appreciate the fact that they keep us safe every single day, especially on a global scale.
Yeah, Monica, while you were answering that, I got an update, I believe, from MSNBC saying that President Trump ate breakfast, continuing his war against food.
Yeah.
Which seems to be the case.
That sounds right.
Yeah, what's going on here? Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, thanks so much for checking in. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you. Kamala Harris is the gift that keeps on giving. Yes, I know that was a jarring transition, but remember, we can all be thankful that Kamala Harris isn't the one going to Quantico tomorrow to meet with all the generals. But even then, if she was president, she probably wouldn't do that anyway, because, I don't know, she doesn't do anything important or necessary at any point in time. But she is the gift that keeps on giving if you like the gift of mockery, and that mockery coming from this show. Kamala Harris gave a speech over the weekend, which really highlighted to me, she's still on her book tour. She's trying to sell this book where she blames everybody but herself for her failed presidential campaign. But she said some things that I thought were actually really interesting, and interesting in the way of, oh, you guys don't get it. Watch this clip and we'll discuss why all the libs are wrong on this point. Check it out.
The universities, law firms, media corporations, the titans of industry who have been so quick to kneel before a tyrant. But I'll tell you who refuses to capitulate: the people. When a president with a fragile ego couldn't take a joke and brought down the weight of the federal government to silence the voice of a citizen.
Yeah, I'm realizing that I think that's what these people think happened. I think what libs think happened is that President Trump was offended by a joke. I think one of the biggest things in this whole Kimmel situation, and again, I don't want to relitigate all of this, but is they left the clip too long. Kimmel made an absurd, horrendous accusation in some comments, and then after it was like a 45-second joke about President Trump that, you know, you either thought funny or it wasn't. But that wasn't what got him kicked off the air. First of all, the federal government didn't do anything. They didn't actually try to revoke licenses. They didn't do anything specifically, and especially compared to what the last administration did do, making the case that they had a huge impact is pretty laughable. What had the impact was the fact that he said something awful and the viewers revolted. But I think the main point here is that they don't know why Kimmel was kicked off the air. They think it was a joke. When, no, I don't need to re-explain to you. The actuality of it was when he said, well, MAGA is trying to act like Charlie Kirk's shooter wasn't one of their own. That was the heinous and ridiculous thing that Kimmel said that got him booted off the air. But apparently dum-dums like the DEI former vice president don't know that. And interestingly enough, scrolling through social media, you start to figure out, holy cow, more people don't know that than I think, which is concerning. What is also concerning is the continuation, like we talked about with Newsom's folks, in heating up the rhetoric. Again, let me know if you think this is tamping it down, because all of the libs who, again, by the way, are doing the overwhelming majority of all the political violence, and you can find that information pretty much anywhere, are still ratcheting up the rhetoric, evidenced by one Kamala Harris. Watch how she ends her speech at the Congressional Black Caucus dinner thing that she was at. Check this out.
At a time such as this, it demands one thing for sure. We must fight fire with fire. So CBC, let's get to work. Thank you.
That was her final line. I wanted to leave that tail end in there a little bit to show, like, yeah, that was her stinger. That was the I'm going to walk off, drop the mic. We've got to fight fire with fire. And considering the fact that all the libs in Portland and all of the rioters around the country consistently use fire, what do you think they're going to take that as? God, follow your own advice at the very least. If you want to ratchet down the rhetoric, maybe don't say fight fire with fire. Unfortunately, though, it does get worse. Kamala's protege, Jasmine Crockett, who, again, I am a proponent of. I think Jasmine Crockett should be given a microphone any chance that she gets, because she makes my job incredibly easy by how idiotic the things that she says are, is also not ratcheting down any of the political rhetoric. Here she is blaming right-wingers for all of the violence. Again, we're not the ones that are rioting in the streets. We're not the ones that are assassinating people in broad daylight. We're not the ones taking shots at presidents. And yet, for some reason, this is what Jasmine Crockett thinks about this. Check this out.
The violence doesn't come from Democrats, just to be clear. I mean, obviously, anyone can be a criminal, but it is MAGA. It's specifically MAGA faction. Like, I don't think traditional Republicans are getting engaged in all of this, but like, even when we look at, and they don't talk about the assassination attempts anymore that took place with Donald Trump, but these were Trump supporters, right? As well as this most recent situation, they tried to flip it and say, oh, the leftists are, I'm like, this doesn't even make sense, right? But it's only like MAGA that does this.
Yeah. First of all, what's going on with that dress? Like, who said that, hey, if you dress up like one of the flags that a referee in the NFL throws, but then like put Lady Gaga shoulder pads on it? That's a good idea. Great. But also to address the things that she actually said. What? I don't even think this warrants a response. Like, there are arguments to be made if arguments are brought in good faith, but if you're just going to flat out say things that everybody knows to be untrue, do we have to respond? I'm actually curious. tpt@tpusa.com. Do we dig into this sort of stuff more, or do we just roll our eyes and hope that the American people understand that what she's saying is patently false? MAGA is responsible for all the violence, and the most recent incident that everyone's talking about, oh yeah, all MAGA. And then she says, oh, I'm not talking about Republicans, I'm talking about MAGA. I don't know if she's seen the polling or witnessed the 2024 election. It's kind of the same thing. The people that voted for Donald Trump is who you're talking about. And if you're going to say that they are the ones perpetrating the most violence, I don't even have an argument for you. I really just pity you as much as I pity all of the other people who apparently are detached from reality, including this chucklehead, the DEI Vice President, Kamala Harris. I wasn't planning on necessarily going here, but there was a pastor that we played 2 weeks ago when Charlie was murdered, who said some ridiculous and horrible things. His name is Howard John Wesley. I've reached out to that guy every single day since inviting him on the show. Lo and behold, he has not responded. But I don't know, if you have social media and you want to look him up and give him a comment on any one of his photos, say, hey, Joe Bob wants to have you on his show to defend the horrible things you said about his murdered friend. I'd appreciate that. Again, Howard John Wesley, that crazy guy who said awful things. Again, wasn't necessarily thinking of bringing that up, but I would love to talk to that guy and have him defend the awful things that he said. I can't imagine that he will. And in case he does see this, hey, little guy, I know you have a small-time audience. This is actually be bigger audience than you've ever had before. I hope that hits you right in the ego because clearly you've got a big one, even though small-time guy. Well, we got a lot more coming up, including some celebrity feuds that I actually think are fairly interesting and worth talking about. Emma Watson is going at it with J.K. Rowling, and what she said, Emma Watson said in a podcast, I think encapsulates the entire problem with liberalism and hyper-progressivism. Very, very interesting to watch and see. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/rav to join the Angel Guild.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Rhetoric here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback through mockery of terrible ideas. You know, one of the things that is fascinating to me about pop culture is watching people in the artistry world try to articulate what they think about the more serious aspects of life, and then picking that apart and trying to figure out, okay, well, what is actually the problem? Well, this feud between J.K. Rowling and Emma Watson, I think, gave us a perfect example of why libs and progressives always seem to be so wrong in their thinking. Just to set this up, J.K. Rowling is a very, very loud proponent of women's rights, and not trans women's rights. That is a big thing that she's stuck her neck out on. I think she is right in almost everything she says on this particular topic. The person who plays one of the main characters in her Harry Potter series, Emma Watson, happens to disagree. There's been a years-long feud between the two. Emma Watson is a progressive feminist lib, and J.K. Rowling is a married woman with children who sees the world through realistic lenses. She sees reality. She understands truth and is not afraid to say so. Now, Emma Watson went on a guy named Jay Shetty's podcast. That's his name. I don't censor. Don't bleep that out. That's his name, Jay Shetty, and said something that I think she was trying to kind of, you know, tie the loose ends with J.K. Rowling together. J.K. Rowling responded, by the way, and said, "No, like what you said is ridiculous." But further than that, I think this clip exemplifies everything that is wrong with the libs and the hyper progressives and how they think. She didn't mean to make this point, I think, but I do think this point was loudly and clearly made. Watch this and we'll discuss what I'm talking about. Check it out.
And this is where this like holding of these, I just don't know what else to do other than hold these two seemingly incompatible things together at the same time and just hope maybe they will one day resolve or co-join themselves, and maybe accept that they never will, but that they can both still be true.
So she's talking about her beliefs and her relationship with J.K. Rowling, but what she says, though, she's trying to hold these two incompatible things in her hands at the same time and accepting that they may never be compatible. And that is the biggest problem with the current American left. The current progressives think that their ideology can impact truth. Well, you can have the truth in one hand, and then you could have what we believe in the other hand. And the problem that they face is those two things cannot mix. You're talking about oil and water here. They don't mix. They won't ever mix. And if you think that they might reconcile at some point in the future, you're wrong. And the ideology that believes that truth is just, it's kind of an afterthought. Men can be women, and, criminals are the actual victims, and all of the things that the left believes and progressives believe come out of this idea that, well, there's truth and reality, and that can kind of exist over here, but then also in our hands, we hold our beliefs and our ideology and what we believe human nature should be. You can't hold them both at the same time. That's what conservative values are. That's what conservatism is recognizing human nature, recognizing what is, and navigating through that. That's not to say that there are no pitfalls that come from that sort of view of the world. Obviously, there are difficulties. There are tests of how you perceive reality and trying to navigate what reality actually is. Of course, those things happen. But if you try to manipulate, if you try to exist in reality and also manipulate reality, those two things will never be compatible. You can never blend those two things. And I know Emma Watson was talking about her relationship with J.K. Rowling and the trans movement and her beliefs on that topic as a whole. But what she really said was something true, that I look at the world trying to hold realistic views and what I think reality should be. And just the problem with that is they don't combine. They will never reconcile. It's a world that does not exist. And as long as liberals and progressives continue to believe that they can exist in reality and also not believe in it, they're going to be lost in their ideology. Again, not something that I think she was meaning to say, but a very important truth that we should all recognize and understand that is the truth, and why liberals and their progressive politics are the way they are. The ideology does not blend with reality. It does not blend with human nature. It does not blend with the truth that we all see in front of our own eyes. Outside of their actual feud, who knows? Maybe they'll make up, maybe they won't. But as long as liberals try to manipulate human nature in a way that doesn't work, their ideology will never work. It'll never be cohesive. It'll never blend. Coming up next, I want to talk about what we're doing in addition to this show that you might want to stay tuned for. It'll be a reminder to subscribe to our YouTube channel and any of our social media platforms, because there's a little extra piece that might be coming soon. We'll talk about that and possibly even read a couple emails. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and
Welcome back to Turning Point. Tonight, we're together. We are charting the course of America's cultural comeback through mockery of terrible ideas. You can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. We love seeing each and every one of your emails. This email, I believe, was from Sherry, who said, this is great. This is a callback, but it was great. Listen to your piece from the 25th about the UN and what to name it, say the useless debating society that is the United Nations. She suggested a fantastic name, Useless Talk Institution, or UTI, because it would express the pain, aggravation, and discomfort that it causes. I love that. The UN should be called the Useless Talk Institution, or for short, UTI. That's fantastic. tpt@tpusa.com. If you want to send us any emails, you can also email or message us on social media, wherever you have social media. Follow me on Instagram or X or any of the platforms. JOBOB, you'll be able to find me pretty much anywhere. But also, if you go to those social platforms, you can subscribe, and for a very, very, very minimal monthly fee, we are going to tomorrow start doing an extra segment of this show. Haven't figured out yet what to call it. One more thing, one final thing on the last thought, or whatever. Actually, send your suggestions. tpt@tpusa.com. What we should call this last segment. Those will be exclusive for subscribers behind the paywall. Yes, I know, but it'll be worth it. Trust me. If you go to our Turning Point Tonight YouTube page, subscribe, but then also do the elevated subscription. You can get that final segment when we start it. I think I said tomorrow, but I might have meant October 1st, starting at the beginning of the month, October 1st. Go to any of our social media platforms, my Facebook page, or our Turning Point Tonight YouTube page, and you will be able to get exclusive content when you do the upgraded subscribe. The problem is YouTube says subscribe, but then there's like a different thing of subscribing. So the bigger subscribe, but you should subscribe to our YouTube channel regardless. Turning Point Tonight, where you can get all of the clips from this show on your YouTube or Rumble or any of the other social media platforms that you prefer. I wanted to get to this because I thought this was adorable and cute, and also a cultural touchstone in our society. I am a big fan of the arts adopting conservative values again. Artistry from the beginning of time until about 50 years ago was all centered around a God-focused society, and I hope to get back there. This is Kieran Cullen, who you may not know his work. He's an actor, but he won an award and said this to his wife, and there is an update on this. One, I thought this was adorable and cute and a great positive attribute to conservative values, ultimately, but then there is an update on this. Watch this, clip 9.
About a year ago, I was on a stage like this, and I very stupidly publicly said that I want a third kid from her because she said if I won the award, she would give me the kid. It turns out she said that because she didn't think I was going to win. And people came up to her and were like, really annoying her. I think it got to her. But anyway, after the show, we're walking through a parking lot. She's holding Emily. We're trying to find our car. Emily, you were there, so you're a witness. And she goes, "Oh, God, I did say that. I guess I owe you a third kid." And I turned to her and I said, "Really, I want 4. And she turned to me, I swear to God this happened, it was just over a year ago. She said, "I will give you 4 when you win an Oscar." I held my hand out, she shook it, and I have not brought it up once until just now. You remember that, honey? You do? Okay. Then I just have this to say to you, Jazz. Love of my life, ye of little faith. No pressure. I love you. I'm really sorry I did this again. And let's get cracking on those kids. What do you say? I love you.
I think we should all be pro getting married and having kids. Like Charlie said, get married, have kids. They are expecting their 3rd child now. TMZ is reporting Kieran Culkin. I think I said Cullen. It's Culkin. And that's exciting. It's exciting to see conservative values, whether or not it's expressly like political, expressed in the culture. I think that is a great sign for society. That's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. Go subscribe to our YouTube channel. We'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Email the show, tbt@tbusa.com. See you then. God bless America.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
I don't know if anyone is ever going to see this video, but hi, my name is Haley, and Charlie Kirk's death led me to give my life fully to Jesus Christ. Charlie's death really ignited a spiritual flame inside of me that I have never in my life experienced before. It's like a spiritual switch.
I didn't know Charlie Kirk, never met that guy before in my life. And something else that I've never done before in my life is believe in God. I'm going to wear this suit to church. I'm going to go to church. I'm going to try to be a better father, husband, and leader for my family.
I've never ever opened the Bible before. In fact, I know nothing about Christianity or Jesus. But yesterday, after witnessing the assassination of Charlie Kirk, something was calling me to my husband's Bible.
I'm going to be heading to church here shortly. I'm excited to go and learn and get to meet new people. Something that I've been wanting to do for a while, so.
The first time ever, in over 15 years, I'm going to church. It has been so heavy on my heart that I needed something. So after Charlie Kirk's death and seeing what this world truly is, now's the time. There's no more waiting.
This was my first time going to church in almost 7 years, maybe even more than 7 years. I went to church today because of Charlie Kirk and his family.
I am heading to church today. I have my Bible today. There was literally dust on the cover when I pulled it out. I've seen so many videos this week of Charlie talking about how time and time again, like, he wants to be known for his faith above all else. And I'm trying to be more like Charlie Kirk, and maybe if someone sees this video, they'll be encouraged to walk back into a church today too.
We are ready for church. Now, I have not been to church in years. Today will be my son's first time to the church. And today is the first time that me and my fiance together, collectively, are going to church. Today is the first day that my family is going to church. So this is all because of Charlie and his gospel, his words. And today starts our turning point.
I just arrived at church for the first time in a very long time. I needed some kind of refuge, some kind of, hope that not all is lost.
Well, it's Sunday morning and I'm going to church for the first time in about 12 years.
I'm about to do something that I have not done in 25 years, and I have never done of my own volition. I'm going to church.
Good morning. I thought I'd come on quick and give an update of what I'm doing today because I'm actually really excited and really looking forward to it. I'm actually headed to church for Sunday service for the first time in a long time.
I just went to church for the first time in several years.
I had tickets to see Charlie October 29th at Ole Miss. I was really looking forward to it.
I've been a lifelong atheist. I never believed in God, but I saw the joy that it brought to Charlie. And it brought me to God. And really moved me to see him. And I was looking forward to meeting him and telling him that you helped me find God.
After 10 years, not reading any scripture, not stepping foot in church, not even making a prayer, Charlie Kirk is the main reason for me finding my faith again.
You don't think it's crazy to get in church? Here's the line for the second service. And there's never a line. By the way, there's never a line.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
There's never been a line here.
Charlie Kirk, look what you did. No parking. No parking at all. None. Had to park like 5 blocks away from church because everyone wants to come now. Amen. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Charlie.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family...
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right. Welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show. And we have had quite a weekend. I will tell you that if you were watching on Real America's Voice or on the stream, you saw an intro that our team put together talking about how many people are going back to church because of what happened to Charlie. And you've heard a lot of people talking about revival. You've been hearing a lot of people bring up that God is working in their hearts for the first time in a long time, that they're opening their Bible. So I wanted to have a show devoted to that question. What is revival? What does it mean? What are the necessary ingredients that make up a revival? And how do we ensure that we do all that we can to press into it and pour into it, and so that it grows and grows and grows? How do we not thwart the Spirit? So joining me today are two men that know all about that topic, and they've studied it, and they know much more than I do about it. So, and by the way, one of which, book that we mentioned last week, because it was one of Charlie's favorites, and that's Doctrine by Pastor Mark Driscoll. So welcome, Pastor Mark.
Yeah, good to see you, buddy. Thanks for having me. And thank you for your team. Just cannot even imagine the difficulty of processing the grief of the loss of someone that you love, and also the increased workload. So thank you for leading the team and praying for you and Erica and everybody.
Well, thank you, Pastor Mark. We feel the prayers. I think I told you before that this is the first time in my life where I could say I feel the prayers of strangers all around the country and world, and I think that's a big part of what you're seeing us pull off, and whether it be the memorial or getting the show together and growing the tour and so many things. I'm so proud of the team, so I'm with you on that. And then Pastor Josh McPherson. Did I get it?
You got it. Nailed it.
Sort of ish. He's going to be nice about it. And you're up in state of Washington.
Wenatchee, Washington.
Yeah, Wenatchee. Yep. And you have StrongerManNation.com. And you've been in and around TPUSA Faith and some of the team with us. So honored to have you as well to talk about this. I know you preached about revival over the weekend.
Yes, it's an honor to be here. And I just echo what Mark said, marveling at the strength and grace of your team in light of the events, and very grateful for what you guys are doing and here to serve.
Well, that's amazing. So, Pastor Mark, start with you. You watched the intro, and
it was moving.
And if you're on radio, please check out the stream later and check it out. It's basically clip after clip after clip of people that don't look like probably the image a lot of people have of what a Sunday Christian looks like, and yet here they are being so dramatically impacted by the legacy of Charlie and the life he led, the message he preached. Are we seeing this at the local level with your guys' communities that you pastor? Are you hearing about it from other pastors that you know?
Yeah, so I'll start maybe at a higher level. So a martyr is someone who dies for their faith. And so the Bible is written in a couple of ancient languages. One of them is Greek, and the word means witness or testimony. And you know that somebody really believes something when they're willing to die for it. Yeah. That's the ultimate allegiance that you can demonstrate. And so the first saints in the history of the Christian church were martyrs. They were people who were basically willing to die for their love and devotion to Jesus Christ as God and Lord and Savior. And so the first Christians, they died out of their love for Jesus. Early reports say that in the first few centuries of the church, there were between 5 and 10 million martyrs.
Wow.
I mean, so we just had a funeral for a great man. Imagine 5 or 10 million of those. And then Tertullian, the church father in the 3rd century, he said that the blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church. Mm-hmm. And so the reason that Christianity spread so wildly and rapidly is people no longer fear death.
That's right.
And so, there is a mockery even of death in 1 Corinthians 15. Where, O death, is your sting? Where, O death, is your victory?
I said that in my speech, actually.
You did, and you did a great job, and I want to honor you for that. Man. And so within that, once Jesus came back from death, the believers no longer fear death, because the issue of the Christian faith is the resurrection of Jesus Christ. That is the issue. And so once death is defeated, it is no longer feared. So people are willing to die for Jesus. And that was an incredible witness and testimony. And so when Charlie died, he died publicly. I can't think of a more public death in my lifetime.
There hasn't been one.
And it was surreal for me, and I'm sure for most, you watching on the phone going, is this AI? Is this not real? This can't be real. I'm praying, Lord Jesus, please, I hope it is not real.
Yeah.
But Charlie loved Jesus Christ, and his highest allegiance and devotion was to Jesus Christ. Yes. You know that. I know that. And so when it came to the funeral, everyone who talked about Charlie had to talk about Jesus, because Jesus was the person Charlie was always talking about. Yeah. And so now in his wake, what I really honor about Charlie, and I really appreciate about Erica, they pointed everybody who was following them in the right direction. Yeah. Get a Bible, go to church, keep going, Erica said. And now people are actually following their leadership and their example, which is incredibly honoring to the Lord Jesus, and there'll be incredible blessing that comes upon them and the organization for the act of obedience.
That's right. That's right. We're seeing it on a local level. I'm in touch with over 50 pastors in different text threads, talking constantly, and there's been a series, I think, of tests for churches and pastors in the last 5 years.
Yes.
COVID, different administrations, BLM.
Would you say it's for like COVID was a test?
COVID was a test.
So then Black Lives Matter BLM was a test.
Yep.
The election was a test.
Yep.
And the martyrdom of Charlie Kirk. Those are 4 tests for pastors and churches to
That's
take.
Exactly right. And pastors who are passing the test in terms of stepping out, being public, being more bold, being more clear, setting forth the truth plainly, not worrying about parties, but cutting through the noise to speak the truth, and not being afraid to recognize that there is not symmetry between political parties right now in terms of morality and being willing to call that out. Across the board, Andrew, we're seeing those churches and those pastors, Easter level attendance, Easter level salvation responses. It's like there's a moment where, we're talking all day, with these pastors, and they're like, up 35%, up 45%, one church up 80%, and just an outpouring of people. Like at my church, we baptized 45 people yesterday. The consistent testimony, I'll tell one story, this is negative on myself. A guy had been coming to Grace City Church for 10 years. A little embarrassing, 10 years. In a city group, his wife a follower, stubborn, unwilling to submit to Jesus, had been following Charlie, had heard 100 sermons from me, been following Charlie, and Wednesday afternoon, God breaks him. And as a result of this event and Charlie's martyrdom, he breaks down weeping in his office, gives his life to Jesus. He's this introverted, quiet guy who would follow his wife to church but never talk about Jesus. We have not been able to shut him up. He's bringing neighbors and friends and coworkers radically saved in the wake of this horrific event.
That reminds me when I got saved. I couldn't stop reading the Bible, and I couldn't stop talking about it with people.
That's
and
right.
I think that's actually a really interesting proof point when somebody is really saved. Forgive me, guys. I don't want to interrupt this conversation, but I do have to do a little family business here. As you in the audience would know, we haven't been doing ad reads. We haven't been talking about any of the partners on this show for the last, 18 days, 19 days. And that was out of respect, obviously, for what just happened. And I just said no. And I told our partners, our broadcast partners, that we couldn't. And it wasn't out of disrespect for the advertisers. It was out of just a respect for what we've all just been living through. But today we're going to start again. And the reason is because we love our advertisers. And they've been supporting us, and they've been faithful to us, and they've been faithful to Charlie and this team. And so today we're going to do that. So I hope that makes sense, and I hope you understand. And I just want to say a thank you to our advertising, our network partners and our advertising partners for bearing with us. And you've been fantastic and deserve a lot of praise. Now I just cut it short, so forgive me, not a good start. But Alan Jackson Ministries, we are honored to be partnering with them. Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson podcast. I want you guys to check it out. What makes it unique is Pastor Alan's biblical perspective. He takes the truth from the Bible and applies it to issues we're facing today. Gender confusion, abortion, immigration, DOGE, Trump in the White House, issues in the church. He doesn't just discuss the problems. He explains them from a biblical perspective, and we love that. In every episode, he gives practical things we can do to make a difference. So again, that's the Culture and Christianity podcast. It is informative and encouraging, and you can find it on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any episodes. Again, that's Alan Jackson Ministries, good friends. It kind of breaks my heart to read that one first because Charlie and Erica were going to be at that event, and obviously God had other plans. So anyways, thank you guys for your patience with us as we get back into a little bit of regular rhythm here. More with Pastor Mark and Pastor Josh when we get back. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays.
My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rav. Real America's Voice, baby.
The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right. Welcome back to Real America's Voice. Again, as I said, we're trying to get back to a little bit of regular order. And I just want to say, again, thank you to our advertising partners that have been so gracious and patient with us. And thank you to the audience. And give us a little grace as we remember how to do regular order. And but I'm really honored by this next partner, and that would be Real America. Real America's Voice is our network partners, so we appreciate them too. But Why Refi? Now, Why Refi was actually one of the folks was there that day with his daughter. And when Charlie was assassinated, that's how much they cared about our campus tours. And they sponsored the entire campus tours. And as soon as all this happened, they called us and said, you know what? We're not going anywhere. We're in. We love you guys and anything you need. And so I'm honored to talk about whyrefi.com. They, of course, help with private student loan debt, and they'll help you with that. Doesn't matter what your credit is. It doesn't matter what your history is. They will help you get out of that. But more than anything, they're just good people, and they've stood by our side in this, and I want you to honor them and support them if you can, please. whyrefi.com. We'll be right back with radio. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show, radio stations across the country. I'm here with Pastor Mark Driscoll and Pastor Josh McPherson.
Crushed it.
Dang it, almost. Yeah, I'm going to get it.
It's good.
You should do this for a living.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah, I'm new, so forgive me. So anyways, we're talking about revival. And we were just talking about this manifest presence of God, and that you can sort of feel the Holy Spirit. And this is that common, that's this outpouring when you look at the history of revival. By the way, tell us some examples of revival so that we have something to compare it to.
Yeah. So, and thank you for the honor of having the conversation. And it's for those who don't know, it's wild because I mean I've known you for how long?
I want to say 20 years.
Which is wild. Maybe you were in college.
Yeah.
Dude, teaching your kids in Sunday school at Mars Hill, that's one of the stories.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Wild. And so what happens is what precedes revival is often a new way of distributing information. So in the days of the New Testament, you wouldn't get Christianity and the Apostle Paul unless you had Roman peace and the road system. So then Christianity could spread. And similarly, when you get new technology, it tends to be used of God for revival. So, for example, the printing press with Johann Gutenberg, it allowed the Protestant Reformation. Then comes the advent of technology that allows people to meet in stadiums. Well, now you get the Billy Grahams. He couldn't do that before. You get radio. Now you're getting to go into countries and closed areas. Then you get television, and now it's a new opportunity. And now we're in a digital age, and Charlie showed with his life and legacy the impact of new media. So what precedes revival oftentimes is new technology that opens new opportunity.
Fascinating.
And then what usually happens in revival, God isn't doing something new. He's doing what he's always doing in deeper and greater measure. God is always saving people. God is always changing people. God is always manifesting himself. But in a revival, it goes from like a creek to a torrent
flash
river.
Flood.
Yeah, to a flash flood. And all of a sudden it's like, okay, we're used to a few people coming to church or reading their Bible or asking about Jesus. And now all of a sudden it is a moment. And so revival is usually preceded by a moment.
Yep.
And in the early church, that moment was the martyrdom of Stephen, the first martyr in the New Testament. And actually, revival started, first time that I remember in the Old Testament, with the murder of Abel. Cain kills Abel. The first martyr in the Bible was Abel. And then it says, at that time, people began to call upon the name of the Lord. And so historically, there is a moment. Oftentimes that moment is a martyrdom. And then there's a movement. And so it goes from a moment to a movement. And now that person's life becomes their legacy. And other people are following in their footsteps and wake. With the death of Charlie Kirk and his clarity about the gospel of Jesus Christ and him answering questions about Christ right before he was murdered, we now have a moment. The question is, will it become a movement? In 10 years, if people are still reading their Bible and still going to church and still learning about Jesus, you know you've got a movement. Historically, one of the most interesting things in the history of movements, they tend to be ignited by young people. I wrote a few notes down. So Jonathan Edwards, during the Great Awakenings, he started preaching at 19. George Whitefield, 25. Circuit riders were in their 20s. The average died by their early 30s.
D.L. Moody. The Methodists.
The Methodists, yep.
Yeah.
D.L.
They
Moody.
were amazing.
Rode themselves into
They
the
rode
ground.
themselves. Yeah, there were certain guys that literally killed 6 horses just riding to preach. D.L. Moody, 21. Bonhoeffer, 25. Charles Haddon Spurgeon, 19. Billy Graham, 19.
Charlie Kirk, 18.
Charlie Kirk, 18, started proclaiming.
Oh, wow.
And what you see is that most revivals are led by youth.
Yep.
This will be shocking to people who think that it's all political and not spiritual. The United States of America was an attempt at a youth movement to spark a revival. The Pilgrims who landed and the Puritans who landed tended to be in their teens and 20s, and they were rejected and mocked for being, quote, mere children. And they were coming to establish religious liberty and freedom. Historically, we saw it with the Jesus movements in the 60s and 70s. The entirety of the
They were all hippies.
They were all hippies and young. In the Second Great Awakening, it was mainly college kids. So when revival hits, it's new technology. It's a moment that activates a young generation that leads to a movement. And so we have all of the ingredients are here. And I hope and I pray that that is exactly what we're on the precipice of.
Yeah, I just want to affirm some of your observations there. I mean, I was in the room. I was watching the analytics come through, and we would see. I mean, we did 15 billion views on social media.
It's insane.
In the lead up to the election, and then we basically doubled it in the spring after it. So I mean, we just, and I kept telling Charlie, I was like, you are insanely famous, man. We need to like.
But you didn't really know it.
No, I didn't. I kept going like it was. I tweeted really close after. We kept having to recalibrate because I just was like on a 2-year delay somehow of just how many people knew who he was, and I was like, I'm still getting used to this. We're going to take a quick radio break. We'll keep going in the stream. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film, Young Washington, tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or movie on Angel's platform. And you'll also get exclusive behind-the-scenes access leading up to the premiere. So go to angel.com/Rav today to get that access, follow the journey of young Washington, and help make this the #1 movie of 2026.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serve.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. Thanks so much for being here with us. Happening right now at the White House, President Trump scheduled to be meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The two are holding a bilateral meeting and are scheduled to hold a news conference together within the next hour or so. You can see the arrival here. Today's meeting comes on the heels of Netanyahu addressing the United Nations General Assembly on Friday. That same day, President Trump alluded to nearing a peace or ceasefire deal in Gaza. And just this morning, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying that all sides are, quote, very close to agreeing to a comprehensive plan to end the war in Gaza. She says the president's special envoy to the Middle East sent each side a detailed 21-point plan for ending the war. Leavitt also says the commander-in-chief expects both sides to agree, quote, the president knows and believes that this is as good of a plan as these sides are going to see, and that's why it's a 21-point plan, she says. President Trump also set to meet with top congressional leaders today as the deadline to avoid a government shutdown is now just hours away. Today's meeting comes after the commander-in-chief canceled a planned meeting with Democrat leaders from both the House and Senate last week, saying that he didn't believe talks would be constructive. Congressional Republicans are calling on their Democrat colleagues to agree to a continuing resolution that would keep the government funded through November 21st. While the measure passed in the House, Senate Democrats rejected the resolution and are demanding that recent cuts to health care programs be rescinded as part of any effort to keep the government open. Many believe that Democrats will force a shutdown tomorrow if they don't get their way. Amid the government shutdown tug of war, President Trump is calling Portland, Oregon, a war zone. That's why he's federalizing a couple hundred Oregon National Guardsmen to patrol that city. On Truth Social, 47 writing, at the request of Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, I am directing Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any of our ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other domestic terrorists. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show. Having an amazing conversation. I hope you guys are enjoying it because I'm like just fixated and fascinated by it. And I hope everybody, we're going to get to some prescriptive items of what we need to do to be a part of what God's doing in a revival. So I'm excited to talk about that. But first, I want to tell you about My Patriot Supply, one of our great partners, been truly faithful to this show. Never wavered, always said, what can we do? What can we do? How do we be more involved? So let me tell you about them right here. September is National Preparedness Month, so it's a perfect time to ask yourself some questions like, how much food do you have on hand for emergencies? How would you get clean water if the tap went dry tomorrow? What would you do if a storm knocked out the power for a week? By the way, I got stuck. I couldn't fly out because we had like a monsoon crazy storm here in Phoenix, and it was most rain we'd had in 7 years in a single day in Phoenix. I was like, okay, God, let's do this. Luckily, our friends at My Patriot Supply are making disaster preparedness easier and more affordable than ever by giving you over $1,500 worth of emergency food and preparedness gear for free. They just launched their Preparedness Month Mega Kit, and it includes a full year of emergency food, a water filtration system that can purify almost any water source, a solar backup generator, and a lot more. This is very new. This is great. I haven't seen this from them. And here's the best part. If you go to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk, you can get 90 preparedness essentials totaling over $1,500 absolutely free. Head to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk, mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk. Portions of the show are brought to you proudly by them. They've been a wonderful partner. So I was just telling you about, because God goes where he's wanted.
Yeah.
And Charlie wanted this.
Yes.
He wanted to see the youth. He devoted his life from the time of being 18, and he was mocked and ridiculed. Yeah. And told it was, fool's errand, and he just kept at it. He just kept at it. Yep. He just kept at it. And then all of a sudden, you saw that spring forth. And I was relating to you that story of John Wimber, who founded the Vineyard, and he really wanted to see God's miracles. We could debate the merits of whether that was useful or not, but he worked at it like a fool for 4 years.
There was pure hunger and desire.
Pure hunger and desire. And then all of a sudden, if you know anything about the Vineyard Church movement,
explodes.
Yeah, it explodes.
Worship movement.
Yeah, and they have this Toronto blessing, and a bunch of people experience a manifest presence of the Holy Spirit there. So I'm not relating the two, but there is this sort of thing where I want to tell people out in the audience: if you hunger and desire for the things of the Lord, if you push,
that's right.
When it feels like you're getting nowhere. Mm-hmm. Sometimes God's going to answer that moment with something truly remarkable. I'm not promising it. God will do what he will do, but I just couldn't help but think about how badly Charlie wanted this. And so to see it come to fruition is amazing. And then to hear you say that revival starts with the youth. I mean, you'd go to one campus and put Charlie there, and these kids were hanging from lampposts and finding stairs to climb up and hanging on railing, and you couldn't fit them all in these campus squares. Yeah. And it feels like that's what's happening. And then you put together the final thing, and then the floor is yours, Mark. Is when we met, you said, well, we're going to see, is God going to bypass the pulpit?
So, yes, I believe that. So in addition to revival, there's reformation. Mm-hmm. So reformation is God pruning, cleaning up a church, oftentimes because of its cowardice or tolerance. And tolerance is the counterfeit of repentance. Mm-hmm. And so any of the churches that have bought into the progressive agenda of tolerance, they are not honoring God, because that is the counterfeit of repentance. And so I believe that reformation is God cleaning up the church. Yeah. And then revival is God bringing people to himself. But if people want to go to church, if the church doesn't have any courage or clarity, it's not going to be helpful to those new people. Yeah. And so this is, I believe, what God is doing is he is in this moment, he has bypassed the pulpits, and he instead chose to have the gospel preached in the largest platform in the history of the world. And there's three things I want to say about that. Number one, when we had lunch, and it was just good to catch up with you, there was one thing that I felt that the Holy Spirit told me to tell you, and that is that whoever decided to allow the live stream of Charlie's funeral and memorial to not be copyrighted, but to be freely shared, to say thank you on behalf of Jesus Christ, because that permitted the biggest gospel presentation in my awareness of any moment in the history of humanity.
That's right.
And I believe you made that decision to allow it to be streamed and not copyrighted. And for those who are tuning in, there's money, there's power, there's favors that can be curried through taking that moment and trying to monetize it. And what you chose to do was maximize it.
That's right.
And so in that moment, we as pastors honor you.
That's right.
Because in that moment, you decided, I'm going to allow the most people to hear about Jesus and not worry about what I get in return. And so I know I was your pastor for some years, and I love you. And I just want to say, I'm incredibly proud of you.
That's right.
And on behalf of Jesus Christ and Christians, thank you for being the person who allowed the gospel to go out to the largest audience in the history of humanity.
That's huge.
And most people don't know that that was your choice, and I know it was with Erica's full support.
Totally. Yeah, it wasn't just me. But the whole team didn't even question when it was like, no, we got to go forward, and this is for everybody, for Charlie, for the gospel.
But then, too, the other thing, not to interrupt you, my friend, but the moment that if revival does break out, where there was, I believe, a shifting, breaking in the unseen realm, was Erica Kirk.
That's right.
She was elegant, courageous, emotionally present, completely appropriate, devotedly loyal to her God and her husband and her family.
Yes.
But the moment was when she chose forgiveness over unforgiveness and bitterness and vengeance. And to me, revival is all about the forgiveness of sin.
Yes.
And she modeled, if she can, this is like, I want to be careful with this. I don't want to turn Charlie into Jesus. I know that Charlie knew that he wasn't Jesus. But when Jesus was on the cross, he prayed, Father, forgive them. When Stephen, the martyr, was being martyred as the first martyr in the New Testament church, he echoed Jesus' words and he said, Father, forgive them. And then when Erica said, I forgive him, forgiveness of sin is what unleashes the power of the Holy Spirit.
That's right.
And revival is all about one thing, the forgiveness of sin through Jesus Christ. And so in that moment, Erica used the platform that God gave her. And in that moment, God bypassed many pulpits. And there was more courage and clarity with the presentation of Jesus on that day than in many pulpits. And we were sitting there next to, we kept looking at each other. We're pastors. And it was wild. It was like, is anybody not going to do it? I mean, is everybody here an evangelist? I mean, it was wild.
I know.
And to hear
even like Tulsi, who's, not a Christian, she got darn
she
close.
Tried. She tried.
I was like, she's about to preach the gospel.
Hey, man, let's go.
And I'll leave it at this. The second moment to me that was incredibly sacred and could be the spark of revival was the humility of J.D. Vance. When he said, basically, I'm paraphrasing, that I've always been a Christian, but I've not spoken openly and boldly as I ought, and I've talked more about Jesus in the last few weeks than I have in my whole life. That to be the vice president of the United States of America and to publicly confess that your allegiance to Jesus has been less than 100%, you don't have to do that. And he did that, and he did that as an example of humility. And I would say to all pastors and Christian leaders who maybe have not been totally courageous and fearless, follow his example and apologize to your people. And so in that too, though, I mean, when JD did that, I believe that if he is going to become our next president, I believe that was the moment. Because that was the moment that he chose humility and to honor Jesus above all else. And I believe Jesus honors those who live under his authority. But you were saying backstage that wasn't part of his notes.
No, he ad-libbed that moment. Yeah, because I could see backstage. I mean, it was a surreal backstage. You got President Trump walking around and, Don Jr. and Pete Hegseth and all these people, right? And I'm watching.
Don Jr., who, by the way, preached a great sermon on the martyrdom of Stephen.
He did a good job. And when Hegseth said Jesus is king over all, and I'm like, you run the Department of War, and you're under authority.
That's right. I interrupted. But
no, you're absolutely right. Well, I want to give JD a little bit more, kudos here. He's not held back since. He's changed. Check out clip 18.
You said that you hadn't read the Bible or talked about the Bible as much as you have in the last 2 weeks since Charlie was killed.
I always felt uncomfortable talking about that because I grew up in a country that was very secular. I don't feel uncomfortable talking about that stuff anymore. I'm going to talk about God. I'm going to talk about my faith because that's what Charlie would want. And I think it's the best way to honor my friend.
When he said that, I had a thought, and this is kind of for theology nerds. Aaron Wrenn wrote an article that was kind of broke up evangelicalism into three kind of epochs of time. 1954 to 1994 was positive world, where it was socially advantageous to be public with your faith. You couldn't get elected for public office unless you identify with Protestant or Catholic Christianity, all these kind of things, Leave It to Beaver era, whatever. And then he identifies 1994 to 2014 as neutral world, where Christianity stock is kind of falling. It's not necessarily socially advantageous to identify as a Christian anymore, but it's not socially disadvantageous. Yeah, it's just neutral. So people weren't hostile; they were just indifferent to Christianity, right? And in 2014, he marks a distinct change. Obergefell, we have a ruling in the highest court of the land that's now codifying anti-Christian morality into our code of law. So that's the change, right? And he marks other social things where we went from culture being neutral or indifferent towards Christianity to culture being hostile towards Christianity. So now it wasn't just socially advantageous or neutral, it's now socially disadvantageous to identify yourself as a Christian. Christians go underground, okay? There's open hostility towards Christianity, and what we see is people having a sense of moral duty to suppress Christianity because it's evil now, right? One of the marks of this era has been like the public offense is to go public with your Christianity. I had the thought, just a sense in my spirit, when JD said that, something broke in the reality of neutral. And he's saying, I will now be aggressively, unapologetically, consistently, passionately, clearly public about my faith. And when you have one of the highest authorities in the land saying that, something's changed and something shifted. Mm-hmm. And Charlie was doing that when it was dangerous and when it was costly and when very few other people would do it. And now you're seeing the prophets go first, right? Boom, there's a breach in the wall, and it feels like talking publicly about Jesus now could start becoming a cultural norm where it was culturally disadvantageous before, which is pretty wild to think about. The impact that could have as it ripples throughout the land.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going to go with our next, but we're already there. We have 1 minute here real quick, Mark, but, I think people worry about the purity of the gospel being diluted a little bit when the leaders start happening. That's not what I saw, though. I saw a very sincere presentation from the heart, from the most from the most powerful people on the in the planet. And is there power in that? I mean, obviously it's what we've always wanted. So, but there is a concern. I don't know if, for me, that it would become hijacked somehow, or
Well, movements are messy. They just are, and there's going to be mistakes made, and then there'll be changes made, and that's just the nature of everything that is in the process of growing and flourishing. There's a little pruning along the way.
Yeah, well, because you think about the Roman Empire, right? When it was underground, it was spreading like wildfire. When it became institutionalized, that's when
you get some corruption.
That's right. All right, we're going to go to a quick break. We will be back in just a minute. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own faith.
Churches that won't talk about Charlie, they're just proving that they're the old wineskin.
Or schools and universities. I mean,
Yeah,
guys,
all kinds of things.
I'm
Yeah.
getting flooded with people. You know, there's a story, I won't break it now. I'm getting a whistleblower just while we've been on the show of a major company in America that won't let their employees donate to Turning Point right now, because they have like a match. They have a match program, right? So if you're a company, you can donate.
Oh, I know this
money.
company. I won't say it, but yeah. I know.
Well, I'm not ready yet. I got to talk to them, but I'm being alerted to this. You know, over the weekend, I highlighted Lipscomb Academy, which is a Christian school in Nashville, where a bunch of conservatives, prominent ones, send their kids to this school, and about 20 young men showed up in suits and ties to honor Charlie the day after he was murdered. And the principal called him in and said, "You got to take those off. It's against dress code."
Because there's nothing worse than young men wearing
a
suits
suit
and ties.
Yeah, and it's funny. I told you this before the show. There's just like a feeling that men want to put a suit jacket on. That's a good thing.
They want to grow up.
It's a good thing. Put your shoulders back,
That's
man.
right.
Own your life. Be a man.
That's right.
Move forward with dignity and respect. That's a good thing.
Yep.
And this school shut it down and punished the kids, and they haven't uttered Charlie's name since. And so all the parents and teachers are really upset over at Lipscomb Academy. We're going to be watching you, Lipscomb. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Radio stations across the country. You were about to say, Pastor Josh?
Well, you were talking earlier about, okay, what happens when the lines get blurred and government, Christianity, how this works. I think one of the things to keep in mind is, and this is more kind of Kuyperian jurisdictional theology, but God has different spheres of human sovereignty, and he appoints those spheres with responsibility and authority. So you have the family, the household. Mom and dad are an authority over the kids. Their responsibility is to raise the kids, shepherd the kids, educate the kids, the well-being of the family. Then you have the church. Their responsibility is to preach the pure gospel, to administer the sacraments, and to be a culture and government's conscience in the bold declaration of the truth. And then you have the government, and it's a distinct lane that God's given authority to and responsibility for, but it's a small lane. And I think Charlie understood that. But if that lane grows, it starts impeding on the other lanes to the detriment of all the jurisdictions. But the point is, God has given them a job, and it's to bear the sword against evildoers. It's to reward the righteous. And it's to defend the people by allowing there to be an orderly nation by protecting borders. That's Romans 13. And so I don't need those in government to necessarily even preach the gospel. I mean, the memorial was like amazing. What I need them to do is to do the job. So one of my favorite speeches was Stephen Miller. When he stood up and he's like, "You are nothing, you have nothing, we're coming after you." It's like, I want the preachers to preach the gospel, and I want the government to bear the sword against unrighteousness, and then you're into morality. Who gets to define what's righteous, what's unrighteous, who gets to declare the standard of morality? So we need our government to be built on the morality of something. And so the whole idea that's being exposed, I think, is the myth of the neutrality of secularism. Every government has to have a worldview that they draw from to know how to do their job. And so the beauty of, like, I don't need our government officials to preach the gospel, but we need them to stand on the foundation of the moral law of God so they can do their job and really stay out of the church's lane, which is what we could get into later if we wanted to, what we're seeing happen in the White House. I think they understand the need for the government to get smaller so the church can do their job.
Yeah, one of the things I do want to talk about is the tendency of the mainstream news media to describe what's happening as Christian nationalism. So I do want to get to that, and I think that's instantly where I go there. But the other thought that I have, just based on what you're saying, is that Charlie was expert at sort of not bifurcating his faith and not compartmentalizing his faith. Right. His faith was just everywhere all the time. It didn't matter what he was talking about.
That's right.
And I noticed the same instinct that I have. It's like, well, okay, I'm talking about Lipscomb Academy, on Twitter and X, saying, listen, I'm hearing a lot of really bad things. Like, people running that school are not on the team. As a matter of fact, they're hostile to a lot of what God is doing in this moment, and they're hostile to the kids that love Charlie. Well, that doesn't feel very Nashville conservative enclave. It feels like people have infiltrated that school that need to be fired.
And it happens all over.
But that comes from my Christian conviction. That comes from a sense of righteousness. Like, I'm not putting one in one compartment and putting another in another compartment. I'm saying, listen, Charlie was confronting evil wherever he saw it, and he was proclaiming the truth. Well, you punish kids for, trying to honor Charlie by wearing a suit and a tie. That's an amazing gesture. You should have honored that, and they didn't. And you talk about tests, and it's like you passed the test or you failed the test. Well, they failed it. And I don't see it any other way. Now, listen, the school's going to do what they're going to do, but I think there's a power in us as Christians not saying, well, I put my Christianity here on Sunday, and then when I go to Washington, D.C. as your congressman or as your vice president or whatever, I'm going to put it over here, and I'm going to put my faith in a little box. There is a power being unleashed, and I got to believe that that's part of the new wineskin, because the devil knew that this was going to happen, or something.
He was helping architect it.
Yeah, and by the way, exactly. But God, like there's, and I think he's laying the trap. So Christian National. Well, guess what was going to happen? Charlie Kirk was going to die a martyr's death, and then the world's most powerful leaders were going to get up on a stage with 100 million people streaming it, and they were going to start speaking the truth about Jesus Christ.
Yep.
And guess what? Christian nationalism. Is that really Christian nationalism, or is that just living your faith in public?
Well, so Jesus is Lord over all, or he's not Lord at all. Right. We believe that he right now is high and exalted. He's over government, he's over family, he's over nations, cultures, businesses, churches. And so to say Jesus Christ has jurisdiction here but not there is to be disloyal to his sovereignty and his lordship. It just is.
Yep. I mean, even from a sociological perspective, you're either going to have nationalism
or globalism
or anarchism, right? And so you're going to have tyranny, anarchy, or an orderly society. So let's just start there. Nations are a good thing. And then that nation's going to be built on a worldview. And we think the Christian worldview is a superior worldview that does the most good for the most people, even those who don't adhere to it.
But if our rights come from our Creator, the question is, what's his name? Yeah. That's the question.
Well, we'll pick it up for the stream in just 1 second. Radio Hour 1 comes to a close. Radio Hour 2 to begin in just a few minutes. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that A Week Away was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch A Week Away today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve America.
Back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. Happening right now at the White House, President Trump is meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The two are holding a bilateral meeting and are scheduled to hold a press conference together within this coming hour. Today's meeting comes on the heels of Netanyahu addressing the United Nations General Assembly on Friday. That is the same day President Trump alluded to nearing a peace deal or even a ceasefire deal in Gaza. And just this morning, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying that all sides are, quote, very close to agreeing to a comprehensive plan to end the war in Gaza. She says the president's special envoy to the Middle East sent each side a detailed 21-point plan for ending the war. Leavitt goes on to say the commander-in-chief expects both sides to agree, quote, the president knows and believes that this is as good a deal as these sides are going to see, and that's why it's 21 points. President Trump, in the meantime, set to meet with top congressional leaders later today as the deadline to avoid a government shutdown is just hours away. Today's meeting comes after the commander-in-chief canceled a planned meeting with Democrat leaders from the House and Senate last week, saying that he didn't believe talks would be constructive. Congressional Republicans are calling on their Democrat colleagues to agree to a continuing resolution that would keep the government funded through November 21st. While the measure passed in the House, Senate Democrats rejected the resolution and are demanding that recent cuts to health care programs be rescinded as part of any effort to keep the government open. Many believe Democrats will force a shutdown tomorrow if they don't get their way. President Trump calling on the Department of Justice and the FBI to take another look at the events of January 6th. It's one of his latest Truth Social posts. Here's what he writes. As it now turns out, FBI agents were at and in the January 6th protest, probably acting as agitators and insurrectionists, but certainly not as law enforcement officials. I want to know who each and every one of these so-called agents are and what they were up to on that now historic day. Many great American patriots patriots were made to pay a very big price only for the love of their country. I owe this investigation of dirty cops and crooked politicians to them. Christopher Wray, the then director of the FBI, has some major explaining to do. That's 2 in a row, Comey and Wray, who got caught lying with our great country at stake. Meantime, Georgia Congressman Barry Loudermilk is already leading a congressional effort to reinvestigate January 6th. House Speaker Mike Johnson describes it as a committee to investigate the previous J6 subcommittee.
Why? Because there was so much bias in the system, and that committee was rigged, I think. And I think my theory is, I've always believed that they got rid of evidence and they hid some of this. So all of it's going to come out. The American people deserve full transparency.
Full transparency,
and that's what
100%.
Congress is working on, and that's what the administration is working on.
Meantime, amid the government shutdown tug of war, President Trump calling Portland, Oregon a war zone. That's why he is federalizing a couple hundred Oregon National Guardsmen to patrol the city. On Truth Social 47 writing, at the request of Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, I'm directing Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any of our ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other domestic terrorists. I am also authorizing full force if necessary. Thank you for your attention to this matter, he writes. In response, Oregon is suing to block the move, saying that you can't use National Guard soldiers to enforce domestic law enforcement. The state's governor also argues that there is no real crisis in Portland. The deployment now puts Oregon at the center of the constitutional and legal debate about how much authority a president, in this particular case President Trump, has when it comes to overriding a governor and deploying guardsmen. Well, New York City may be one step closer to electing communist Zoran Mamdani as its next mayor now that incumbent Mayor Eric Adams is out of the race. The embattled Adams was running as an independent after it became clear that he couldn't win a second term as Democrat. Mamdani and former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo remain in the race. Mamdani, by the way, considered the frontrunner after beating Cuomo, in the Big Apple's Democratic primary. Well, President Trump says Sunday's attack on a Mormon church appears to be yet another targeted attack on Christians in this country. At least 4 people are dead, 8 others hurt. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I am Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show, and I'm honored to be joined by Pastor Mark Driscoll and Pastor Josh McPherson. McPherson. I almost got it. Did I get it?
You crushed it.
I crushed it. See, I doubt myself.
You're doing great.
So it's not. See, what was the
There's
thing
no
Mom said?
fear in McPherson.
No fear in McPherson.
My mom's line.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Because I'm tempted every time I say it to say McPherson. And all our guys at the TPSA faith team are huge admirers and followers of yours, and here I am like Fersen,
butchering my name.
I know, it's just so disrespectful.
Radio.
But I honor you, and I'm grateful for you to be here. And you know, the TPUSA faith team is going to give me a stern talking to, I can assure you, after this. All in love.
I'd expect nothing less.
So here, I want to now transition our conversation so I can
can't use that word anymore. By the way,
no,
that
that's true.
We
are going to pivot.
Shift the conversation.
Yes,
we're going to pivot a little bit. I'm going to go to this conversation about Christian nationalism, and I'm going to play some clips of what they're now saying about this, and then we're going to talk about the demonic. And then I want you guys just prepare your spirits for this. I think it's important that pastors are encouraged, warned, and, you know, given some guidance on what this season will entail. You talk about new wineskins and new wine. So I want to talk about that. That's kind of, I think, where we're going. We'll see if that materializes. But I'm going to play these two clips here. Let's go ahead and play cut 7.
You're seeing here is a movement called Christian nationalism that merges Christianity as it's been practiced in America for, centuries with a very specific interpretation of what the founding fathers wanted, what Aristotle wanted. This strain of interpretation of the Bible merged Christianity and protecting the Western civilization values into one and the same thing.
All right, so that's Tina Nguyen from Verge. I think she's at The Verge. She was with Puck. She's been with Political. I've actually known her for a long time. She's always been very nice to me and a stand-up operator. I actually told her I was probably going to slam her with that clip today, but I said I would do it nice because she's actually nice. And she is misinterpreting the signs of the times, but we can get into that in just a second. I told her that. Let's go ahead and play cut 8. This is Don Lemon talking about something similar.
What we saw in that arena was not simply faith-finding public expression. It was religious nationalism on full display. That is the truth. That is my truth. This is my freedom of expression. This is my First Amendment right to be able to tell you the truth.
Mark, is that the truth?
So our nation is founded on rights. We are told that those rights come not from government, they come from God, and that God has authority over government, and that all governmental authority is derivative from God. The question then is, what is the name of this God? That's the question. The Muslims would say his name is Allah. The Christians would say his name is Jesus Christ. And so at the end of the day, as soon as you answer the question of what the name of that God is, you're picking a team. And what I find interesting is this is slanderous. It is fear-based. It is fear-mongering. And as Pastor Josh said previously, you get anarchy, which if you want to know what that looks like, go to Portland tonight. Yep. You get globalism, where we send all of our young men and dollars overseas until we cease to exist as a country and eradicate our borders and allow criminals and cartels to be in charge. Or you have nationalism, and nationalism is what God says is best for human life and flourishing. The first attempt at globalism is back in Genesis in a place called Babel, that is ancient Babylon, that is today Iraq. They all have the same language. They all get together, and they're trying to chase this Marxist utopian counterfeit vision of a perfect life on earth without God. And it's globalism. God looks down and says, they're united, and unless we spread them into nations, they're going to do tremendous evil. So united people without God are dangerous people. And so then God scatters them into nations, and he confuses them into languages. And so nationalism is what God did to save us from destroying ourselves. At the end of the age, according to the storyline of the Bible, depending upon your reading, at the end of the age, all the nations will seek to come together into a globalistic vision. But then the question is, who gets to be the leader? and it's not Christ, it's the Antichrist. And so if all power is consolidated globally, one demonically, satanically possessed person wielding all of that power becomes the end of civilization. And so globalism is a naive myth from the earliest days of Genesis, and nationalism was God's answer to globalism. It says in Acts 17, God determines the times and places in which we live. God had me, though Irish by descent, born in America in 1970, and that was God's decision for me. I love my God, and I love where he put me.
And you know, we were talking in the break, Pastor Josh, that you have this, you feel like you understand why Charlie was so dangerous to some of these ideas, whether we call it demonic ideas, whether we call them just far left ideas. And I don't think all left ideas, just for the record, are demonic. I'm just saying there are some that are demonic. There's some that are left and far left. Why was Charlie so dangerous to kind of this old lie?
Well, I think what made him effective and therefore dangerous was that Charlie was not primarily a political animal, and he said this in his own words. And Charlie's political theory was rooted in biblical theology. And he had an ability like maybe nobody I've ever seen to connect the dots with what's happening in the political realm with what God has said from his moral law. And so there's this obscure quote from John Frame, who gave us Tribal-Respectivalism. I think that's kind of where you got it early on. And John Frame talked about the necessity of understanding the gospel as the center. Now, there's been a gospel-centered movement in American Christianity in the last 20 years, but what the gospel-centered movement did, I believe, is turn the gospel from the center to a boundary. So John Frame explains it like this, and this is what I think made Charlie so profound and trigger me on time here if we're running out. Yeah. When you view the gospel as a boundary, it means all you can do is talk about the components of the specific gospel. Justification by faith alone,
so real
regeneration.
Quickly, what is the gospel? For those who don't know.
Let it rip.
It's Jesus Christ. Jesus is God, become a man to live without sin, the only human being to ever live without sin, declare himself to be God, the only founder of any major world religion to declare himself to be God, to die on the cross in our place as our substitute for our sins, to physically, bodily raise from the dead, opening heaven and triumphing over Satan, sin, death, hell, and the wrath of God. The gospel is the good news about who Jesus is and what Jesus does, and no one is who Jesus is, and no one does what Jesus does. That's the gospel.
Amen. Amen. So what the gospel-centered movement did, I believe, is turn the gospel into a boundary. That's all you can talk about.
I totally agree. And this is one of the things with TPUSA Faith that we did. We said, churches, if you don't speak into this void about sex and identity and about,
marriage, gender,
whatever,
abortion,
you are leaving this vacuum that will be filled by people that do not share your values. And so you don't have to agree on post-trib, pre-trib. You don't have to, we're not getting into that. We're saying speak up, stand up and speak into the public arena, because we are losing our country. The most important thing, and Charlie always says this, was preach the gospel. Yeah. The second most important thing is to make sure you can do the first.
That's right.
And so stand up, church.
That's right.
Fill the void. Do not be cowards. And that was what made him truly unique.
If the pulpits of America don't disciple the culture will disciple the culture to themselves, because secularism has a God, and it's the God of self. And so when John Frame talks about the gospel being the center, he says it in such a way so as to say it doesn't limit what we talk about, it actually gives us permission and obligation to connect everything in life under the sun to the reality of the gospel. And that's what Charlie did, I believe, in such a powerful way. Sex, relationships, politics, governments, and nations, connecting them to the reality of God, most explicitly found in Jesus Christ in the gospel.
I have to tell the audience about another partner, and it's funny because I for those who missed it, we're getting back to a little bit of regular order, and our partners, our network partners, our advertising partners have all been so generous and kind and gracious as we've been working through the last couple of weeks. And there is no roadmap for this, and there's no instruction manual, so we're just doing our best. But I tell you what, when we have to talk about partners like Good Ranchers, and they sell meat, it's really good, and it's made in America. I love them. I love their product, but I love the people behind it even more. And they're Christians. Ben and Corley are amazing people who have come on this show and given a testimony about Jesus Christ. Now, Jesus healed Corley from cancer, and I cried when I heard it at the time. And so, yeah, they sell boxes of meat, and you should buy it. I get it, and their chicken nuggets are amazing. Charlie and his kids loved the chicken nuggets. My kids love the chicken nuggets. And so you should go to goodranchers.com, insert promo code Kirk for $40 off, and support them. Thanks so much. We'll be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
19.
Yep.
Well, okay. Two ingredients, check.
There's a
moment that leads to a movement, right? There is these other ingredients that people are called to repentance, and you've got all these people and forgiveness, repentance and forgiveness, and that's been obviously true because Charlie's legacy in his life was so exemplary that all these. All these people are like, how do I be a better husband?
Yes,
how do I be a better father? And so you've got all these things. But then what about the church? Is it bypassing the church? Is it new wineskins? What is your challenge and your instruction to the church? The pastors out there that are seeing their pews filled, and maybe some that aren't. So there's there's a Fox News poll that says churches are experiencing a 15% increase in congregations. Well, some are experiencing 80% or 100%. Lines out the door. There is obviously, when we think about Revelations, you're going to snuff out the lampstands. Well, are some churches going to fold close their doors during this time while others explode and grow? So that's the question and we'll ask it in radio. We will be right back. Charlie Kirk Show. My name is Andrew Colvett. You were looking at the empty chair of our dear brother and friend, and we are trying to honor him as best as we know how. And one of the ways I think we do that is we encourage the church, we admonish the church. How does the church capture this moment? What is your word for pastors and shepherds?
Go there in a moment. So let me just say this, though. For you, looking at the empty chair, I walked in, I got pretty choked up. How many times have you sat, here with Charlie, and now you're possibly your best friend, I don't want to speak for you, he's gone. You've got a job to do, you're leading on, but just personally as a human being, as a pastor, I just feel like asking, where are you at in all of this?
A lot of these Army guys and Special Forces guys reached out and they said, comes in waves. Don't be upset at yourself if you're not feeling what you feel like you should be feeling in one moment, and don't be upset if in the next moment you feel like you can't take a step forward. And that is true. It is so true. I've been, there's moments like when we were getting ready for the memorial. Yep. It was just, we were so busy. I didn't have a chance to think or grieve. It was just like, let's go. We have a job to do. And then you get done with that. I remember I had Jesse Waters on the Monday, and it was like, Jesse asked me that same question. I was like, to be honest, Jesse, it's kind of hitting me all over again. It was like the come down after after that big event. And then this weekend, it just hit me again. So I think that's just going to be the way it is. And I'm not afraid of it. I embrace it. I tweeted out, I was like, I can't believe he's gone, because it still doesn't feel real.
It still feels very surreal.
Yeah, it does. And I miss him a lot. And these old habits that we worked together for 8 years. You're just thinking about texting him or something funny or something he would say about something. And I guess, I just know that he's in glory. And, as Erica said, he's on a work trip with Jesus. And, I'm just truly humbled that I got to see it so up close. Yeah. And I know that the whole team here in the studio feels the same way, and at Turning Point, and
Well, you're grieving the loss of your friend and under tremendous work, doing things that there's no precedent or playbook for. You're just doing the best every day as you're able, and your team's doing an incredible job,
bro. Well, thank you. I mean, honestly, that's one of the blessings of being with this large team. Because you're feeling weak, and then you see somebody else really doing a great job and being courageous, and you're like, I can do it too. And I think we all feed off each other, and it's a team, it's a staff, it's a job, but it's really a family. And when there's something like this happens, it galvanizes you and really bonds you together.
And I think there could be a lot of really weird ways to handle this moment. And just my experience outside looking in, a lot of discretion, a lot of wisdom, a lot of grace in how you guys are handling it. I just think is evidence of the Spirit of God leading you guys and giving you guys grace for this moment.
We got the whole world praying. I mean, I'm very aware of that. Yeah. And I said it before, but it bears repeating. I think a lot of us feel it. Like, we feel the prayers of strangers.
Yes.
And that's a wild thing. I've heard presidents talk about that before, where you feel sustained by the prayers.
Yep.
And to know that so many people have been praying for us. I mean, I don't talk to a single person that doesn't tell me we've been praying for you.
Yeah.
So thank you for asking.
We love you. And you forget that, like, Charlie is a husband, he's a father, he's got a wife, he's got kids, he's got friends. And to the team here, it was a very warm, personal relationship. Yeah. And sometimes in a media world, we think that people are just ideologies and not human beings with families and relationships.
Yeah, there was definitely this a very distinct effort the entire career to make him wooden and two-dimensional. And to us, he was always in, Technicolor 3D, and one of the warmest, most generous, gracious, loyal, just good-hearted people.
And joyful.
Kind-hearted people.
Yeah, he's
joyful,
fun.
Funny. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't get nearly enough credit for how.
No, I mean, one of Charlie's secret sauce was he embodied truth, goodness, beauty. He was a truth machine that was anchored in the goodness of the moral law of God and the wisdom of the Word of God. And he was demonstrating in real time with his beautiful wife and his beautiful kids the beauty of the Christian worldview working itself out in the heart of a man. And when you combine that, just razor-sharp logic on truth, a commitment to fundamental goodness for all mankind, and then living out the beauty of a Camelot story, a beautiful wife, a family he loved, it's a powerful 1, 2, 3 punch that you can't ignore. It's self-authenticating. That worldview is working. I think that was part of what was so compelling about Charlie.
What's amazing is how much Erica embodies all of those qualities as well.
A remarkably
I always knew it,
woman.
but it's to see her have this platform to be. I mean, we've talked about the Charlie effect, and now one of the things I'm seeing more and more on social media is the Erica effect, right?
She could turn a whole generation of young women as he turned a whole generation of young men. If so, that would be revival.
That's right.
Wow. Okay, well, let's talk about that in just 1 second. One quick break with radio. We're going to keep going on the stream.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. Happening right now at the White House, President Trump meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The two are set to hold a bilateral meeting, and then they're going to have a joint news conference together, and that's expected to happen, at any moment. You can see the podium set up. The reporters are already in place, simply waiting for the arrival of President Trump and his Israeli counterpart. Today's meeting comes on the heels of Netanyahu addressing the United Nations General General Assembly on Friday. And that very same day, President Trump alluded to nearing a peace or ceasefire deal in Gaza. Just this morning, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying that all sides are, quote, very close to agreeing to a comprehensive plan to end the war in Gaza. She also says the president's special envoy to the Middle East sent each side a detailed 21-point plan for ending that war. Leavitt goes on to say the commander-in-chief expects both sides to agree, quote, the president knows and believes that this is as good a plan as these sides are going to see, and that's why it's a 21-point plan. Again, we're expecting that news conference to happen at any moment. The moment it does, we'll take you there live. We also could get an answer to what Caroline Leavitt said about both sides agreeing to a peace deal, or at least a deal to end the war in Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House today, and he could very well make that announcement here in short order. Meantime, President Trump is set to meet with top congressional leaders later on today as well. This is the deadline to avoid a government shutdown is just hours away. Today's meeting comes after the commander-in-chief canceled a planned meeting with Democrat leaders from the House and Senate last week, saying that he just didn't believe talks would be constructive. Congressional Republicans are calling on their Democrat colleagues to agree to a continuing resolution that would keep the government funded through November 21st. While the measure passed in the House, Senate Democrats rejected the resolution and are demanding that recent cuts to health care programs be rescinded as part of any effort to keep the government funded. Many believe that Democrats will force a shutdown tomorrow if they don't get their way. That's a quick check of your headlines. Again, we'll take you back to the White House the moment President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu come out to address the media. For now, let's get you back to your regularly scheduled program.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this show. And I'm going to tell you about one of our partners. We're getting back into regular order. Bear with us as we do. I still got to kind of get the rhythm down again because our partners have just been so gracious to us and understanding that we are going through something unprecedented. And but I'm honored to be able to honor our advertisers and our networks and help everybody who's helped us so much. So please support these companies. And this one is Patriot Mobile. Glenn Story, I hope you're watching out there. You've been a tremendous friend. You've texted, you've called, you've seen what you could do. You've made donations. Patriot Mobile is your mobile carrier that you need to go with. So there's only one mobile company in America that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that is Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms, while also providing, and this is the key, you can have the mission, but you got to be good at it, exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all three of the main networks. Don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in. And boy, Patriot Mobile has been such a stalwart defender and supporter of Turning Point USA and this show. And so call 972-PATRIOT today, or go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That's patriotmobile.com/Charlie. They'll give you a free month of service with that promo code. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie, or call 972-PATRIOT and make the switch today. Thank you to Patriot Mobile for helping out so much. You know what you've done, and for supporting this show. Thank you, Glenn and Jenny. All right, so we are talking about the spirit of the age. You made this comment that I just felt was really powerful, Pastor Josh. You said, when Erica said this statement that you're not rivals, and she's defining the roles of men and women, that she put a spear through the spirit of the Jezebel spirit of our age. So let's play this cut, and then I'll let you finish that up. Clip 27.
But please be a leader worth following. Your wife is not your servant. Your wife is not your employee. Your wife is not your slave. She is your helper. You are not rivals. You are one flesh working together for the glory of God.
It's incredible.
Let's go.
It's incredible. It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
It's putting a spirit through your heart of chauvinism that would look down on a woman.
Yeah, got both sides. That's a good point.
Yeah,
she was an equal opportunity.
Everyone got to get shot. Everyone got to get addressed. So chauvinism, there's no room for that in biblical Christianity. Feminism, where men are put down and women are elevated. And so it was powerful. Can we read Bible verses on this show?
We could preach the gospel.
Let's go. Because you reminded me of this when you said it. It's in 2 Corinthians 10. In light of talking about spiritual warfare, Mark, I'd be interested in what you think of this. Paul says this. He says, the weapons we fight are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds. Now watch this. We demolish arguments and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God. That's what she was doing. And that's what made it so powerful. And then watch this. And we take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ. Christians typically read that verse, and a buddy of mine pointed this out, and we think of it as personal. Take captive my thoughts, don't have lustful thoughts, whatever. Paul is referencing taking captive thoughts in the context of public argumentation. He's calling Christians to, that's a wrong thought. Charlie was going around campuses and he was publicly taking captive those demonic thoughts and ideologies that really had the hearts and minds of students captive. And he was saying that's a wrong thought. That's a wrong idea. And he was demolishing these strongholds that set themselves up against the knowledge of God with the truth of the gospel. And that's what Erica was doing.
I love that.
And that's what made it so strong.
Well, yeah. I mean, Charlie, there's this great clip of him saying, my job is to confront evil. We might actually have that clip. I think we do have that clip. My job is to confront evil and to proclaim the truth. But let's just play this one just because it's fun to hear it in his own words. Let's play cut 28. This is Charlie with Tucker Carlson.
This is why your faith is the most important thing. Because for those of us that are Christians, you actually see what's going on, which is that we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities and darkness and spirits, that there's a spiritual war here. There is a God, and we are not him. That there is an entire dimension of angels and demons and spirits that are constantly struggling around us, and that there is a supernatural dimension.
Amen.
Crushed it. It's
no notes.
Well, see, part of it too, I said this, is I think that of all the political pundits and commentators I've met, very few would qualify to be a pastor according to the qualifications in the Bible. Charlie did. His character, his marriage, his personal integrity. And so I think an entire generation that was not in church, but they were online, I think they looked at Charlie as not just a big brother, but their pastor. So they were looking to him as to, okay, well, how do I get married? How do I have a family? What makes life meaningful? How do I know where the truth is? So Charlie was functioning as a pastor for an entire generation. Yeah. And so when he died, even those who weren't Christians, they felt this devastating personal, emotional loss. Yeah. And that's why. And then they went to church because that's what Pastor Charlie told them to do. Yeah. And so I believe that he is well known for his political work. I think that now we're seeing his spiritual work was at least as equally impactful.
Yeah, it was bigger. Yep. And so, I mean, this is where I want to end this conversation in the time we have left. We got the rest of this segment and the next segment. What's your word? So Erica said go to church. Elon Musk retweeted it,
which is wild. I would hope that I hope that he was tweeting it on his way to church.
Dude, we saw Elon Musk singing along,
singing some worship songs.
Wow,
let's go.
There's the tweet. She's not a super active tweeter poster, but when she does,
bingo,
she makes gold records. Is this? She
and thank you for doing this, Erica.
Yeah, thank you. And just to see Elon post that, and he posted, anyways, my point is,
what's happening there, I think, is, I don't know sure where Elon is with Jesus, but there's just a recognition that cultural Christianity is good for everyone.
Yes, I think Elon is very well aware that he does not want to live in an agnostic, atheist, Muslim country. He wants to live in a Christian one. He wants to live in one where people have virtue and honor and honesty and integrity, and they don't target him just because they don't like the fact that he's so rich. I mean, I think all that's very much playing into this, but I gotta believe that you do not sit through, and he sat through so much of it.
He sat through hours of gospel preaching,
and you can't. It's hard to sit through that to feel the Holy Spirit and go, it's not real.
Yeah. Well, and to ask too, what happens when I die?
Yes.
And what will they say?
Yes. And what was so powerful about that memorial?
And probably be confronted with the fact that he's under incredible amount of threats.
That's right.
Oh, his life is constantly in danger.
Yes. Yes. I was going to say, a friend pointed out to me, that was not an event that had been planned for 10 months.
Yeah, that was a week.
The event we sat in that was so sweet and so powerful didn't exist 10 days earlier.
Yeah.
And what it demonstrated was when you bump Christians with tragedy, what pours out is hope.
Well, yeah.
That's what's so powerful.
Well, and so what is the message to the shepherds, the pastors out there, Pastor Mark, Pastor Josh? How do they pass this test, and how do they step into the anointing of this new wine that is being poured out in the country? Because I think it's critical. One of the things Erica said, she said, shepherd them. Shepherd them.
So I'll pick it up there. There is a wild misunderstanding of what it means to shepherd. So in the Bible, animals are out in the field. They're exposed to wolves and predators. And so the shepherd has two jobs. One, to be tender with the flock. Two, to be tough for the flock. If we took out the word shepherd and we inserted the word cowboy, you would have the biblical understanding of a pastor. A pastor is supposed to be a cowboy, supposed to be able to kill wolves and protect sheep. And the problem we have today, they're not fighting wolves, and as a result, they're really not loving sheep. And so, the whole cultural phenomenon of the West and Western nostalgia and Yellowstone, people watching that, ultimately what they are thinking is this is what leadership should be like. It should be more like a cowboy. And so I think part of the new wine that is going to form a new wineskin will include pastors who are not just guys who feel comfortable holding sheep and walking around singing songs, but they're cowboys that also know how to defend and protect, and when a wolf shows up, are not afraid to put him down.
Dude, Charlie was a cowboy.
He was a cowboy. Charlie Kirk was a cowboy.
That's right.
And he moved to Arizona, and he fit really well because it's still a cowboy town.
Well, and he, you're talking about the Old Testament would use the word shepherd, right? David was a shepherd, but he was killing lions.
Yeah.
And that would come after the sheep.
He was carrying bags of enemies' foreskins around on his belt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
1, 2, 3, not it.
Exactly.
He was a dude.
He was a dude. And I
And
think that's what you're getting at, right? There
needs to be a little more masculine fortitude in leadership.
When I remember when I was sitting listening to your preaching, you would talk about there was this thing that you would say, we have this idea of Jesus being this spandex wearing fairy princess that just is singing these beautiful hymns in the clouds. It's like, no, look at Revelation. He's wielding a flaming sword, and he's coming to destroy the enemy and to protect his people.
Yes, that's the storyline of the Bible. And so for the church, fear is contagious, and so is courage. And that's what you saw with Charlie. If Charlie had manifested fear, nobody would have showed up for his funeral. Because he manifested courage, there's an entire generation saying, I choose faith, not fear. I choose courage, not cowardice.
Well, here, let's play this clip. This is Charlie with George Janko, who's also in the local area. Oh, 1 second. We almost got it loaded.
Okay.
And when we do, it's going to be real good. I promise.
Super good.
Our studio's like, hold it. It's loaded. Let's go ahead and play cut 30.
These moments where you're fighting for your country and you're getting these threats, does it alarm and concern you for your children?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, my wife is the best person ever, and she's a patriot, and she's a believer, and we don't want to have to be accountable to God when this life passes. And he asks, why did you not trust in me and not fight evil? Because we as Christians are called to fight evil. It's one of the lesser known scriptures, Psalm 97:10. For those of you that love God, you must hate evil.
Pastor Charlie.
There it is.
Well, it's funny because
Cowboy Pastor Charlie
spoke at so many churches in the last few years.
Yeah.
And he was always very clear, like, I'm not a pastor. I'm not a pastor. He was like, didn't want the label.
I think he was an accidental pastor.
He was and that was all him. I remember when he was starting it, I was like, okay, Charlie, have you met any of these? The church can be worse than politics. Yeah. Like, it's brutal out there.
Well, he talked about, he was told early on not to combine the two. And then somehow, either on his own or through mentoring, he's like, no, we have to connect these two or we won't be faithful.
No, exactly. He didn't bifurcate his faith. He did not compartmentalize it. Speaking of another guy that does not, I want to tell you about Alan Jackson, great partner of this show. We're honored to be partnering with Alan Jackson Ministries. And today I want to point you to their podcast. It's called Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson Podcast. What makes it unique is Pastor Alan's biblical perspective. He takes the truth from the Bible and applies it to issues we're facing today, just exactly what we're talking about: gender confusion, abortion, immigration, Doge, Trump in the White House, issues in the church. He doesn't just discuss the problems. He gives practical things we can do to make a difference. His guests have incredible expertise and powerful testimony. Each episode, you'll recognize the power of your faith and how God can use your life to impact our world today. The Culture and Christianity podcast is informative and encouraging, and you can find it on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any episodes. They have been so faithful to us, and we love those guys. So please check it out, support them. We're going to keep going. We've got some 6 points coming up for pastors. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
It's time for a whole new generation to wise up and rise up. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Genuinely honored by Y-Refi and their incredible support of this show. They were one of the first to call and say, you guys aren't going anywhere. We're going to stand by your side, whatever you need. And that's YRefi.com, YREFY.com. And they help you with student loan debt. So if you have private student loan debt, which is about $45 billion of which is labeled distressed, they can help you. They refinance distressed, defaulted private student loans that others won't even touch. And they support shows like ours that go through a traumatic experience and they won't leave our side. And so if that tells you anything about the type of character that is inside of this organization and what they do for their friends, they will be your friends and they will stand by you. So you don't have to be burdened by this debt, by this private student loan debt anymore. They can help get this load off of your shoulders. They will shoulder it with you. You can even miss payments every so often. They don't care about what your credit score is. So part of putting your shoulder back and being a man or a woman, being an adult growing up, is taking care of your financial house. So help them, let them help you. We'll be right back with radio. Final segment, guys. This has flown by. Pastor Mark Driscoll, Pastor Josh McPherson.
Nailed it, bro.
Just
third time's charm.
That's just becoming a gag. It's becoming a bit. So, guys, you have. So, I guess I'm going to throw it to you, Pastor Josh. Your admonition, your exhortation, your encouragement for pastors. You've kind of got it systematized. So you got a 6-point list.
Well, I preach to the book of Acts, and just an encouragement. Every pastor should preach verse by verse to the book of Acts. You'll see profound patterns that apply to this moment. Talking with pastors all across the country, I think there's reason to be encouraged. We are seeing, I would call it like 3.0 church planner, 1.0, 2.0. 3.0 church planner. They're bold, they're courageous, they're differentiated. They're not running the human calculus of how this is going to cost me politically, or will the board throw me out, or will the big donor leave. They're just fearless for Jesus' sake, and they're seeing their churches explode. 2, 3, 4, 5 years in, there's 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 people there. Numbers I've never seen in my lifetime. So just to encourage people listening, God is moving and working, and there's a remarkable crop of leaders coming up who are differentiated, fearless leaders. But here's what I've seen. There's three kind of categories of pastors. There's the confused pastor who's calling me on Saturday. Are you going to talk about Charlie or not? I don't know what to do. And they're not necessarily nefarious or cowardice. They're just unclear, right? And so I want to speak to those. There's the cowards who know what they should say, but have run the human calculus of what it might cost them and chose not to. Then you have the captured. They're just playing for the other team. It's the fourth pastor, the courageous, that I believe see the anointing of God and the move of God in this generation. That's who Charlie was. And so this six-fold grid of a pastor's asking what to do, this is what I would tell him to do. We got time for this?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Number one, set forth the truth plainly. We see Paul said, I preach to both Jews and Greeks, repent. Charlie was brilliant at this. He had an ability like nobody I've ever seen to set forth the truth in a plain and understandable way. Number two, demonstrate the Spirit's power. Paul said we came not with wise and persuasive words. Here's the thing. Was Charlie wise? Was he persuasive? Yes. But why was he so effective? Because he was working with the power of the Spirit. He wasn't just there using man's arguments. You know, Jesus said, hey, don't worry about what you're going to say when you go before principalities and powers. I'll be there with you. That was literally Charlie's life. No notes, no AI in front of thousands of people on a microphone, right? Yep. I think he was a walking demonstration of the Spirit's power. Oftentimes, the Holy Spirit's the most uninvited guest in our church. We have to invite the Holy Spirit. We have to plant, preach, grow churches that God wants to be at. Churches for God, not for man. Charlie would say that often. Third, boldly proclaim the truth. Paul said, I have not hesitated. And many pastors hesitate. Should I, would I stop running the man calculus of the cost that it's going to require of you and boldly proclaim the truth, whatever the cost? Because here's the cost that you should run. Will I say something or not say something that could cost me the anointing of God? That's what matters. Not who leaves or who stays or who tweets about you, but what God thinks about you. And if that's the grid through which you run the decisions that you make, you'll please the Lord and he'll bless you. Number four, live not by lies. Eric Metaxas talks about the spiral of silence. The less people speak up, the higher the cost for those who do. We saw that with Charlie.
So
Start speaking up. Refuse to pretend that boys can be girls and men can lactate. It's like, do not live by lies. And silence in this culture is perpetuating the lies. So we have to speak up about the lies. If you're on the wall, it's being attacked, and you're not at the point of the breach, you're not being faithful. Number five, you got to enjoy the King. Charlie did this so well. Set forth a clear and compelling vision of the beauty of following King Jesus, which means don't stop laughing and loving while you're making war.
Great.
Okay, we're to be laughing, happy warriors.
Yep.
And Charlie embodied that so well. He wasn't angry. He wasn't brooding. He wasn't shadowy. I mean, he was strong. He was strong and happy, and that comes from Erica and his children. And lastly, we got to fight downhill. And this would be my encouragement. Stop ceding the home field advantage.
That's
right? And I think this might look like if an institution is corrupt, we might need to step back from those corrupt institutions and start building new ones and better ones like ARCs that people are drowning.
The ones that are doing the right thing.
That's exactly right. That's exactly
I love that. And we should make that available to everybody, that list. In the minute I have remaining, I want to honor you, Pastor Mark. Charlie loved this book. This is called Doctrine. And it was when he was asked a couple weeks before, he mentioned this book, that this is one of the books that was really impacting him. And it's by you, Pastor Mark, and Gary Bashirs. And you generously have offered it free to this audience. So I want to make sure we have this on the lower. Text doctrine to 99383. Please put that on the, there you go. Text doctrine to 99383. You'll get a free copy of it, PDF. You get teaching sermons and all these other resources, totally free, no strings attached.
Just Bible teaching.
Just Bible teaching. And here's the thing, guys. You can also go to charliekirk.com. We're going to put it up for download there. And I asked if there was some way we could help you, and you just refused. And I just want to bless you and honor you for that.
Yeah, we don't want anything, just to help.
No, and it's just a really sweet gesture, and it's been my honor to host both of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you,
bro. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody, with Steve Deace. Until then.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because you have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
President Trump hosts last-ditch talks with congressional leaders to avoid a government shutdown.
The Democrats have become radical left lunatics. They have policies that nobody's going to buy, And, I see what's going on in New York. We're going to have perhaps a communist mayor because it's split up. If the people would get together and have one candidate, they'd have, I think, a pretty good chance. But it looks like maybe they're not going to do that. But we're going to end up with a communist mayor. It's not even believable, my beautiful New York.
A deadly attack on a church meeting house in Michigan, killing at least 2 people and injuring 8.
From what I understand, based on my conversations with the FBI director, all they know right now is this was an individual who hated people of the Mormon faith. And they are trying to understand more about this, how premeditated it was, how much planning went into it, whether he left a note. All of those questions have yet to be answered, but certainly will be answered.
One thing for sure, we must fight fire with fire.
New protests in Portland, Oregon, in response to President Trump ordering troops into the city that he claims is war-ravaged. The commander-in-chief vowing to protect ICE facilities he says are under siege by Antifa. Well, people are now taking to the streets. They are pushing back on the military move.
Antifa and other left-wing activists have rallied outside of this ICE facility here every night and clash with federal agents. Some of those protests even turning violent.
We say fight back! We say fight back! We say fight back! We say fight back!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We are here live in Washington, D.C. Today is September 29th, 2025, Anno Domini. It's the first show I've done in this studio since hosting the Charlie Kirk Memorial on September 11th, though we will be back in Phoenix for the rest of the week. Folks, go take a look at what happened this weekend. And after we got off the show on Friday evening, we got the word after we had interviewed the Assistant Secretary of Homeland Security, where we had been saying over and over that what we need here is an activation of the Joint Terrorism Task Forces. Well, kudos to Attorney General Pam Bondi, because that's exactly what she did. The full activation of the Joint Terrorism Task Forces, and this is across the country. So there's 200 of these, many in the major cities. That's typically where they operate out of. So New York, LA, Chicago, Philly, Washington, D.C. has a special situation, Phoenix, Dallas, you take your pick. So the Joint Terrorism Task Forces, these are the fusion and ops centers for intelligence sharing and for information that can go between the various domestic terrorist groups, some of which, by the way, Seattle, Portland, you will see flow of the fighters from various locales. They'll go from one AOR to another. So when they're moving between AORs, that's when the different Joint Terrorism Task Forces can pick them up or drop them off. And we've got to keep the pressure on. We saw incredible videos that came out over the weekend. This was great. It's still reactive, though. It's still in a reactive mode. So they're standing there, they're doing the protection, they did fantastic work, and my hat is off. Hat is absolutely off to the professional way that the ICE agents, the Border Patrol that came in to support, every other augment performed throughout this weekend. It was incredible. Also, we were able to break the news yesterday, even though it's a Sunday. We don't take days off around here. Human Events was able to break the news that the ICE officer who was involved in an incident that involved the spouse, it seems, of an illegal alien. It had been reported that he was placed under investigation, relieved of duty, that he has actually been restored to full active duty, fit for full duty, FFD, because of additional evidence that was found over the weekend. A full review of the situation took place, and it turned out that that ICE agent did not do anything wrong. So we're happy to report for you guys when something good does happen. And here's the end of the day. The people that are waging domestic insurrection against the United States of America, that have declared war on this country and all that we stand for, that we're trying to bomb. They actually uncovered a bomb at the Chicago ICE facility over the weekend. And more to the point, Charlie Kirk is not with us because of anti-fascist violence. Ladies and gentlemen, it will not stop until it is stopped. The networks are there. The networks are in place. The funding is in place. All of this needs to be investigated. It needs to be pressurized, and it needs to be wiped clean. It's really as simple as that. It needs to be wiped clean so the rest of us can go about our lives, so the rest of us can engage in civil American discourse. The troublemakers and the JTTFs know exactly who they are. They need to be rounded up. The financiers need to be shut down. Anyone involved in inciting or conspiracy to incite one of these riots, and that's what they are planned riots, they need to be taken down. It's really as simple as that. Now, we saw another horrific act of violence against an LDS church yesterday. Some other acts of violence over the weekend. We're going to get into all of that as we continue. Prime Minister Netanyahu expected to make an appearance at the White House soon. When that happens, we will cut to it, bring you all the news. Human Events Daily, right back. Real America's Voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Our wave and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily. We're in Washington, D.C. today. Folks, people always ask me, how do you get involved in the precious metals markets? Well, take a look. Gold is breaking all-time highs every single day. Silver is trading over $47, and the answer is simple: Allegiance Gold. Now, whether you're a collector looking for the best pricing in the market, or you're looking to protect your future, it doesn't matter if it's $5,000 or $5 million. It's time to get in. and it's time to act. So just go over to protectwithposo.com to get started. Allegiance Gold has the top ratings in the industry. Now, I've been partnered with them for years, and when you go to protectwithposo.com or call 844-577-POSO, you can move part of your 401k, IRA, or savings into real physical gold and silver, and you may qualify for up to $5,000 in free silver. With the way things are looking right now, the market, take a look at this free silver. That could be worth a lot more time just by the time it arrives securely at your doorstep. So go on over to 844-577-POSO. Give them a call. Visit protectwithposo.com. That's 844-577-7676 or protectwithposo.com. It is smart, secure, and simple. Call 844-577-7676. Now, we had this, and I was working the phones all day yesterday on this act of violence in Michigan, an attack on an LDS church, a Mormon church. The president potentially meeting here with Bibi Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel. We want to cut to that, and we'll go to it. We're not exactly sure when it's going to come out, but we'll let you know. But for the time being, we've got on Tyler Boyer. He's the COO of Turning Point Action. Tyler, how's it going, man?
Jack, it's good to be with you again. We've seen a lot of you lately.
A little bit, yeah. You can't get rid of me. We're obviously, for once, we're talking about something completely other than that we've been dealing with the last couple of days. But unfortunately, it's yet another act of violence. Caroline Leavitt came out and said that this was an act of violence directed at the Mormon church, directed at Mormons. Do you have any other information regarding this or potential motive here?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of speculation kind of revolved around the shooter here, specifically on how what their intent was. Obviously, I don't think you drive a car into an LDS church and unload and start throwing out IEDs if you don't have some kind of hatred for Mormons. So I think it's safe to say that exists, but what exactly was the motive? Was there people that he had interacted with? His politics? I know there's been some speculation. Remember, in Michigan, you don't have partisan voter registration, so it's a little bit more difficult to determine who a person is based off of their registration. There have been some suggestions based off of some kind of loosely posted pictures that he had some kind of axe to grind against Republicans or Trump. We just don't really know that quite yet. I think it's far more likely that religion played a factor in this, given that was the target here.
Yeah, and I'm actually seeing, so the Detroit Free Press has an article up saying that that a Burton City Council candidate said that he spoke to the man. I guess he had knocked on his door about a week prior. So they were out canvassing, and somebody knocked on his door potentially to either get a ballot for him or for one of the ongoing elections, and that he actually went on this suspect here went on a tirade against the LDS church, described Mormons as, quote, the Antichrist. The man was outgoing, polite, and extremely friendly, and it was his animosity towards the church didn't seem violent, but it was very much the standard anti-LDS talking points that you'd find, online. He said, this wasn't something that I would forget. And again, didn't say anything specific, but that's the latest as of an hour ago. They found someone apparently who, Tyler, as you just said, they don't have the registration, or at least the partisan registration, but we are in election time, and certainly something about canvassing, and this is something that those are the types of things, by the way, in canvassing that you would probably want to mark down in a special notes section.
Right. And it's really important to point out, so the LDS church is not huge in Michigan. There's probably a lot more threats against other religions within the state of Michigan. The members of the LDS church only make up about 1% of Michiganders. So it's not like this is a huge, quote unquote, problem that exists is just all this animosity. It seems like that this guy, based off that interaction that he had with the city council candidate, just had some kind of weird obsession with that, and that's why it even came up in that conversation potentially with that city council candidate. Maybe that gentleman believing that it was a bigger issue than was there, but this kind of spurred a lot of different conversations, because obviously we know Charlie was assassinated in Utah. There's been some kind of anti-Mormon rhetoric that's come out in the weeks from that were around that, even though the individual that was responsible was not seemingly religious at all. We'll get to know that shooter a little bit more deeply, but obviously Utah being the home of the LDS Church. And then you also had this week, the president of the LDS Church pass away, which is kind of a big deal within LDS culture. So you have this really odd convergence of things happening where there's just a lot of, forefront in the mind of the Mormon faith. Tomorrow, we actually are hosting an event, a Turning Point, on campus at Utah State University, which was where Charlie was supposed to have his second Utah stop in his original tour. So that's happening tomorrow, where we'll be interviewing a number of individuals who were present and involved around the assassination, meaning the individuals who were part and parcel to the news, including the governor and Jason Chaffetz, who he was there with his family at the time at Utah Valley University. So it should be really interesting, an interesting conversation, especially given the news of Michigan, and then also the bigger news of the LDS president passing away this last week.
Yeah, and I think there's, if anything, because I know a lot of people are trying to draw some kind of line between these horrific acts of violence that we've all seen. I've called it Bloody September. It started with an attack on a Catholic church, then a series of other attempts, then obviously Charlie's assassination, now an attack on a Mormon church, the LDS Church, which they, because it's so badly burned, we don't even know exactly how many fatalities there were, if others. Tyler, I think it's something to be said that obviously, Antifa is one thing, and that obviously exists separate to the broader issue of violence. There's lots of people who unfortunately commit violence, but I do think that there's something out there, something of a copycat effect out there, that when people see this on the news, that if you are, and studies have borne this out, that if you are someone who's sort of on that line, if you're someone who's got TBI or any other potential PTSD that that is left untreated, or it's not treated well, seeing these things in the news does tend to kind of push them over. And I think if anyone's looking for a bigger connection, I kind of feel like that might be it.
Yeah, I think it's you're bringing up an interesting point, that we're in kind of a dark period here. You referred to this month as Bloody September. It looks like we're entering an era, unfortunately, that violence is becoming thematic across the country, and we know that this is what happens, is that violence begets violence, is that people that see this, that are interested in attention in the sickest way possible, act on some of these thoughts that they've had in their head, and in particular in communities where they think it's okay. And this is why it's so important for our civilization to be able to embrace the godliness that we need to embrace, which has been one of the positives that's come out of Charlie's assassination, rather, is that we've had many people turn their hearts towards God and want to be better people. But unfortunately, where that light is cast, sometimes there's darkness that comes in with really evil people trying to thwart it. And so regardless of what the motive is here with this in Michigan, it's without a doubt pure evil that is driving some of these forces, and we're going to probably see more of it as the battle wages on between good and evil in America. No,
I think that's right. I mean, the very first thing that I tweeted out was that this is demonic. And, as Christians, look, guys, I'm more than happy to have the various debates and gosh, we've had them on the show so many times. It's like we've got Catholics, we've got Mormons, we've got evangelicals, but at the end of we've had them with Charlie so many times. But at the end of the day, when we're all under attack, we're all under attack. And that's what it comes down to. This is demonic influence. There's no question about that. Demons are writhing in pain when people gather together to worship Christ Jesus. That's the end of it. And it almost feels like when the switch is flipped, that you're going to see, unfortunately, more and more of this. And actually, Tyler, when we come back, we didn't get to it in this situation. I want to talk about the fact that there's a silver lining here, is that we had a good guy with a gun. And at the end of the day, that's what it's going to come down to. We all need to be getting smarter. We all need to be training more. We all need to be understanding that there's a real and serious threat. So it's time to take it seriously. Be right back. Jack Posobiec, Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
It's Mama Rev in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rev, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
About influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
Jack Posobiec, we're back live, Human Events Daily. We're talking to Tyler Boyer about this shooting and bombing of an LDS church up in Michigan. But Tyler, I know the president's going to be speaking very soon here, but I got to ask you, man, it was a good guy with a gun who stopped this, and that needs to be said over and over.
Yeah, one of the church leaders that was at on the dais was a person who happened to be carrying a gun, actually in the face of church policy, believe it or not. It's come out that church policy a few years ago was encouraging people to not carry at church, which is, I think, a total and huge mistake. Thank goodness for this man who was able to exchange fire, it sounds like, based off of reports with the shooter, was able to save probably dozens of lives, maybe even more than that, by keeping the individual busy until police got there. And our understanding is that the police put him down. There's a little bit of confusion whether the individual put him down or police did, but it sounds like the individual who was carrying got shot. So he's a total hero, saved tons of lives. And that's what we got to see more of. In particular, we've got to have people defending and protecting our churches. We have
wait.
individuals.
So I want to drill down on something real quick. This wasn't like a security guard. This was one of the people on the dais, actually.
Yeah, this is in the LDS faith they call second counselor in the bishopric. So you have a bishop who's kind of like the pastor or priest, and they have two counselors who join them. So all three of them are sitting on the stand, and so obviously they had looks, and so he was able to pull out his gun, and it sounds like exchange fire with the individual. And again, thank goodness he was there, because who knows who else would have been murdered if had he not had exchanged fire with that individual. It sounds like he was shot, is what the reports are. So we're praying for them. Obviously, it's just another example of why it's so important to carry, is that you have individuals who are sitting ducks in places like churches and theaters and things like that. And the best way to fight the bad guys with guns is good guys with guns. And we know that from experience after experience.
I mean, it has to be said. And, I wish, hey, don't we all wish we didn't live in the world that we live in? And, I hear the Democrats, the liberals run around. And by the way, Michigan already has red flag laws. So, this is a situation where, the red flag laws didn't work here. The system didn't work for whatever reason. And, this guy was able to do what he did. And ultimately, it has to come down to that. And this is what I talk about with violence at the network level. When we're talking about network violence, like decentralized, distributed, open source network warfare, I talked about it on CNN, asymmetric civil warfare. That's what we're seeing. And the only way ultimately to stop that is with some type of state force. Okay, we're being told, Tyler, that the president is walking out. Tell people real quick where they can follow you.
Yep, just at Tyler Boyer, BOWYER. Follow along.
All right, thanks so much, Tyler. Tomorrow. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, I believe a Gaza potential peace plan is being presented
today.
So this
is a big day, a beautiful day, potentially one of the great days ever in civilization. Things that have been going on for hundreds of years and thousands of years. We're at a minimum very, very close, and I think we're beyond very close. And I want to thank Bibi for really getting in there and doing a job. We've worked well together, as we have with many other countries, both of us, with many other countries, which is the only way this whole situation gets solved. And I'm not just talking about Gaza. Gaza is one thing, but we're talking about much beyond Gaza. The whole deal, everything getting solved. It's called peace in the Middle East. So today is a historic day for peace, and Prime Minister Netanyahu and I have just concluded an important meeting on many vital issues, including Iran, trade, the expansion of the Abraham Accords, and most importantly, we discussed how to end the war in Gaza, but it's just a part of the bigger picture, which is peace in the Middle East. And let's call it eternal peace in the Middle East. So this is far more than anybody expected, but the level of support that I've had from the nations in the Middle East and surrounding Israel and neighbors of Israel has been incredible. Incredible. Every single one of them. This afternoon, after extensive consultation with our friends and partners throughout the region, I'm formally releasing our principles for peace, which people have really liked, I must say. And these are done not just routinely done, these are done with total consideration and working with the nations that we're talking about. All of these nations have made contributions to those suggestions. I want to thank the leaders of many Arab and Muslim nations for their tremendous support in developing the proposal, along with many of our allies in Europe. Europe has been very much involved, and as I was called by many of the European leaders, most of them saying, is this true? are you really doing peace in the Middle East? This is the most incredible thing we've heard. Some think it's the biggest thing they've ever heard. They called just to find out, was it just a rumor or is it actually done? And then they said, have you spoken to the Arab leaders? Have you spoken to all of the other leaders that we have to get? A lot of people involved in this one. I also want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for agreeing to the plan and for trusting that if we work together, we can bring an end to the death and destruction that we've seen for so many years, decades, even centuries, and begin a new chapter of security, peace, and prosperity for the entire region. And I want to just say that my meetings and dialogue that we had with so many countries, Saudi Arabia as an example, the king is a phenomenal person. The Emir of Qatar, he's incredible people. UAE, and that's MBZ and ABZ. We're totally involved. These are the people that we've been dealing with and who've been actually very much involved in this negotiation, giving us ideas, things they can live with, things they can't live with. Pretty complex. I mean, after 2,000, 3,000 years, whatever it is, I guess it's got to be a little complex, or it would have been done a long time ago. The King of Jordan was with us, as you know, in the United Nations. The President of Turkey, President Erdogan, is a friend of mine, a strong man, but a good man. President of Indonesia, somebody who's an amazing leader. Prabowo, he is an amazing leader and respected by everybody. He was in the room with us. We were together with most of these people that I'm mentioning. Others were by phone or the next day. The Prime Minister and the Field Marshal of Pakistan, they were with us right from the beginning. Incredible. In fact, they just put out a statement that they fully believe in this pact. It just came out just as I was walking around. They said, sir, you have a big notice from the Prime Minister of Pakistan and from the Field Marshal that they back this 100%. President El-Sisi of Egypt, who's terrific. And these are people I've gotten to know over the years. I mean, I would say it started around 2015 and then went into 2016 when the presidency officially began. But I've known him actually for a long time, and there are many cases really great men. I can't say in all cases, but I will tell you in many cases they're great men and some great women too. They tend to be mostly men, however, I will say that. But if accepted by Hamas, this proposal calls for the release of all remaining hostages immediately, but in no case more than 72 hours. So the hostages are coming back, and I hate even saying this from the standpoint, doesn't sound right, but it is so important to the parents. The bodies of the young men, I believe in almost all cases, the young men are coming back immediately. I met with parents. The parents felt as strongly about getting the body of their dead boy back as they did as though the boy were alive and well. It's so important to them. And it means the immediate end to the war itself, not just Gaza. It's the war itself. Under the plan, Arab and Muslim countries have committed, and in writing in many cases, but I actually would take their word for it. The people I mentioned, I'd take their word for it, to demilitarize Gaza, and that's quickly. Decommission the military capabilities of Hamas and all other terror organizations. Do that immediately. And we're relying on the countries that I named and others to deal with Hamas. And I'm hearing that Hamas wants to get this done too, and that's a good thing. And destroy all terror infrastructure, including the tunnels, weapons of production facilities. They have a lot of production facilities that we're destroying. They'll also help train local police forces in the areas that we're discussing right now. in particular in and around Gaza, working with the new transitional authority in Gaza. All parties will agree on a timeline for Israeli forces to withdraw in phases. They'll be withdrawing in phases. No more shooting, hopefully, as progress is made toward achieving these goals. Arab and Muslim nations need to be allowed the chance to fulfill these commitments of dealing with Hamas. They have to deal with them because they were the one group that we have not dealt with. I haven't dealt with them. But the Arab countries are going to, and Muslim countries are going to be dealing with Hamas, and I believe they've already been there. I think they probably have an understanding, and they haven't maybe mentioned that, but I would imagine they do. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone as far as they've gone. If they're unable to do so, then Israel would have the absolute right, and actually our full backing, the U.S. full backing. Marco's here, and a lot of our leaders are here, our great Vice President, Susie Wiles, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. They've been so involved in this process. I don't think anybody else could have done it or even come close. But it's we're right there. We're right there. First time in thousands of years, I think you can probably say, if you really look into it, if you study back, if you're a scholar, you would say thousands of years. Israel would have my full backing to finish the job of destroying the threat of Hamas. But I hope that we're going to have a deal for peace. And if Hamas rejects the deal, which is always possible, they're the only one left. Everyone else has accepted it. But I have a feeling that we're going to have a positive answer. But if not, as you know, Bibi, you'd have our full backing to do what you would have to do. Everyone understands that the ultimate result must be the elimination of any danger posed in the region, and that danger is caused by Hamas. The tyranny of terror has to end, and this is, again, something that we're looking for. This is eternity. This is for forever. To ensure the success of this effort, my plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body, the Board of Peace, we call it, the Board of Peace, sort of a beautiful name, the Board of Peace, which will be headed, not at my request, believe me, I'm very busy, but we have to make sure this works. The leaders of the Arab world, and Israel, and everybody involved asked me to do this, so it would be headed by a gentleman known as President Donald J. Trump of the United States. That's what I want, is some extra work to do, but it's so important that I'm willing to do it, and we'll do it right, and we're going to put leaders from other countries on, and leaders that are very distinguished leaders, and we'll have a board, and one of the people that wants to be on the board is the UK former Prime Minister, Tony Blair, good man, very good man, and some others. And they'll be named over the next few days. And it'll be quite the board. Working, everybody wants to be on it now. I don't know if that had anything to do. They named me and everybody else wanted to be on it. I guess they figure, well, he's a soft touch. He'll be easy to deal with. Working with the World Bank and others, it'll be responsible for recruiting and training a new government that will be made up of Palestinians, along with highly qualified experts from all around the world. Hamas and other terrorist factions will play no role in the board, but they'll play no role in the governance of Gaza at all, directly or indirectly. As you know, thousands of Hamas leaders have been killed, and soldiers have been killed. And we can never forget October 7th, but thousands have paid the price for that. And now it's time to get our hostages back and get back to trying to build something that's really great and very important. In our meeting today, Prime Minister Netanyahu was very clear about his opposition to a Palestinian state. And he continuously mentions October 7th, and I understand that. Most people do. And I understand and respect his position on many things, but what he's doing today is so good for Israel. And I noticed that they have large crowds gathering in Israel all the time, and they have my name up. They like me for whatever reason, maybe I don't know, but they do like me. But they say two things: please get the hostages back, and please end the war. They've had it. It's had it. So I think it's a very popular thing you do, because he's a warrior. He doesn't know about getting back to a normal way of life, but he is a warrior, and Israel's lucky to have him. But now the people want to get back to peace. They want to get back to normalization in a true sense. Several countries have foolishly recognized the Palestinian state. As you know, some of our European friends, allies, good people, but they're really, I think, doing that because they're very tired of what's going on for so many decades. They've been presidents and prime ministers for years, and during this time, having to do with the Middle East, all they're doing is talking about the same thing over and over. They want to see it get back. And nobody wants that more than me, or I believe Bibi too. But the people of Israel want it. They really want it. They want the hostages back. That includes the probably 32 bodies that we're talking about, 20 people that are living, 32 or so people that are dead, and they want to have peace. So let us not forget how we got here. Hamas was elected by the Palestinian people. Israel withdrew from Gaza thinking they would live in peace. Remember that a long time ago? They withdrew. They said, you take it. This is our contribution to peace. But that didn't work out. That didn't work out. It was the opposite of peace. They pulled away. They let them have it. And I never forgot that, because I said, that doesn't sound like a good deal to me. As a real estate person, I mean, they gave up the ocean, right? Ron, they gave up the ocean. They said, who would do this deal? And it still didn't work out. They were very generous, actually. And they gave up the most magnificent piece of land in many ways in the Middle East. And they said, all we want to do now is have peace. And that request was not honored. Instead of building a better life for the Palestinians, Hamas diverted resources to build over 400 miles of tunnels and terror infrastructure, rocket production facilities, and hid their military command posts and launch sites in hospitals, schools, and mosques. So if you went after them, you'd be after them, and you wouldn't even realize you ended up knocking out a hospital or school or a mosque. A terrible thing, terrible way to have to fight. No fight is good, but that's a real bad one. So there are many Palestinians who wish to live in peace. Many. I've seen so many of them. And they have support. And I challenge the Palestinians to take responsibility for their destiny, because that's what we're giving them. We're giving them responsibility for their destiny, fully condemn and prohibit terrorism and earn their way to a brighter future. They don't want the life that they've had. They've had a rough life with Hamas. If the Palestinian Authority does not complete the reforms that I laid out in my vision for peace in 2020, they'll have only themselves to blame. We're giving them an amazing footprint, and they have amazing support from the leaders of the Arab world and the Muslim world, the great leaders. These are great leaders. These are unbelievable leaders that have built great countries and very wealthy countries. What the future holds for the Palestinians, no one really knows, but the plan that we put forward today is focused on ending the war immediately, getting all of our hostages back, getting everything back. Hard to believe when you even say it, and creating conditions for durable Israeli security and Palestinian success. Israeli security is going to be involved. We're going to help you. We'll be there with you in terms of helping with security. We want to make sure it works. We just want to make sure it works. There shouldn't be a shot fired. Now, there will be, I guess, because that's the way it seems to be, but there shouldn't have to be within a few days. There shouldn't have to be a shot fired. And maybe for eternity. Wouldn't that be nice? I hope it's true. I can tell you the leadership of that region feels that there's a good chance of it being true. So this will lead to this agreement that we're talking about will lead to a sustainable, long-term peace. No president in history has been a greater friend of the state of Israel than I have, in addition to negotiating the Abraham Accords. I like to say it that way because the real people, that's what they call Abraham. I would say Abraham, but it's so much nicer when you say Abraham. So much more elegant. But the Abraham Accords, they were amazing. Jared, you did that along with your group of geniuses, and nobody thought that could be done. We have 4 countries, and Sleepy Joe Biden didn't do a thing. He didn't even know what the hell they were. He should have had them filled up. But I think this will also lead to packing them. And who knows, maybe even Iran can get in there. I hope, we hope we're going to be able to get along with Iran. I think they're going to be open to it. I really believe that. But they could be a member. I long ago said, I'll bet you at some point Iran will be a member of the Accords, and little did I realize it was going to take this turn. That was some turn we did with the B-2s. But I think they might very well be there because it's a great thing for them economically. I recognize the eternal capital of Israel. I opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. That was something that everyone said would never be done, could never be done. Virtually every president for many, many years, for decades, would campaign on making Jerusalem the capital of Israel. They campaigned on it over and over. Is that right, Steve? Is that right? Everyone, and when they got to it, and I understand why now, because it was so. When I got to office, I campaigned on it too. I said, we're going to make it. And then I'd get calls from the leaders of various countries saying, please don't do it. Please don't do it. It'll end the whole world. Please don't do it. And finally, I just didn't say anything, and I did it. People were calling me before I did it because I heard I was going to do it. And leaders of countries were calling me. And I think it was on a Thursday that I did it. And they'd call me Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 3-4 times a day. And I said, tell them I'll call them back on Friday. And I announced it on Thursday. And I called them back, the biggest people in the world. And they said, you've done it. I said, done what? You've made the capital of Israel, Jerusalem. And we wanted to talk yet. I wish you called me a little sooner. Maybe I could have done something about it. So that was a lot easier than getting into an argument, because I knew what they were calling about. And you know what? It turned out to be amazing. Everybody thought it was going to lead to the end of the world, right? The end of the world, Ron. That's what they said. It didn't lead to anything. It just led to something that I promised, and something that was very, very popular for Jewish people and a lot of other people, too. I recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and I cut taxpayer funding to the corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency. And United Nations was interesting because, as you know, a few days ago they introduced me. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. I'm looking at my teleprompter, and the thing was dead, stone cold, dead. The thing's up here. I have a long, beautiful speech to make. I'm back 30 feet back, and I'm saying, they're introducing me. There's nothing on my teleprompter. So, but I made a speech. I actually got good marks. You think Biden could have done that? I don't think so. I don't think he could have done that. I don't think too many people could have done it. But actually, it was actually more of a speech from my heart, if you want to know the truth. I think it was maybe better in certain ways because it was from the heart. It has to be from the heart. Otherwise, you're in big trouble. But I cut taxpayer funding for that very corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency, and nobody thought that would be done, and withdrew from the horrible Iran nuclear deal that was imposed upon Israel by Barack Hussein Obama and Biden. And I don't think Biden knew anything about it, though. I don't think he knows anything about it now, actually, if you ask him. He'd say, what is that? And we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity, making it impossible for them to have a nuclear weapon, which they would have had probably in about 2 months from that. But I've never asked Israel to compromise its security, but we had big, strong talk. Nobody's been better to Israel. No president's been better to Israel than Donald Trump. But we had a long, strong talk, Bibi and I, and he understands it's time. It's time. History has shown, and the people of Israel want it. And the people of the Middle East want it. The people of enemies of Israel want it, but they don't have really too many enemies right now. And you know what? Many countries have gained great respect for Israel, for the way they fight, for the job they do, including me. I had respect anyway, but they gained respect. History has shown us that those who have relations with Israel have thrived, while those who have devoted resources and attention toward the destruction and even annihilation of Israel have languished. They haven't done well. Israel is not going anywhere. They're going to coexist with other people and countries in the region, from Syria to Lebanon to Saudi Arabia. The promise of a new Middle East is so clearly within our reach. This is the closest we've ever come to real peace, not fake peace, not political fool's peace. If we can get this difficult problem solved, the opportunities for all within that vast region of this world, it's a vast region, it's unlimited. The Abraham Accords show that all countries are better off when they communicate and work together and embrace new opportunities. I hope Jared and Steve and Susie and Marco and JD, we have great people. I hope you guys are going to work very hard to get these other countries in, because now they have no excuse. There's no longer an excuse. They were some were hesitant. And I tell you, the 4 countries that went in, I give them tremendous credit, and it's worked out incredibly well for them. In the same spirit, I'm pleased to report that earlier today we took another important step toward greater understanding in the region. A short time ago, we had a historic phone call in the Oval Office with Prime Minister Tani, who's really a great person. So we had a great talk, and I was on the phone, and Bibi was talking. Prime Minister Al-Thani was of Qatar. They really had a heart-to-heart conversation. It was a great conversation, I thought. It was productive. It was everything that you need to have something turn out to be successful. And I want to thank Bibi, and I want to thank the Prime Minister. It was fantastic. We agreed to launch a formal trilateral mechanism between Israel, Qatar, and the United States to begin a dialogue to enhance mutual security, correct misperceptions, and avoid future misgivings. And I want to thank Qatar, its leadership, and the Emir. He's a fantastic person. I think, I'm going to be his public relations man, because I know him differently than a lot of people know him. But he wants peace. He wants to see peace. And his people, and they really acknowledge the critical role that they've played as mediator. And again, we're not quite finished. We have to get Hamas, but I think they're going to be able to do that. So now it's time for Hamas to accept the terms of the plan that we've put forward today. And again, this is a different Hamas than we were dealing with, because I guess over 20,000 have been killed. Their leadership has been killed 3 times over. So you're really dealing with different people than we've been dealing with over the last 4 years, 5 years. Everyone has done their part and come to the table in good faith. Our Arab and Muslim partners are fully prepared to step up and fulfill their commitments for the benefit of the people of Gaza and the entire region. They're willing to step up and do a lot. They really are. There are a lot of good people involved. Everybody who wants to see an end to the violence and destruction should be united in calling for Hamas to accept the extremely fair proposal so that we can end the war and get us back our hostages right now and have everlasting peace. And I look forward to having relationships with everyone. As the chairman of the board, I'll be involved, and we'll have meetings with some very smart people that'll be working over there to make sure that we haven't just been wasting time with an agreement that doesn't get done. The task of building peace will not be easy. There are some of the hardest problems in the world to solve, and that's why it's been going on for so many centuries. But too many lives are at stake not to try, and this is more than a try. I mean, I think this is something that gets done when you have virtually every country, and these are powerful countries that have a lot of money, and the money can make things happen. A lot of countries try and they don't have any money. These are very rich countries that can make things happen. So together we'll forge a much safer and more hopeful future for everybody. including Israel. And I want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for his partnership. And I want to thank all of the leaders, the kings and the emirs and the presidents and prime ministers, people I mentioned. And they've been absolutely fantastic to work with. And it's just happened very quickly. It's happened from a couple of weeks before I had a couple of meetings, but a couple of weeks before we went to the United Nations, and we had some incredible meetings. It all came to place. It all took place, and everybody wanted to be a part of it. I don't have anybody that's saying we don't want anything to do with it. It's just the opposite. And I'll tell you, a couple of years ago, a year ago, I don't think we would have had this kind of participation, Mr. VP, right? I don't think we would have had. It's been amazing. The participation was 100%. Everybody wants to be a part of it. And everybody, those very strong countries, everybody wants it to work. So, Bibi, congratulations on this. I think this will be your crowning achievement, frankly. If this all works out, we think it will. It's going to be your crowning achievement. And I want to thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, first I want to thank you for graciously hosting me once again in the White House. And second, I want to thank you for your friendship and for your leadership. From Jerusalem to Tehran, from the Golan Heights to Gaza, you've proven time and again what I've said many times. You are the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House. And Mr. President, you and I both know it's not even close. While you focus at home on making America great again, your leadership abroad is changing the world for the better, ending wars and advancing peace. I believe that today we're taking a critical step towards both ending the war in Gaza and setting the stage for dramatically advancing peace in the Middle East, and I think beyond the Middle East, in very important Muslim countries. I support your plan to end the war in Gaza, which achieves our war aims. It will bring back to Israel all our hostages, dismantle Hamas's military capabilities, end its political rule, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. We would not have achieved this turning point without the courage and sacrifice of our incredibly brave soldiers. They fight like lions to defend the people of Israel, and they serve on the front line in the war between civilization and barbarism. Mr. President, when our two countries stand shoulder to shoulder, we achieve the impossible. Just a few months ago, in Operation Rising Lion and Operation Midnight Hammer, we struck a decisive blow against Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program. Your bold decision to send those B-2s made the region safer and the world safer. Now, under your leadership, we're taking the next step to win the war and expand the peace. Your plan is consistent with the 5 principles my government set for the end of the war and the day after Hamas. Everybody asks, what is your plan for the day after Hamas? Here's our plan. Pass it in the cabinet. All our hostages, both those who are alive and those who died, all of them will return home immediately. Hamas will be disarmed. Gaza will be demilitarized. Israel will retain security responsibility, including a security perimeter for the foreseeable future. And lastly, Gaza will have a peaceful civilian administration that is run neither by Hamas nor by the Palestinian Authority. If Hamas agrees to your plan, Mr. President, the first step will be a modest withdrawal followed by the release of all our hostages within 72 hours. The next step will be the establishment of an international body charged with fully disarming Hamas and demilitarizing Gaza. I appreciate your willingness to lead the body, Mr. President. I really appreciate it because you have a lot of things to do, and this is important. And it reflects the confidence that this will give everyone, that things will be followed up on all the commitments made. The fact that you're taking this on, I think, helps a lot to make sure that everything flows in the direction that we want. Now, if this international body succeeds, we will have permanently ended the war. Israel will conduct further withdrawals linked to the extent of disarmament and demilitarization, but will remain in the security perimeter for the foreseeable future. I think we should understand that we're giving everybody a chance to have this done peacefully, something that will achieve all our war objectives without any further bloodshed. But if Hamas rejects your plan, Mr. President, or if they supposedly accept it and then basically do everything to counter it, then Israel will finish the job by itself. This can be done the easy way, or it can be done the hard way, but it will be done. We prefer the easy way, but it has to be done. All these goals must be achieved because we didn't fight this horrible fight, sacrifice the finest of our young men to have Hamas stay in Gaza and threaten us again and again and again with these horrific massacres. Mr. President, I was encouraged by your clear statement at the UN against the recognition of a Palestinian state. That would be an outcome that, after October 7th, would reward terrorism, undermine security, and endanger Israel's very existence. As for the Palestinian Authority, I appreciate your firm position that the PA can have no role whatsoever in Gaza without undergoing a radical and genuine transformation. In your 2020 peace plan, which you mentioned just now, you made clear what that transformation requires. It's not lip service. It's not checking a box. It's a fundamental, genuine, and enduring transformation. And that means ending pay to slay, changing the poisonous textbooks that teach hatred to Jews, to Palestinian children, stopping incitement in the media, ending lawfare against Israel at the ICC, the ICJ, recognizing the Jewish state, and many, many other reforms. It won't come as a surprise to you that the vast majority of Israelis have no faith that the PA Leopard will change its spots. But rather than wait for this miraculous transformation, your plan provides a practical and realistic path forward for Gaza in the coming years, in which Gaza will be administered neither by Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority, but by those committed to a genuine peace with Israel. I think this can be not only a new beginning for Gaza, I think it can be a new beginning for the entire region. Under your leadership, we can re-energize, well, I've got to contribute my own, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords. That's what it's called in the original Hebrew, Abraham. Abraham is fine, Abraham, however you want to call it. Under your leadership, Mr. President, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords that we forged 5 years ago. We can expand them to many more Arab and Muslim nations that choose moderation over extremism. I think there's an opportunity here. It's not going to be easy, it's tough going, but I think if we succeed, you're absolutely right. We're going to open possibilities that nobody even dreamed of. But I think we dream of them. As you've told me, Mr. President, and you've told the world many, many times, you said, remember October 7th. Remember October 7th. And we do. We will never forget the horrors of October 7th, and we will do whatever is necessary to make sure they don't happen again. Since October 7th, Israel's enemies have learned a hard truth. Those who attack us pay a heavy price, but those who partner with us advance progress and security for their peoples. President Trump just said it. It's also in the Bible. It says, those who will bless you will be blessed, and those who will curse you will be cursed. And that's actually what is happening. We want the blessings. I think we've done a lot in the past 2 years to end the curse. We're not finished, but we've done a lot. And we've done a lot together to end the curse. I want to thank your entire team for their efforts to get to this point. I especially want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for their indefatigable work to bring Israel and Arab states in the region closer together. I am deeply grateful to both of them for their work. We had a phone call today just to make it clear. I said to the Prime Minister of Qatar, Israel was targeting terrorists, wasn't targeting Qatar. And of course, we regretted the loss of the Qatari citizen, wasn't our target. And I very much appreciate President Trump's proposal to have a trilateral body, the United States, Israel, and Qatar, to work out respective grievances. There are quite a few. But if we could try to mitigate them or put it on a different footing, I think that'll be good for everyone. Above all the people, the fine team, and many helpers who've done this, I want to thank you, Mr. President. History has already shown that under your leadership, Israel and America can change the face of the Middle East. And today I'm hopeful that your plan to end the war in Gaza will do so again and do so soon. It will free our hostages, end Hamas's tyranny in Gaza, and enable a more secure and prosperous future for the peoples of our region. Thank you, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. May God bless the indispensable alliance between our countries. And may I add in Hebrew, Gemal Chatima Tova, may we all be inscribed in the book of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bibi. So I think while we wait for these documents to be signed and get everybody in line, I think it maybe is not really appropriate to take questions. I'm meeting with, as you know, a couple of Democrats in a little while about the country, about keeping our country open. They're going to have to do some things because their ideas are not very good ones. They're very bad for our country. So we'll see how that works out. But this is something that was really historic today. This was something that was amazing. I think, Bibi, I mean, depending on you, I think while we're waiting for signatures and waiting for approvals from a lot of different countries that are involved in this, we probably shouldn't take questions? Or would you like to take a question or two from perhaps a friendly Israeli reporter, if there's such a thing?
That's a very, very tough proposition. But I would think, Mr. President, that I would go by your instinct that this is, we'll have enough time for questions. Let's settle the issue first, I think.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you.
America's Voice Live now. You've seen President Donald Trump with Bibi Netanyahu there taking to the podium to make several comments about the future of Gaza and a plan going forward. Qatar has been brought into the conversation, as have the other countries. What happens next, they say, kind of depends on how things line out. So they didn't even take questions, which is not, I wouldn't say that that's particularly normal. To discuss this, former Congressman, Executive Director of the American Constitutional Right Union, Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, is here with me. Lieutenant Colonel, nice to see you, sir.
Thanks for having me, Steve.
I know you had a chance to listen to some of the comments there. Look, this has been going on for a while now, since October the 7th, 2023. Do you feel like we're finally making progress here, getting some traction and moving forward? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think the most important thing is we have to have our Arab partners come to the realization that Hamas cannot continue to exist. Hamas cannot continue to be the governing authority in Gaza. And it's very disconcerting and quite disturbing. I'm sitting here right now in Montreal, Canada, that you had the Prime Minister Carney, you had the UK Prime Minister Starmer, the French President Macron, and also the Prime Minister of Australia come out and support a quote-unquote Palestinian state, but they really don't understand the conditions by which that needs to be done. And they are really supporting a terrorist state, an establishment of a terrorist state. So I think that not just the partners there in the Middle East, but also some of the people in Western civilization, we need to make sure we clean out the Hamas problem first and foremost.
You know, if we get rid of Hamas, though, people are going to say, I'm going to look at this and say, look, I've watched this my entire life, Colonel. You have as well. If not Hamas, then ISIS, then the Taliban, the Muslim Brotherhood. It always seems somebody shows up in that vacuum to pick up the mantle of terrorism, to continue attacking, to continue the bloodshed. How do we keep that from recurring over and over again?
No, you're absolutely right. We've been playing whack-a-mole for quite some time, ever since September 11th, and we continue to see these new organizations creep up. You know, I remember when I was a member of Congress and we were over there in Israel sitting in the cabinet room with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and he said very succinctly, if you leave no force presence in Iraq, something's going to fill that void, something's going to fill that back, and that's a basic law of physics that if you create a void, something's going to fill it. So I think it's very important that we put the pressure on these state sponsors of Islamic terrorism. We put the pressure on these countries that are harboring these Islamic terrorists. And I think it has to be a constant pressure, not just ramping up for an event and then going back down because that's when they reemerge. And we're already seeing ISIS and Al-Qaeda and even the Taliban. They're starting to reemerge and exert more power. And look at what's happening in Syria with the destruction of the Christian communities and villages there.
Yeah, absolutely true. And the concern is that every time you eradicate one of these things, whack-a-mole, the way you put it, another one rears its ugly head, and on we go with Hezbollah and ISIS and all the rest. We need to find a way forward that doesn't include all this. And I agree with you. The United States is going to stand strong against this idea that there's a state of Palestine, not that I'm aware of, not in my lifetime. And I think that the vision has to remain clear. I'll give you the last word on this, then we're going to hold you through the break for some other conversations we'd like to have, sir. Bring the Israel conversation to a close.
Well, I think it's so important right now. We have a unified front, because what you have seen is that we have really never defined this Islamic terrorist enemy. You know, we talk about a war on terror, but understand terror is a tactic. You don't, as a nation, declare war on a tactic. That'd be just like saying in World War II we were fighting against the blitzkrieg or the kamikaze. So we really have to define who this enemy is. And look at what is happening right there in your home state in Michigan, in Dearborn, Michigan, where we have that Muslim mayor that is there, not, decrying him for being a Muslim, but telling a Christian minister he's not welcome in the city because they want to name a street in Dearborn, Michigan after someone who supports Islamic terrorism.
No, we
have an issue right here in our own home.
Yeah, they did it. You're exactly right. So hold that thought right there. I want to talk about political violence and so much more with Lieutenant Colonel Alan West. We're going to take a break here on America's Voice Live. We'll continue with the Colonel after this.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. thank you for standing in the gap. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
This is Giselle Chapin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. #1 news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Let me begin by saying it is a tragedy what happened at that Mormon church in Michigan yesterday, not too far from where I am at the moment, actually. A man attacked the church, opened fire, set the place on fire, as you know, and the shooting left at least 4 people dead, several injured. The assailant, the killer, a 40-year-old former U.S. Marine, it appears, who was killed when police responded. And let me just be clear about this. Claims that he's part of the MAGA movement or a conservative. I can assure you, as soon as he attacked, if that is even true, he was no longer part of the conservative movement. It's not how conservatives conduct themselves. Colonel West, back to it with you. You can claim anything you want, but once you did that, you're no longer part of my team at all. You're out. You're not a conservative. You're not a Christian. You're not even an American as far as I'm concerned. Your thoughts?
Individual made a horrific decision. And, you know, just because he was a veteran does not mean that he owns up to the oath that we all take to support and defend the Constitution and respect and understand individual rights, freedoms, and liberties. And the very first one is the freedom of religion and the free exercise thereof. So when you look at this horrific attack, I don't know if he was suffering from some type of PTSD or some type of traumatic brain injury. It'd be interesting to see what type of medications maybe he was on and how that could force some type of, you know, psychotropic reaction, because that's a big problem in the veteran community with the over-medication of our veterans. But without a doubt, nothing excuses the abhorrent behavior and the action that he took against a church of individuals worshiping their Lord.
That's exactly right. It was called a targeted attack by the FBI. So it's clearly an attack on religion, on this church, on this Mormon church in Michigan, a targeted attack on people of faith. Right. And so there it is again. There's some storylines that say he had lived a time in Utah, was hateful of the Mormon church, of his time spent there. So it's a targeted attack on religion. This has to stop. We have to call it out for what it is. And if he was at some point on the right, well, so it is. I condemn it. I condemn it fully. Full-throated condemnation. That's what we do here on the right. We call it for what it is. And if it's wrong, it's wrong. And there's just no two ways about it, is there?
No, I echo your sentiments exactly. This has to be condemned, but there is a consistent issue of violence against people of faith, and especially the Christian faith. We saw that happen in Nashville, Tennessee. We saw it happen in Minneapolis. You've already had a church shooting incident in Michigan, I believe, within the last 2 or 3 months, and now you have this one. So I think it's so important that we have to make sure that we are protecting and providing security for our churches and for our faith-based related schools to protect the children there, because we cannot continue to have instances of this happening.
We certainly cannot. So where do we go from here? Look, we've seen the targeted violence against Charlie Kirk. It's been almost 3 weeks. Hard to believe it's been that long. But we've seen violent attacks against ICE facilities in Dallas, Texas. We've now seen this church attack in Michigan. Not long ago, the church attack against young children in Minnesota. So these attacks, these violent attacks that seem either rooted in politics or anti-religious sentiments, we've got to get past this, Colonel. We do, because what concerns me is that soon you're going to see people wearing red hats, random folks just being shot. And I wonder about this church in Michigan being random, because from what I can tell and the investigation, the information I have thus far, this killer had no connection whatsoever to that parish, except that he had lived in Utah and had become hateful of Mormons. Random citizens are now becoming targets of violence, and that is just a frightening place to be.
Yes, sir, because what you end up having, this is the nature of terror. Terror means that you live in fear and constant coercion, intimidation. You live in terror for, once again, enjoying your First Amendment rights, the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech, the freedom of expression, the right to peaceably assemble, the right to petition your government for redress of grievances. I think the big thing, Steve, that has to happen in the United States of America, we've got to start valuing life again. And I think that we have really struggled with this issue. And I'm talking about unborn and born life, because right now we are just making it seem as that if you don't like someone, if you don't like what they're saying, if you don't like who they're worshiping, just go out there and murder them. And that is not how we have a free society. It's so important to realize that all the rights and freedoms that we have in America come with a huge individual responsibility.
Yeah, absolutely true. Speaking of one other thing here, and I don't know, there's been a big resurgence, you probably saw this in some of the recent polling numbers, in support for the death penalty in this country in the wake of Charlie Kirk's public murder. I mean, he was murdered in front of 3,000 people, and then, of course, all the videos went viral around the world. Millions and millions of people saw those videos. Tyler Robinson appearing for a hearing today from the jail. His attorneys were in court. Some people calling for the execution, and not just the execution, but for it to be live. It's an extreme step. Is that where we are? People calling for public executions now, Colonel?
Well, I think that what people are looking at is how do you create a deterrent to this? Because if the execution of the killings or the assassinations that we saw of Charlie Kirk and also Irina Zaruska there in Charlotte, North Carolina on the light train, but I don't want to see us go to that point where we, have people come out in the middle of the town square and we have public executions. Saying that's what they do in some Middle Eastern countries, especially those Islamic jihadi countries. We don't want to go to that point, but I think that there has to be a deterrent against criminal behavior.
Yeah. We are in an unusual place, to say the least, in America today. Colonel, I appreciate you being here. We'll talk again soon.
Always a pleasure. God be with you.
God be with you, my friend, and with this country. We'll take a break on America's Voice Live, and I'll be right back.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Well, as you know, President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu just spent some time there at the White House talking to the folks there. During a speech at the United Nations here on Friday, 100 countries got walked out, give or take, on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as he took the podium at the UN. It was a coordinated protest, of course. Those countries have now endorsed Palestinian statehood, with over 140 countries around the world recognizing Palestine as a state to which Netanyahu sharply condemned those countries, calling it a message that murdering Jews pays off, where nearly 90% of the Palestinian population praised the horrors committed by Hamas on October the 7th. It's been nearly 2 years now. Here to discuss this, E.J. Kimball, Director of Policy and Strategic Operations for U.S. Israel Education Association in D.C. E.J., thank you for being here. All right, let's start with the comments you just heard there with the president and Bibi Netanyahu. What are your thoughts?
Well, thanks for having me on. So, I mean, the press conference, they've hammered out a 20-point plan to solve the issue with Gaza, but not just Gaza, but moving on beyond that. There was not a ton of details that I think could be shared in how it would happen, but I think the most pressing part was the fact that it is all still based on Hamas accepting the plan. And, you know, I am not holding my breath that Hamas is going to agree to demilitarize, leave Gaza, and allow an international force to come in there and govern, and Hamas to have no future in Gaza. So, you know, I think there's still work to be done. Hopefully, Hamas can come to their senses. But again, I'm not holding my breath there, because even if they were to accept this deal, how can you trust them? Every time there was a hostage deal, they would say yes, then things would be delayed. They would start making more demands, because the bottom line is Hamas will continue to exist so long as they have leverage. And right now, the only leverage that Hamas has, their biggest leverage, are the hostages, both the living and the deceased. And the fact is they will not give them all up willingly.
So let me ask you about this. You got 140 countries there recognizing Palestine, a country that has never existed in my lifetime. What kind of pressure does that put on Bibi Netanyahu? What kind of pressure on the Israelis? I mean, if you don't acquiesce to that, if 140 countries around the world say that we just won't do business with you, we'll ban you, we'll do all of these things that have been threatened against you previously, but we'll just have an outright ban on Israel. How do you function in that environment? Well, first, they haven't gone that far to say that they would ban Israel, and the truth be told, but it's the next. But EJ, it's the next natural step. If you recognize Palestine and Israel refuses to move, the next natural step is economic sanctions.
Well, these countries haven't actually recognized any territory for Palestine. They're recognizing this idea of a Palestinian state. And actually what some of them have said, including Prime Minister Starmer in the UK, they're basically doing this because Israel isn't agreeing to end the war in Gaza and allow Hamas to continue to exist there. It's not about them caring about Palestinians. It's, one, Israel not doing what they want, and two, because of their domestic issues right now that they don't want to deal with and stand up and be leaders on. If they were to go so far as to threaten Israel and cut off all relations, yeah, it would be devastating for Israel. It would also be devastating for these countries, because it is Israeli technology that allows these countries to survive militarily, to have the tools and equipment to defend themselves if, say, Russia were to attack in NATO countries and you had no Israeli technology and equipment and weapons, these countries also would be in a big problem. The other thing is the United States bans it. If countries start boycotting Israel, then the United States would be punishing those countries by law. So there is still a lot to be done there, but I think this is more posturing and placating to their domestic issues than actually dealing with what's happening in the region, which is the Gulf countries understand that the Palestinians can't have a state right now. The Saudis aren't even calling for them to have a state now. They're calling for discussions about a pathway to a state. That is a lot different than saying there should be a state established today and here are the boundaries. This is, in my mind, dangerous, but still political posturing to try to gain relevance and to try to quiet opposition back at home.
I'm going to compare this to a comment I made a number of times about being a parent. Because what parents tolerate, thinking, well, you know, it'll be okay, children often embrace. I think we've gone very wrong with that in this country, and that's what's happened. What we will tolerate, the next generation will embrace. That's why I think this is a dangerous place for Israel, because if we tolerate it, from Canada, the UK, France, whomever, the next generation of people on this planet may embrace that idea and take it to the next natural step and try to eradicate Israel altogether. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, well, I agree with you 100%. And Israel's response to this type of actions should be strength and asserting its own sovereignty in areas under its control. And only by showing that strength and determination to act in their own best interests will other countries come to respect them. It's not about countries liking you. It's about countries coming to respect you. And since October 7th, as Israel has taken out many of its enemies, countries around the world are respecting them. They may not like them. Some are feeling threatened by them, but they have the respect because when they say they're going to go after someone now against a threat, they're following through with it. And in this case, Israel needs to act in its own best interest, just like the United States needs to act in its best interest. And by doing that, it will counter some of this pressure that's being put upon them.
EJ, thank you for being here. You make some valid points. We'll see where this leads, and we'll see what is said after the president and Netanyahu come out from these closed meetings. Sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, when inflation jumps, when you hear the national debt is over $37 trillion, you think, well, maybe now would be a good time to buy some gold. It's skyrocketing, you know. Whether it's a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just for sensible diversification, Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold, and so they created something special. Until September 30th, if you're a first-time gold buyer, I think that's tomorrow, by the way. If you're a first-time gold buyer, now's your chance. Birch Gold offering a rebate of up to $10,000 in free metals on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility and start the process, request an information kit right now. Text America to 989898. Plus, Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and you're still eligible for a rebate and free metals of up to $10,000. Birch Gold is the only precious metals company I trust, as do their tens of thousands of customers. So make right now your first time to buy gold and take advantage of a rebate up to $10,000 when you buy by September 30th, tomorrow. Text America to 989898. Claim your eligibility and get your free information kit. Again, text America to 989898. All right, coming up after the break, President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu getting together for that joint press conference. We'll see if we have any updates for you after the break.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Well, just a short while ago, President Trump held a bilateral meeting with Bibi Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel. You saw part of it at the top of the program today as they gave some comments but didn't take questions. Yeah, they held a press conference where they took no questions. They talked about the war in Gaza, as well as U.S. and Israeli relations. Join me to discuss this from the North Lawn is Real America's Voice Chief White House Correspondent Brian Glenn, right there at the White House. Brian, nice to see you today. 20-point plan put on the table today. Go ahead. You've had a chance to review some of it now and look it over. What sticks out to you?
Well, one of the big things is it is calling for a complete release of the hostages, dead and alive. I think that's very important. It would happen immediately. They would have 72 hours after the agreement is signed to do that. And from that point on, then you go to more of a kind of handing over your guns, if you will, and laying down your arms and letting this new body, this new organization to come in and now govern a new country, if you will, or a new organization of government. They didn't take any questions, and I think President Trump asked Benjamin Netanyahu what his thoughts on for not taking questions. I didn't want to get ahead of themselves because they still do not have a signed agreement by Hamas leaders or the other countries that are involved in this. Didn't want to get ahead of that, so they chose to come out, speak for about almost an hour on this subject, and then simply shake hands, take some pictures, and walk away. But we'll see exactly what the reaction is from Hamas leaders as soon as we get, I guess the paperwork is out, is to quote the president. So we'll wait till that comes back, see if they signed it, and we'll get this undergo. And if you kind of look at this, it's a temporary transitional government that would be created on that. President Trump also, Steve, saying that he would be on the board of peace. He would be the director of this new board. He was asked by other leaders to head this board in order to drive this new governance, this transitional governance body. So absolutely insane media presence, as you can imagine, behind me. They're actually waiting for the Prime Minister to step out and make his departure from the West Wing. But just a big day here at the White House, Steve.
So they didn't answer any questions there. They took no questions. What's the timetable here then, do you think, before we can get some more information? Because let's be honest, Brian, you're around the president a lot. I've been around him a fair amount. It's hard for him not to take questions. It's hard for him not to weigh in because he's got plenty to say about just about any topic, including this one. And I could just tell he was itching a little bit, but he let it go.
He was itching to take a little bit of questions, but felt that, and I think it is the right call, Steve, because you know how the media will critique something 6 ways to Sunday on something, and it might just get sideways. Therefore, it might hinder any future agreement with these other parties. So I think it was a good move. Now, here's what's really interesting here, and I got to check the time here because I know that they're behind schedule. It's 3:39 here locally. At 3 o'clock, they were supposed to meet in the Oval Office with Schumer, with Jeffries, with Johnson, Democrat leaders, and obviously President Trump, and talk about this CR, talk about this plan and how to prevent a government shutdown. That was supposed to take place at 3 o'clock. Now, I would imagine that's still going to happen eventually, but I don't think now that will open up the press, because you know how the press is, Steve. They're going to ask them questions about everything else but what we're focusing on right here. So we could see that close to the media as well to prevent any further questioning on the 20-point plan to end the conflict in Gaza. But we'll see.
Yeah, they might call a press lid for the day and just say, you know what, we're not taking any questions. We're going to do this with the Democrats. We're going to move on. Brian, if something happens, of course, I've got the red phone here if you have to call me.
Yeah, I will. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Brian Glenn, and the red phone is here. A new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality is, however, that there's only so much the government can actually do, and if we really want to make ourselves healthy, make America healthy again, well, that starts with you at home. In fact, it starts with all of us. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. Okay, you see and hear from TWC doctors here all the time. You know, their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you are prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications, and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more that can help you stay healthy and live a longer, more productive and satisfying life. That's what you want, isn't it? Make America healthy again starts at home with you. Do your part. Protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/voice today and order. That's twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE. You will save 10%. Coming up after the break, I will discuss the deadline to avoid that government shutdown. That meeting's supposed to happen, as Brian just told us, what Speaker of the House Mike Johnson said regarding his Democrat colleagues on the matter. More on that after the break.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Well, as you know, the deadline to prevent a government shutdown is tomorrow. It seems like Democrats would rather strong-arm their position than budge an inch. Okay. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, made an appearance on Sunday Morning Futures and pointed to a dispute over the Obamacare funds as speculation to why Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are willing to throw all caution to the wind and reminding Americans that those benefits would end at the end of the year, leaving more than enough time to hash things out. Johnson then went on to say that people like Jeffries and Schumer are trying to show fight and that a government shutdown would mean the pause to military pay and WIC benefits if a continued resolution cannot be agreed upon. Here with me to discuss this, Real America's Voice correspondent Britt McHenry. Britt, nice to see you here today.
Nice to see you too.
The government shutdown, look, it's going to happen. I don't think they're going to avoid it. And here's the thing. Most people, if I might be so bold, don't care.
Yeah.
Unless you work for the government. It doesn't affect your job. It doesn't affect you unless you're going to a national park this weekend. Most people, for the most part, don't care, but they sit there and they're dragging around and make this big production out of it. Both sides are guilty of this from time to time. What are your thoughts?
Yes. Just what you said. It's a lot of blame shifting right now. It's interesting to note the Democrats, particularly Chuck Schumer, and I believe you and I talked about this on your show a week ago, are trying to point this at President Donald Trump. They're trying to say this would be the third. There's been three congressional shutdowns while he's been president. The longest one from 2018 to 2019, lasting 35 days. That was a significant one. Now, for everyone around the country, it may not directly affect them, but it is your tax dollars for any of these representatives, and you have to question, is it effectively going to use? Now, we know Speaker Mike Johnson did come up with a 91-page resolution to just continue things, a continuing resolution until November 20th for 7 weeks. That was voted against by the Democrats. And the White House just today tweeted Chuck Schumer's own words, right? It's always this war of words whenever one particular party is in the majority. But Chuck Schumer saying that it is the reflection of, the party if this happens. And so everything is a blame game right now. I do agree with you. I think it's imminent. A lot of people within D.C., several people I know, good friends who work for the federal government in pretty prominent positions, are worried because they have to still go to work without any pay compensation. Eventually that happens. But right now everyone's on pins and needles, and a lot of it has to do because the Democrats took this stand on the Affordable Care Act, but that's jamming in a lot of pork before it needs to be done on December 31st. That is the actual deadline, even if things are more complicated. And that's what Republicans have said all along. You are just trying to railroad things, and there's still time to come up with better nuance and better agreement on the Affordable Care Act and premiums. And so I think Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are a little nervous, though, to cap this off for you in this answer with their bold stand. Now, reportedly, they're seeking out another meeting with President Trump. We know he doesn't respond well to vitriol in all of his relations. And so now they want that meeting in the 11th hour because he threatened mass layoffs or budget cuts through the Office of Personnel. And that could happen. And he does have authority over the executive branch. So I think this is a stalemate right now that the Democrats played wrong, and the Republicans, at least at this point, wanted a continuing resolution.
Yeah, just want to get these things tidied up. And it's interesting, you go back and forth. You go back not too far into the vault, take a walk down memory lane. You'll find the Democrats, these very Democrats, saying, no government shutdown. This is bad. This is terrible. But here they are like, oh, this is fine. Oh, and the other thing is, what about all these benefits for illegal aliens? I mean, that's one of the demands, apparently, right? Health care for illegal aliens. And the Republicans are like, no. right? That's part of what we're talking about.
You're not going to put this in. And exactly. It's all been like bit by bit. I think most Americans would agree, anyone who has health insurance coverage who wants it. Okay, let's not have the premiums go up for the middle class. Let's try to avoid some shortfalls here for open registration. But then, oh, no, wait, to your point, like now it's for illegal aliens. It's for undocumented immigrants. No, that is not happening. And Mike Johnson isn't budging. He really is standing strong. And so that's the stalemate that we have right now. But it's never good to threaten this particular president because he has that pen. And this is an administration, even with appointees, they've been very judicious about who they appoint. They don't want to waste federal taxpayer money. And we're seeing a big waste of that right now on Capitol Hill.
And real quickly, before I run, I've only got about 30 seconds here, Britt, but Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin appeared remotely for a court appearance today. It looks like the next court appearance won't be until the very end of October because they say they have a tremendous amount of discovery materials, a lot of it. And apparently the defense and the prosecution have a lot to go through before they can even get to their case. Your thoughts on that?
In Utah, you have to have that preliminary hearing, right, before you can submit a plea deal. The prosecution says that's voluminous, that they have a lot of material. We know he was detained after a 33-hour manhunt. Justice needs to be served in this case, and I will be live for our morning show tomorrow going over all the details as they continue to emerge. But I think everybody wants to see this play out in the right way, and that will happen very shortly.
Yeah, I think that a lot of us would like to see a trial because we don't want some backroom deal that we don't know what the details are. We'd like to see it in public. Britt McHenry, always appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. All right. Coming up after the break, we'll have a story that reminds us of how wonderful America is. Don't miss it. Straight ahead.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all.
America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/Rav to join the guild today.
All right. Well, there you have it. Pretty remarkable, huh? Pretty remarkable. I think we can get this in. An Idaho boy will tell us what makes America wonderful today. Leave a smile on your face. I hope the story comes to us from Coeur d'Alene, where a young boy extended his birthday celebration to include those who deserved a bit more love. Grant Mullen regularly joins his father in volunteer efforts at a recreation center named SNR, where the attendees are all special needs children or young adults with developmental issues. So when Grant's birthday came along, he said, what can I do for his special day? And instead of making it all about himself, he asked that all of the kids at the recreation center be invited to attend his birthday party. And when asked why, he said, because they don't get invited to birthdays. Sometimes people don't get as much love. Compassion. It's a noble trait to have, and Grant's expression of it, especially at such a young age, reminds me, and hopefully you, of what makes America wonderful. Don't forget to follow me on all the social media platforms, because normally we have a question of the day, right? And we'll get to all that tomorrow. But for now, we're going to say, hey, Eric Bowling's coming up next, looking fine in that bright shirt of his, ready to bring you all the news and the action from right there. Bowling, how are you?
I'm good, Steve. How was your weekend, my friend? Everyone good?
It was good. You know, the weather's been good. The Lions won. You know, I mean, it's not so bad. You know, but I got to say this.
They covered, and they had a good game.
There you go. But then, what is this guy's name? Bad Bunny?
Bad Bunny, the halftime.
What is this?
So he's a rapper.
He doesn't even sing English, right?
Well, he's from Puerto Rico. And, the NFL, look, to their credit, they've got a stronghold on content, 17, 20 million people watching at a time, depending on the game. And they spread it out to women. Now they're going after Hispanic community and European communities. We're playing games in wherever we play, Ireland this weekend, I think, or Scotland somewhere. There's the Sunday morning game there. So they're really making this an international.
I think it was Ireland, yeah. The Steelers quarterback got smacked around by a thief there in Dublin, yeah.
He got held up or something. He got robbed or something at gunpoint the night before. Hey, stop partying. You're going there to play football. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Well, yeah. So you think that Bad Bunny is a public relations movie because, on social media, it's all these people are just, this is terrible. You should never do this. You have a different take on it, which I respect.
Yeah, look, it's the NFL. It's their highlight. It's their showcase. I mean, I've loved some of them. I've hated them. Back in the day, Tom Petty was amazing. The Rolling Stones would play. I love those. I'm a classic rock guy. But J-Lo playing, thank God it's not Taylor Swift. That's all I have to say is praise baby Jesus. It's not Taylor Swift. That's all I can say.
I could live with, Travis and the Kelsey deal. Yeah. So, all right, what do you got coming up on the program today?
Well, we have, this is very interesting, our own Oscar El Blue Ramirez, who's been really threatened, aggressively threatened. He and his family have been threatened by the cartels in Mexico. He's got a Mexican senator on with him. He's going to bring her on. And she's been pro-Trump and trying to push back against the cartels. She's meeting a lot of resistance with Sheinbaum and the president of Mexico right now. And we're worried about Oscar's well-being. I had Trish McLaughlin on Friday, the deputy secretary of DHS. Push that ball upfield.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Good. All right.
We'll take from there, Steve. We will see you tomorrow.
No.
All right, Gruber, everybody. All right, folks, 4 o'clock Monday. Markets are closed. Let's take a look and see what we have. All right, the Dow Jones, a little bit of a up day. It was running around up and down just a little bit all day. S&P was up most of the day. NASDAQ was the strongest of the three. I have it up 107. I don't know, maybe, Mad Dog, see what happens if we refresh that screen. Just see what happens. Just see what, we pull it away, put it back up, the numbers change. Let's see what happens. Let's take a peek. There it is. See that? Refreshed. 107 on NASDAQ, Dow 68. Gold is up $50 an ounce, folks. $50 to the ounce, as they say. Look at that number below. Oil down $2.50. That is good news for markets. Jump over to crypto. This is a good one. I'm loving this today. Crypto market was very strong. Bitcoin all the way up to 114,300. We left Friday, it was 109,000 and change. It's been getting beat up. This is one nice move up today. Ethereum up good across the board, the XRP. And we always talk about CRO, all strong in the crypto markets. All right, let's do this. Let's move on. Next guest started out as an investigative journalist and anchor woman in Mexico who was the target of an assassination attempt for denouncing organized crime, cartels, and government corruption. She's carried on this fight to rid Mexico of crime and has called out Mexican President Sheinbaum and the Morena regime for their alliance between government and the cartels. Very happy to have Senator Lily Tellez, I should say, along with our RAV border correspondent, Oscar Ramirez, with us. Welcome, Senator, and welcome, Oscar. I'm going to start with you, Oscar, very quick. Thank you so much for bringing Senator Tellez to this show. We've been talking a lot about what's going on with cartels in Mexico. Get to you in 1 second. Oscar, update us. Last we saw you was Friday. We had Trish McLaughlin on. Any news of the cartels? What's the latest on you? Everyone wants to know what's going on with Oscar.
Everything is okay. Everything, is under security. And we have been doing some multiple reportings on what is going on the mass graves on the east side of the city of Tijuana, which the cartel continues to operate. Ms. Tellez is going to openly talk about, how she has been a Mexican hero fighting against the corrupt government inside of our country of Mexico, and also fighting against, the violence that is coexisting right now in our country.
Let me speak to you, Senator, if I may. And I'm just going to speak very concisely and slowly because I want you to understand, because I know there's maybe a bit of a language barrier. Senator, are you nervous because you've pushed back against the cartels? You've pushed back against Sheinbaum, the president. Are you concerned for your safety and your well-being, as I believe Oscar is or should be?
Hello, Eric. Thank you for having me. Thank you for this invitation. Well, of course, I am nervous. I'm a human being, and this is a very dangerous country. And me, as an opposition, even when I was a reporter, journalist, but I am a Catholic, and I have faith in God. And I know I have to go on in this fight to help my country, Mexico, from denouncing the corruption and this kind of association, criminal association with the cartels and the government. So I won't step back. I'm a little, well, of course I'm afraid, but I'm a human being, as I tell you, but I won't step back. I have faith in God that I am doing what is right.
Senator, tell us the position you are in. In other words, here in the United States, there's the president, there's the Senate, and there are the House of Representatives, basically the power structure of government here. Do senators in Mexico have a similar level of power as U.S. senators? President having the ultimate power, senators are pretty much next to the president as far as powers and control of government?
No. In Mexico, senators, we don't have that kind of power. And now in Mexico, it's like a monarchy. This is not a republic anymore. That is very important for people to know. Mexico is not a republic anymore because the president just robbed the Supreme Court and all the lower courts with a false majority, with a majority that is not real, and she is the boss of all the senators of her party, and she is now the boss of all the judges, of all the judiciary in Mexico, and she is also the president. So we don't have in my country a republic anymore. She is following the steps of Venezuela. The next thing she is going to do is she wants to take away, of course, the media, to control everything, because the reality is getting through the social, through TikTok, through Twitter, Instagram, But she is very worried. She doesn't want Mexicans to see what's happening in Mexico, so she's going to do what the Venezuelan dictator did. That's to take all of the media to continue telling lies to Mexico. She is constantly telling Mexicans that the United States wants to invade our country, and that's a lie.
So now, do I understand it correctly that the cartel actually have people within your government, almost like plants to sway your government, maybe even Sheinbaum? And why is she so deferential to the cartel when President Trump says, we'll send military, we'll send help, and she says, no, we don't need it. Clearly you need it. Oscar Ramirez right here has shown us mass graves, dead people, refrigerators dumped with bodies thrown on the side of the road. We're going to show some of this stuff. There's clearly a problem with the cartels, their murderous ways, but why does Sheinbaum refuse to take the help, the assistance of the U.S. government?
Because there is a real association between the cartels and the government. The cartels are so rich. It's such a huge quantity of money they have. They give this money to the political candidates of the left, of her party, of Morena party. So when they get into office, when they have the power, they have to protect the cartels. And that is the truth. That is why she doesn't want more help from the United States. She even called me a traitor, and all her party is calling me a traitor just because I said that Mexico that Mexicans are okay with help to fight cartels. The crime in Mexico is so high, the country is so dangerous, and the association between the cartels and the government is so deep. It's so deep in the government that even that here in Mexico we have armed forces to fight against it. There is not the order from the president. The president in Mexico is the supreme chief of the armed forces, and she doesn't give the orders to go against it. Clearly, she doesn't. She even has in the Senate the leader of the Morena party is linked with a very dangerous cartel, and she supports him in the Senate. This is crazy to have I mean, this man sits just a few meters from me, and we all know in Mexico.
So you're sitting in a room as a fellow senator with a leader of the cartel, of one of the cartels. That's wild. Can I ask you where she is on the mass immigration that's happening, that from Central and South America that passed through Mexico into our country? Does she have any interest in stopping that flow?
Well, just a few months ago, there was a communication from the United States here in Mexico asking Mexicans not to go to the United States as illegal migrants, because they said that Trump was going to be tough on illegal migrants. And she was very angry that this message was sent through national TV in Mexico. And I wonder, why doesn't she want the Mexicans to know that if they go illegally to the United States, they are going to face the law, they are going to face justice, and they are going to get back to Mexico, and that it is illegal. So that's... She wants the money that migrants make in the United States to come to Mexico. And she doesn't want the Mexican forces to really stop the cartels of the cartels who get illegal migrants from Mexico and Central America and South America to the United States. There are many corridors, illegal corridors in the border, in states like Baja California, Sonora, Tamaulipas, that they are doing such a huge amount of money trafficking with persons to the United States.
Right. Allow me to jump in, if I may, Senator Tellez. We've had Oscar on. I brought in the Deputy Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, who's concerned for Oscar. You tell me, is Oscar or his family in imminent danger, given what we know that the cartels or someone who was armed, a couple of armed thugs showing up, trying to enter his, and we're showing the video, enter his community? Is he in danger?
Oscar is in danger, of course. And we must notice that Mexico is one of the most dangerous countries in the world for journalists. There are so many journalists killed in Mexico. And in front of Sheinbaum, no one can dare to tell the truth in this country, because she gets mad and all the government goes against you. And there are so many territories. There was an ambassador, an American ambassador in Mexico that said that some years ago, that a huge part of the Mexican territory is controlled by cartels. We all Mexicans know about it, but families cannot speak it out loud.
It's amazing.
They have to speak it in their homes.
It's amazing.
So Oscar is in danger, Senator, yes.
I want to tell you, we're going to get short on time. Very quickly, Oscar, you hear her? She says you're in danger. Please take care of you and your family. Also, Oscar, do you think the senator is in danger for speaking out like this? Very quickly.
She's the only one that is speaking out in Mexico. She's the only one that has been exposing this. That's why Mexicans need to support her 100%. More than exposing the leaders of the cartels, she's exposing dirty politicians. And that is the number one thing that nobody has had the courage to do so. Lili Tellez, we need to support her. She is the only hope for our country to continue to move forward and to continue to fight this leftist narrative that it wants to take us to this, agenda, exactly like Venezuela, like she's exactly saying.
All right, we're gonna have to leave it there. We want both of you guys to be safe. And I will, if you're, with your permission, Senator, add your name when we talk to the Department of Homeland Security again on Oscar's behalf to keep both of you folks in their sights, because I just don't want you to put risks. It's important what you do, but we don't want your lives at risk. Senator Lili Tellez, Mexican Senator, thank you. Oscar Ramirez El Blue, thank you both so much. Stay safe, you two.
Thank you so much.
All right, folks, when inflation jumps, when you hear the national debt is over $37 trillion, well, maybe, do you ever think maybe now would be a good time to buy some gold, whether as a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just for sensible diversification? Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold, and so they created something very special. Get this, until September 30th, which is tomorrow, if you're a first-time gold buyer, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of $10,000, up to $10,000 in free metals on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility and start the process, request an info kit right now. Just text the word America to 989898. Plus, Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k out of whatever investment it has into gold. And you're still eligible for a rebate and free metals of up to $10,000. Birch Gold is the only precious metal company I trust, as do their tens of thousands of customers. So make right now the time to make your first buy in gold and take advantage of a rebate of up to $10,000 when you buy by the end of business tomorrow. We got 6 more hours. All right, folks, no politics in this one, just how to re-rack your brain. The Edge is live on YouTube. Watch. The testosterone, aside from, however, the biochemical things that are going on in your body, it also it tells your brain, I guess it entices your brain into wanting to do more, wanting to lift more, wanting to walk further, run further, and becoming stronger. That's an interesting concept. That's not is it medical? Is it biochemical?
It's really not medical. In other words, there's no receptors in your brain that testosterone affects that are called the pleasure or enjoyment receptor. So when you exercise or whatever. So I think what that is, though, there are receptors that involve motivation. It affects the neuronal circuits for motivation. It affects the neuronal circuits for your sort of reward system, your emotional processing, your sense of well-being.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, though, man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all.
All right, let's bring in our next guest. The former chief of U.S. Border Patrol, was Customs and Border Protection's acting deputy commissioner, and was nominated by President Trump in 2018 to be ICE director. He's the only person to have led both ICE and CBP for Homeland Security. Happy to have back Ron Vitiello. Ron, would love to just continue the conversation we just had with Oscar El Blue Ramirez, our reporter for RAB, but also the Mexican senator, the senator of the state of Mexico, who basically says the cartels are running things from inside the Senate and are like this with Sheinbaum. What goes through your mind when you hear a commentary like that?
Well, God bless them both, right? They're both sticking their necks out. I've never seen a Mexican politician at that level talk about their own government that way. And I don't know what party she's in or how it compares to the party that's in power. But we know that corruption in Mexico is endemic. You know, whether it reaches Los Pinos, the equivalent of their White House, or Sheinbaum herself, it's quite likely. I mean, I don't know this for a fact, but I can tell you that that party and her predecessor, who they call AMLO, he had an absolute hands-off policy with cartels in Mexico. That was his stated objective in public. He said it out loud. He praised Joe Biden for not building border wall and said that Joe Biden was famous for being the migration president. So he clearly did not believe in the rule of law and was either afraid or in the pocket of the cartels and didn't want that relationship that he had with them, regardless of its effect in Mexico, because it worked for him politically. Maybe they paid whatever it is. And we know these cartels over the last 4 years of Joe Biden made enormous sums of money trafficking people through the country up to the United States. They're still indenturing people that live in the United States that are working off. They're being trafficked in the U.S. And we know, the stories are legion about, fentanyl and the cartel's effect in bringing this poison into the U.S.
Yeah, it's AMLO. You're talking about Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, if I'm not mistaken, former president of Mexico, who, if you read enough, you realize that he probably was in bed, so to speak, with the cartels. But it feels like Sheinbaum may be in a similar position. It's almost like if Antifa held seats even higher than at the Senate level, maybe even were in the president's cabinet by somehow some quirk of law here in the United States. I'm very concerned for both of their lives. Should I not be?
No, absolutely. They are taking huge risks in speaking publicly, having public profiles in a place where, those cartels will seek to silence them either politically or actually physically.
Unbelievable. All right, so tell us a little bit about where we stand with things here now. We were into deportations. Then they were stopped. They're deemed, a lower court deemed them illegal, and the higher court said no, they're legal. Where are we? Do the deportations continue? I think we've been sidetracked a little with, Charlie Kirk's assassination and whatnot. But when we get back to what is really boots on the ground, so to speak, in America, the important things, immigration and crime, where are we? What's the latest?
Well, the American First agenda is proceeding according to plan. The physical border is safer than it's ever been, with the resources from the entirety of the U.S. government, Department of War, Department of Justice, HHS, the Department of State, obviously the Department of Homeland Security under the leadership of Kristi Noem. The physical border looks better than it has in my entire lifetime. I've been around this business 40 years. It's never been as safe. I was just in McAllen last week on the South Texas border, and things look really good. The agents are super motivated to get out and do their job because they're allowed now to do their job. The policy set forth by the president is working, allowing the physical border to be safer than it's ever been. By last count, there's about 2 million people who have been deported from the United States since the president took office on January 20th. Now, that's not enough considering what happened in the previous 4 years, but ICE is scaling up every single day. They're getting better at what they do. CBP is helping them both in the interior and, having the intelligence and the targeting to find the worst of the worst and continue these operations in the interior all over the United States. If you get arrested in the interior now, you get sent back to where you're from. It's going to be really hard for you to come back. We've already locked down, the legitimate travel into the U.S. Crossing the border was pretty easy until January 20th, 2025. drive, and now it's much more difficult to do. If you do it, you're likely to get caught. You will be prosecuted thanks to the help we're getting from the Department of Justice, and you'll be removed quickly thanks to the State Department and our brothers at ICE that are scaling up detention and removal capabilities every single day.
Ron, Trump sent some National Guard to Portland, Oregon. What the hell's going on in Oregon, first of all, because that was a scene of countless protests in 2020 and all that nonsense that went on. But there's a temporary restraining order given by a lower court judge to stop Trump's moving into Oregon. Where do you think things will eventually land with this one?
Well, the history here is quite evident, right? Antifa controls Portland. The leadership in Portland leans uber left. And they allowed, in the previous administration, Antifa and Antifa allies to take over the ICE headquarters in Portland, Oregon during the first term. It took the city over $9 million to rehabilitate the site around that building once federal government got it back under control and the city stabilized. The biggest problem here right now, or right there now, is that the police department does not have the support that they need to put these riots in their place, to put these rioters in jail and hold them to account for their harassment of federal officers. Now, the DHS deployment and the federal deployment will continue in Portland, in Eugene, in Seattle, in Chicago, and Los Angeles. We're going to keep doing that. I'm sure this is a temporary setback in the court with regard to the federalization of the National Guard. We have to protect the men and women of the front line, or they're going to do the work that the president has asked them to do. And let's face it, these are laws that are on the books. Donald Trump didn't change immigration law when he came into office. He just enforced it in a way that's beneficial to the most, for all of Americans. Yeah. It's the most beneficial president we've had as it relates to border security and immigration enforcement.
I just have a second for you to react, because here's what I don't get. It's in the it's in the U.S. code right here, the criminal codes, right? 18 U.S. Criminal Code 1505. Section 1505 of Title Code, United States Amendment, says, forbids anyone from corruptly or by threats of force or by any threatening communication influencing, obstructing, or impeding any pending proceeding before a department or agency of the United States, punishable by up to 5 years in jail. What the hell are we waiting for? We should be arresting all of these garbage protests. They're impeding they're impeding ICE doing their jobs.
Yeah, you have to scale up the system that's in place. Those people will be arrested. Once the National Guard can secure the facility, those federal officers will be able to do their jobs without being impeded, and those that will impede will be arrested. And there's no question in my mind about that. This is a temporary setback. Help is on the way, Portland.
All right. Ron, we're going to leave it right there. Ron VDL, appreciate your time. Good having you on, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, 2.5 minutes. Be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament, the series, is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your...
So Eric Adams in New York finally does what's right for the city of New York and drops out of the mayoral race.
And I will keep fighting for the city, no matter what, from City Hall or beyond.
Drops out, leaving behind Marxist jihadist sympathizer Zohran Mamdani and, of course, Andrew Cuomo, the guy who lied about killing grandparents in the pandemic. Big trouble. New York, let me tell you about this here, because a while ago, everyone was enjoying the weekend, right? Terrorist sympathizers gathering in an American city to plot their eventual takeover and their love for terrorist attacks that kill hundreds of people. They even featured a full-grown member of Congress. That's right, Ro Khanna was in the House, so to speak, and literally. Oh, and in case you were wondering, this America-hating woman is still in Congress, too.
You'll have people who say you shouldn't have a Muslim in Congress. I have First Amendment protection to practice whatever religion I want.
There is a lot of hate in this country for Muslims. There's a lot of hate in this country for black people, especially black women. And there is a lot of hate, severe hate for immigrants. And so I fit them all.
CARE was founded after 9/11. Because they recognize that some people did something.
Our country should be more fearful of white men across our country, because they are actually causing most of the deaths within this country.
Okay, yep, we are in trouble, folks, and we need to take things seriously. Seriously, this is not Pakistan. This is Niagara Falls right here. Niagara Falls, just outside of New York. They're calling for what? Listen. Genocide, jihad. They're looking for a holy war. This is not Somalia. This is in the middle of America. Minneapolis right here. And by the way, while we're at it, let's check out Dearborn, Michigan, where a majority of the population is Muslim and supports Sharia law over U.S. constitutional law. What I'm talking about is about to show you. Took place in Dearborn this past weekend, an openly pro-terror conference filled with explicitly pro-terrorism speakers, which happened to have been attended by several Democrat members of the U.S. Congress. Well, here's just a little nibble.
Raise your hand if you're a pro-terror radical.
Do you condemn October 7th?
Yeah.
I condemn Israel and the United States and all oppressions and imperial wars.
That's what I'm talking about.
Very good. That was an easy answer. And I never ever condemn Palestinian resistance and anyone resistance around the world. Those who are here and who are around the world, write it up.
Yeah, right over there. That was Ro Khanna, a sitting member of Congress, sharing a stage with people who condone terrorism. Nothing to see here, folks. Just like this right here, the police chief of Dearborn, Michigan, speaking in Arabic.
When I joined the department, Dearborn's Arab American population was nearly 50%, yet less than 3% of our police. Now a department that reflects and embraces the community it serves, with 45% of our officers being Arab American. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. I'm proud to serve as your chief of police.
It's not long before cities are pushing for Sharia law. Watch. And their twisted values right here in America. Take a look at this story. National Health Services in the UK, the NHS as they're called, well, they're apparently touting the benefits of marrying your cousin. That's prevalent among the massive Pakistani population the UK has insisted on importing because they feel guilty about being an imperialist country centuries ago. And how well has that worked out for them, you may ask? Well, not very well at all, actually. You see, turns out that when you import thousands of people with entirely different values who have no interest whatsoever in assimilating to your society, it doesn't work out too well for your country and your current citizens. And since 55% of Pakistani Muslims marry their first cousins, I said that right, the UK has decided to placate this barbaric practice, one that was outlawed centuries ago in Western civilization, and make it seem like it's good for economy and culture. Incest is good, they say, in order to make these people feel nice and comfy in their new country. And you may ask yourself, but Eric, why should I care about what's happening in the UK? Well, because the leftists and progressives right here are always just a step behind the madness happening on the other side of the Atlantic. And there are too many of them in power and vying for power in our cities and state governments and in Congress, by the way, like this. Why does a Democrat candidate for city council in New York need to film her campaign video in New York again in Arabic?
السلام عليكم أنا اسمي كيلا وأنا مرشحة لمجلس مدينة نيويورك في بيريدج، كوني آيلاند، سيجيت وجزء من باث بيتش ودايكر هايتس. خدمت المجتمع العربي والإسلامي لأكثر من 10 سنوات.
Is this not America anymore? Is English not the official language? Oh, yes, it is. Am I missing something here? Minnesota mayoral candidate Omar Fattah uses this next zero English in his campaign. Listen to him. Not a word of English.
resume kega ya waxqabad kega alhamdulillah waxaan ka guuleysanay getting things done like tuition free college ama waxaan bilaash dignay waxbarashada sare getting Uber and Lyft drivers.
I mean, why even speak English in America, right? And the front runner in the New York City mayoral race not only wants to spend $100 million more on legal fees for illegals, but also condones a terrorist organization.
Some New Yorkers say that they don't hear you as often condemn Hamas or talk about bringing the hostages home. So today, do you agree with Mr. Netanyahu's statement that Hamas is a terror organization that needs to be destroyed? And if you could speak the way he did on loudspeakers today to the 20 living hostages, what would your message be?
You know, I am not going to echo the words of Benjamin Netanyahu. I can, however, share my own words and say them right here, which is that my politics is built on a universality, and I can think of no better illustration of that than from the words of the hostage families themselves. Everyone for everyone.
Using the words of hostage families against them? How Hamasi of you. That's the front runner in the New York City mayoral race, everybody, by a lot, too. We need to stop believing that this isn't a problem for America, because it absolutely is. Don't let anyone tell you that these people can align themselves with our values. They don't. They cannot. They don't want to. They do not, and they will not. Yet another warning. Pretty soon, warnings will no longer be enough. They're here. They're gaining power. They're grasping for more. But it's time to put a stop to it right now. What do you want to do, guys? Who cares about Chuck Schumer? We don't care about Chuck Schumer. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency,
inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/rav to join the Angel Guild.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your program, and lost 20 pounds doing like Atkins or the carnivore diet, but I was crippled, and I feel amazing now. I'm running around like I'm 30 again. My blood pressure went from 159 over 95 to 129 over 82, and I feel great.
And Marty, what was the shift that made you decide to go from doing that carnivore Atkins diet to doing this?
Because I was losing weight, but I still felt like crap. It was getting to the point where I couldn't get in and out of my truck, even as I'm losing weight. Everything hurt. My knees hurt, my shoulders hurt, everything hurt. It's been amazing.
Well, we see the rise of the carnivore diet. By the way, Joe Rogan swears by it. And the steady influence of the keto diet on health programs, while some people report quick results, others crash hard or feel worse over time. Let's bring in founder of Energize Health to find out why that is. Welcome, John Jubilee. So, John, why do you believe these diets aren't sustainable for long-term healing?
Yeah, well, this is one of those things, right? Like we've all tried that. You know, we've all tried the diet. You know, and I have a saying that every diet works for a minute, but they're not sustainable. You know, and the reality is you know, thank God we got RFK in here trying to clean up the food supply, because, you know, with the food that we're eating, you know, we're eating a lot of toxins and inflammatory things, you know, in our body. So all that's part of it. But you know what? I love to just take the off-ramp. You know, there's another way to do this, which is the intracellular hydration. And that's why our 100% focus, it's not on the diet. You know, it really is on the intracellular hydration, because then even if you are getting some of those toxins and inflammatory food, it's just like a beautiful, healthy river that will just flush that out of people's body. And that's why that's the long-term key to success, is to focus on your intracellular hydration. You're never going to get away from 5G, from toxins, you know, from everything. It's going to take a while. It's even the end of 2026, right, that the food is going to change. But you can take care of your cellular hydration and make your body like a river of living water.
All right. So you talk about intracellular hydration. It also helps you absorb nutrients, right? If you're cutting out certain food groups, you're going to have to replace it. How does that work?
Yeah, no, that's a thing. So just picture your cell as hard as a glass marble. So even when you try to eat a super healthy diet or drink a lot of water, it's all just bouncing off of that cell, because that cell is hard as a glass marble through oxidative stress and cortisol and all the things we've been exposed to. And this is what our patent pending science is. Our patent pending science opens that cell up like this, so the nutrients can get in, the hydration can get in, and just as importantly, it pushes out the toxins and the inflammation out of the cell. And that's really what we all need. We need healthy cells. If your cells are healthy, everything is healthy.
Interesting. And the best way to do this, how does it break the seal? How does the hydration get into the cell?
Well, that's several thousand pages of science. It's in the patent, but just to let people know, you know, God made us wondrously. We have two membranes, you know, you have two membranes that are surrounding your cell. Okay. They oxidize. Again, they get hard like glass. Right. And this is what nobody could figure out, and that's why we filed a patent on, hey, here's
John,
a process.
I hate to do this to you. I'm getting yelled at from the control, and we have Vice President J.D. Vance at the microphone. Sir, hold on.
In other words, you don't put a gun to the American people's head and say, unless you do exactly what the Senate and House Democrats want you to do, we're going to shut down your government. That's exactly what they're proposing out there. Now, we have to remember, they're very frustrated. They say that they're very frustrated about the fact that this negotiation has not taken place until today. But if you look at the original thing they did with this negotiation, it was a $1.5 trillion spending package, basically saying to the American people, we want to give massive amounts of money, hundreds of billions of dollars to illegal aliens for their health care, while Americans are struggling to pay their health care bills. That was their initial foray into this negotiation. We thought it was absurd. We told them it was absurd, and now they come in here saying that if you don't give us everything that we want, we're going to shut down the government. We think that's preposterous. We think it's totally unacceptable, and we think the American people are going to suffer because these guys won't do the right thing. Now, I want to make one final point here. You will hear a lot from Senate Democrats, from House Democrats about the fact that American health care policy is broken. Well, we know that American health care policy is broken. We've been trying to fix it for the 8 months that we've been in office, but every single thing that they accuse about being broken about American health care is policy the Democrats have supported for the past decade. So if they want to talk about how to fix American health care policy, let's do it. The Speaker would love to do it. The Senate Majority Leader would love to do it. Let's work on it together, but let's do it in the context of an open government that's providing essential services to the American people. That's all that we're proposing to do, and the fact that they refuse to do that shows how unreasonable their position is. I think we're headed to a shutdown because the Democrats won't do the right thing. I hope they change their mind, but we're going to see. I'll let the Speaker say a few words.
Thank you, Vice President Vance. I want to thank the President as well. They showed strong leadership today. They invited the 4 leaders over here because the President is operating in good faith, and he demonstrated that very well. The problem is that Chuck Schumer and Leader Jeffries refuse to acknowledge the simple facts. Let's review what the simple facts are. As the Vice President was saying, this is the common sense thing to do. This is the right thing to do. This is the simple thing to do. By way of review, the House is getting back to the way the regular appropriations process is supposed to work. 12 separate appropriations bills passed through the House Appropriations Committee, 3 off the floor. The Senate doing their work as well. All this in bipartisan fashion, by the way. They passed 3 bills in the Senate. Those bills don't match up exactly. So for the first time in years, since 2019, you have a conference committee that is being constituted between the House and the Senate. This is the way a bill becomes a law. They work out the differences. All this is happening in bipartisan fashion. The problem is we run out of clock. September 30th is the end of the fiscal year, so we need a little more time. So what we did in the Republican majority is the right, responsible, simple thing. A clean, continuing resolution, a short-term, nonpartisan continuing resolution. It's only 24 pages in length. Leader Thune has a copy if you want to see the exhibit. There's nothing partisan in here. No policy writers, none of our big party preferences, because we want to do the right thing by the American people and allow more time for negotiation. Now, there's a reason that Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have come out here, stomped the feet, saying that they can't go along with this. They're trying to bring in extraneous issues. They issued a counter proposal. You should go take a look at what they requested. $1.5 trillion in new spending that is unrelated to the ongoing appropriations process. They wanted to, as you said, restore taxpayer-funded benefits, okay? Hard-working taxpayers in America. They want to take your funds and give that for benefits to illegal aliens. They want to restore that because we got rid of them. They want to prop up left-leaning media outlets. $500 million they threw in on top of that. $1.5 trillion on a 7-week stopgap funding measure. We're not going to do that. They know we can't do that. And we never have in the past. During the Biden administration, there were 13 threatened shutdowns. The Republicans in the minority did the right thing. We kept the government open. We're simply asking for the Democrats to do the same. Again, I want to thank President Trump for the strong, solid leadership. He listened to the arguments, and they just wouldn't acknowledge the simple fact. I want to thank the Vice President here for showing his leadership as well. If the Democrats make the decision to shut the government down, the consequences are on them, and I think it's absolutely tragic. We've never said that was a good idea. We never believed it is. And I want you to remember, when we voted in the House, we passed it out of the House. The House has done its job. We did that almost 2 weeks ago. Every Democrat in the House except one voted to shut the government down. That is the record. And don't forget it. That's Leader Thune. Step in here.
Vice President.
This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is what we're talking about. 24 pages, continuing resolution to fund the government through November the 21st. I don't know where they're saying this is some huge partisan thing. This is something we do fairly routinely. And when the Democrats had the majority on 13 different occasions, they had the majority, President Biden was in the White House, we passed continuing resolutions to fund the government. This is purely and simply hostage taking on behalf of the Democrats. Republicans are united. House Republicans, Senate Republicans, President Trump. The House has passed a clean funding resolution to fund the government until November the 21st. It's clean, it is bipartisan, and it is short term. But it gives us enough time to finish the appropriations process, which is the way we should be funding the government. So Republicans in the House, the Senate, President United, they passed the bill. This is sitting right now at the Senate desk. We could pick it up and pass it tonight. We could pick it up and pass it tomorrow before the government shuts down. And then we don't have a government shutdown. It is totally up to the Democrats because right now they are the only thing standing between the American people and the government shutting down. We're all in favor of funding the government. And this is something that's been done routinely 13 different times by the Democrats when they have the majority. So it's to me, this is purely a hostage-taking exercise on the part of the Democrats. We are willing to sit down and work with them on some of the issues they want to talk about, whether it's an extension of premium tax credits with reforms. We're happy to have that conversation. But as of right now, this is a hijacking of the American people, and it's the American people who are going to pay the price.
Can you, Mr. Vice President?
Sure. We want to keep this government open. It is not good for the American people to have the government shut down for any period of time. We will manage it appropriately, but it is something that can all be avoided. It can all be avoided by accepting a reasonable position, which is what the House has passed and sits at the Senate desk, which is to continue to fund the government with a short-term continuing resolution. It has never been a viewpoint that $1.5 trillion is a reasonable amount of spending to be included on a short-term CR. This is hostage-taking. It is not something that we are going to accept, and we hope that the Democrats come back to the brink, fund this government, and allow us to move forward. Thank you. Right.
Mr. Vice President, so just to be clear, is there room for negotiation here with Democrats? And you mentioned you believe that we are headed toward a government shutdown. Is the federal government preparing to fire federal workers if the government does indeed shut down?
Well, first of all, we have to keep essential services functioning as well as possible if the Democrats shut down the government, and Russ has been tasked with making sure that's possible. Now, you asked about negotiations. One of the things I admired about the president, but frankly the entire team's approach during the conversation we just had with Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries was, they have some crazy ideas. Giving taxpayer money to illegal aliens for health care, that's a crazy idea. Funding transgender surgeries in Peru, that's a crazy idea. But they had some ideas that I actually thought were reasonable, and they had some ideas that the president thought was reasonable. What's not reasonable is to hold those ideas as leverage and to shut down the government unless we give you everything that you want. There were multiple times where Leader Jeffries or Leader Schumer would say, you know what, we should be doing this, and the President of the United States would say, yeah, absolutely, let's have that conversation, but we're going to do it in the context of the people's government being open. We're not going to let you take the people's government hostage and then give you everything that you want. And that's really the state of the negotiation. Yeah, let's have a conversation. Let's have a negotiation. But we're not going to shut down the government because we won't give the Democrats everything that they want.
Can you respond to what Senator Schumer said, that there were aspects about health care ending for certain people that the president was learning about for the first time in that meeting? And was the president open to a deal on the ACA subsidies?
Well, I'm highly skeptical that the president was learning about it for the first time, thanks to Chuck Schumer. But what I will say is, look, we have put a $50 billion rural hospital fund into the big, beautiful bill that we passed a few months ago, because we know that under Biden administration's policies, there are a lot of small-town hospitals, a lot of rural health care that was getting shut down and that was struggling. We're trying to fix that problem. In fact, we're happy to work with Democrats to fix that problem. We want to work across the aisle to make sure that people have access to good health care. We are not going to let Democrats shut down the government, take a hostage, unless we give them everything that they want. That's not how the people's government has ever worked. That's certainly not how it's going to work under the Trump administration.
This is very important on health care. Their counterproposal, what Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are demanding, is that they claw back the $50 billion that we put into the rural hospital support structure. They want to take that back. We're not going to do that. We passed that because we have to allow for that. Also, if they shut the government down, not only are troops unpaid, federal workers, and all the services that everybody relies upon, but the WIC program, the nutrition program, women, infant, and children, they will not get that program, will not be funded. FEMA won't be funded. We have hurricanes off the coast of the United States right now. This is serious business. You have telehealth, you have mental health services, all that's funded by the government would stop if Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and the Democrats have their way. The Democrat shutdown would be damaging for the country. We can't allow for it.
Was there any mention of passing a shorter CR?
So we take these things because we like to take politicians talking. I have a few opinions on this since this is my moment here. Number one, we were told never negotiate with terrorists. Democrats are playing terrorism right now. Don't negotiate with them. Number two, shut the damn thing down. I think I speak for a lot of people. Shut down. Stop this game of, oh, if we shut down, it's their fault. If we shut down, it's their fault. Shut the damn thing down. Or how's this? Fire 800,000 Democrats that work in federal government. There's about 2.4 million people who work in the federal government. Fire a third of them. Make sure they're all Democrats. See if they want to negotiate then. This game of trying to fool the public into, oh, we're working for you while we make government bigger and bigger and bigger. $1 trillion stopgap spend. $1 trillion stopgap spending? Are you nuts? You think we're stupid? You're just putting $1 trillion more into the federal government. Stop it. Oh, you're doing us a favor. Don't think for a second if they stop government, shut it down, that those jerks aren't going to get paid for the period of 10, 20, 30 days, however long it's shut down till one side blinks. They get paid. Those jerks get paid that you're just listening to. No offense to our vice president, but I am tired of politicians. Headed up to here with them, both sides of the aisle. Shut the damn thing down. You got the House, you got the Senate, you got the White House. Shut it down, blame them. Tell them we'll reopen government when they're ready to come to the bargaining table with real proposals. Sorry, I digress. Ben. Hello, Ben. How are you?
Hello, Eric. I'm doing well. How are you?
You got a soundbite for us to play? I'll listen to it while I try and calm down.
I do. We have, you want to go voicemails?
Sure, yeah.
So we have a viewer asking why the Secret Service didn't go to the escalator.
Go for it, yeah.
Hey, Eric, it's Michelle from Jupiter. I have a little cold, but when the escalators stopped at the UN, why did the Secret Service move in? Okay, Melania moved. How come nobody surrounds him? How come he just seems to be like a sitting duck? And when he went into the restaurant in D.C., I mean, those girls got 3 courses of free Palestine out before they did anything.
You're right. You are so right. Remember that video where Melania gets on, Donald Trump's right behind him. The escalator stops. There are people coming down the escalator on the other side. Dangerous. Could be who knows what, a terrorist. It's looking to take out the president. You're 100% right. And he did. He went to Joe's Seafood in D.C. Been there 100 times. Politicians go there all the time. I've seen Thune in there. I've seen Lindsey Graham in there. That place should be a lot more secure than when the president walks out and you have some pro-Palestinian terrorists, pro-terrorist people. They should be kept far away from the president. I don't know. They got to beef it up a little bit. All right, how about another one, Benny?
Sure. We have a viewer has some questions about the Amish community.
Got it.
Hey, Eric. We are out in Edmond, Oklahoma. We sure do enjoy listening to you. Diane and Max Stewart's our name. Just thinking that next time there's an opportunity, someone maybe could put a bug in RFK's ear and the president's that on all this stuff to do with autism and the vaccinations and everything, check with the Amish community. They don't vaccinate. And they, my understanding is they don't have any autism and a lot of the other childhood diseases. They just don't have it. Rather than run tests and have groups that, go for years and years trying to get to the bottom of this, just take data from that group. Anyway, thanks again for all you do. Bye.
Well, thank you for the call. And I did. I looked into it, and you're right. Well, they generally don't vaccinate because they have medical exemptions, and the incidences of autism in the Amish communities. This is a big study about 10 years ago. Something like 2,000 Amish people were studied. The incidence of autism in the Amish community is 1 in around 300. in the general population of the United States, it's 1 in 36 as of 2020. So you're 100% right. Maybe there is some tie between autism and vaccinations. Benny, can we squeeze in the Edge promo real quick, and then we'll come back out? Just take a look at this one. If we can only teach these idiots in D.C. to wash their brainwash themselves like this. The testosterone, aside from, however, the biochemical things that are going on in your body, it also it tells your brain, I guess it entices your brain into wanting to do more, wanting to lift more, wanting to walk further, run further, and becoming stronger. That's an interesting concept. That's not is it medical? Is it biochemical?
It's really not medical. In other words, there's no receptors in your brain that testosterone affects that are called the pleasure or enjoyment receptors. So when you exercise or whatever. So I think what that is, though, there are receptors that involve motivation. It affects
we pulled out of there a little bit quickly. The show's doing amazing. We're up about a week and a couple of days. Subscribers are coming. It's awesome. There's a ton of new short content on there. Check it out. YouTube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. Please sign up. Ben, I have a quick question for you, Ben, very quickly.
What you got?
Did you watch any football this weekend?
I did not watch any football.
I got smoked. I had a rough weekend.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's gambling. I just want to point this out. That's part of betting. You have good weeks and you have bad weeks. I think it was a rough
just
week.
One bet away, Eric.
It's just one bet away. I'm watching a mini-series that's all about that, and it's really disturbing to watch. But I would tell you, it started with Alabama, the Roll Tide guys who decided to show up for the first time this year against the Georgia Bulldogs. So, Benny, I don't know what to tell you. It was a rough week, but we're going to come back strong.
We'll get them next time.
We'll get them next time. Appreciate your time, folks. Hope you enjoyed it. Sorry we had to dip out and hear some politicians talking politics. In the meantime, Ben and Warner coming up next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself.
No case, more than 72 hours. So the hostages are coming back, and I hate even saying this from the standpoint, doesn't sound right, but it is so important to the parents. The bodies of The young men, I believe in almost all cases, the young men are coming back immediately. I met with parents. Their parents felt as strongly about getting the body of their dead boy back as they did as though the boy were alive and well. It's so important to them. And it means the immediate end to the war itself, not just Gaza. It's the war itself. Under the plan, Arab and Muslim countries have committed, and in writing in many cases, but I actually would take their word for it. The people I mentioned, I'd take their word for it, to demilitarize Gaza, and that's quickly. Decommission the military capabilities of Hamas and all other terror organizations. Do that immediately. And we're relying on the countries that I named and others to deal with Hamas. And I'm hearing that Hamas wants to get this done too, and that's a good thing.
This can be done the easy way, or it can be done the hard way. But it will be done. We prefer the easy way, but it has to be done.
Study back, if you're a scholar, you would say thousands of years. Israel would have my full backing to finish the job of destroying the threat of Hamas. But I hope that we're going to have a deal for peace. And if Hamas rejects the deal, which is always possible, they're the only one left. Everyone else has accepted it. But I have a feeling that we're going to have a positive answer. But if not, as you know, Bibi, you'd have our full backing to do what you would have to do. To ensure the success of this effort, my plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body, the Board of Peace, we call it, the Board of Peace, sort of a beautiful name, the Board of Peace, which will be headed not at my request, believe me, I'm very busy, but we have to make sure this works. The leaders of the Arab world and Israel and everybody involved asked me to do this, so it would be headed by a gentleman known as President Donald J. Trump of the United States. That's what I want, is some extra work to do, but it's so important that I'm willing to do it.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Vance.
It's Monday, 29 September, year of our Lord 2025. Thank you for joining the afternoon edition of the War Room. President Trump said it's one of the most important days in the history of civilization, one of the most important days in world civilization. I think it is very endearing, and one of the great qualities of President Trump that they say is so bellicose and, you know, such a martial figure, that he really prides himself in being a man of peace. And, you know, he's got, 7 or 8 peace deals or ceasefires right now, and he's trying to get a ceasefire here. It's a little confusing, because there weren't a lot of details I don't think really put out, although they talked about pieces of paper to sign. I think Bibi's left, right? In fact, it looked like he couldn't wait to get off the podium. Because, as I said in the morning show, the structural elements of this put the end to the Greater Israel Project. It also, and now I am more convinced than ever after hearing the presentation, the 21-point plan, particularly with the participation of the Gulf Emirates and their cash in this board of peace with the president as chairman of, it basically is going to be a foundational element of a two-state solution. Now, I guess in 72 hours, Hamas has to agree to this and agree not just to turning over the hostages, but I guess laying down their weapons, and Israel agrees to some organized withdrawal, at least a little bit at first. Still quite fuzzy. They didn't take questions. President Trump stood up and said, hey, this thing is, we're putting it together. He's making a deal. No need to talk about the details, because you saw as soon as the hands went up, boom, they're going right into the, Bibi, are you agreeing, Netanyahu, are you agreeing to a two-state solution? I mean, they're going right for the jugular. Peace in the Middle East. As if President Trump did not have enough on his plate, and remember, he leaves this meeting, goes right into a negotiation with the Democrats on keeping the government open. We'll have that in a moment. Then he goes to reception, which he should be in momentarily, for the Gold Star mothers. And hopefully we'll pick that up. We're trying to get Brian Glenn over at the White House. Been a lot of activity today. Hopefully pick that up. Then tomorrow, he's going to be at Quantico. I'm pretty sure it's the first time ever. Not even during the Revolution, when we hadn't even really started a Navy and we just had a tiny Continental Army, did all the flag officers come to one location and have a talk. I'm pretty sure they even do it in World War II. Some they did overseas, but never ever together. President Trump's going to address that tomorrow. Pete Hegseth, I think, on the war ethos for President Trump's being there. My point is, every day is kind of a monumental day for President Trump. And he said, look, I didn't volunteer for this, but if I have to, I will be the chairman of the Board of Peace. My only recommendation to President Trump, your shoulders are big, but like any human or even superhuman strength, there's only so much you can accomplish. I think if you look at the priorities, as I said in my National Conservative speech, to repeat what was said in Lawrence of Arabia's memoir, The 7 Pillars of Wisdom, and then repeated in the movie Lawrence of Arabia. When they talked about Lawrence, going to the Arab Revolt, the general in charge said, look, the Middle East is a sideshow, and the Arab Revolt is a sideshow to a sideshow. The Western Front's where everything's happening. I said the National Conservative speech, given what's going on in the Eurasian landmass and our shift to hemispheric defense, as you see, we're going to go through, it looks like we're putting out a $20 billion bailout for Argentina. At the time, I don't know, maybe I'm misreading this, but they're cutting a deal with the Chinese Communist Party on agriculture. Brazil's in turmoil. Lula's trying to get in front of Trump. At the same time, he's trying to crush the U.S. dollar, which they ain't doing a bad job on. It's one of the reasons you got to go check out Birch Gold. Oh, and at the same time that, I don't know, now Stephen Miller and Marco Rubio got a amphibious battle group down off of Venezuela and talking about doing interdiction strikes against cocaine drug cartels in Venezuela. A lot happening in our hemispheric defense. All I remind President Trump is that Woodrow Wilson essentially killed himself, had a stroke because he put so much pressure on himself to bring off the League of Nations at the end of World War I. And this will be a heavy lift, particularly when your deputy would be Tony Blair, a guy not known for heavy lifting, kind of a Clinton and Obama type. They kind of glide in, right, say a few words, kind of glide out. Clinton, Obama, and Tony Blair, not heavy lifters. And this peace deal in the Middle East is a heavy lift. You got people go back thousands of years that hate each other. You got the religious element. You got ethnic element. You got economics. You've got, obviously, the innate jealousy, burning jealousy of the Arab nations and Turkey and all that against the success of Israel in the Judeo-Christian West. You also have Israel's reputation of having sharp elbows in the Greater Israel Project, expansion. But for the Israel First crowd, today was, I don't know, pretty much a surrender in that area. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, and somebody's got to convince me that the 21-point plan doesn't lead to the natural conclusion from that is a Palestinian state financed by the Arabs with some sort of peacekeeping force made up of Arabs. Maybe I got it wrong, but that looks what it looks like to me. Bibi could not wait to get off that stage. Didn't want to take questions, deferred to the president. President, let's not do that. We're still trying to put this together. Also, the West Bank, no West Bank, and no invasion of the, no regime change amongst the Persians right now. So for everything that we fought for to kind of get control of this, it looks great. Bibi said, hey, I agreed to it. President Trump kept talking about papers to sign. There's a long way to go between the cup and the lip. First of all, President Trump walked in there. Hamas has not agreed to this. And this is another one, you know, Israel's a client state of ours. They don't have to do what we tell them. But if you want the support, you want munitions, you want money, you want cash, you're going to have to do what we say. If you don't want to go it alone, go it alone. We're all about nationalism. Yoram Hazani's book about Israeli nationalism. I dig it. Go do it. Just don't look for support from us. Same with Hamas. Hamas, the reason they sent the missiles into Qatar, Hamas is nothing but the franchisees of the Muslim Brotherhood. Has been that from day one. And the Muslim Brotherhood is not a creation out of Egypt, but goes on because Qatar, the country everybody's rubbing up on, is the financier of it. I will say one thing. It's Herculean what President Trump is doing. I mean, who's got the energy with this? It's always squabbling back and forth, and it's never perfect. His energy is unbelievable. He's leaving an indelible mark on this country to return us to our greatness. But the Middle East, I don't know, man. Just gets sucked in there, just the time sink alone. And they said they asked him he's going to do it. The Board of Peace, he's the chairman. We're going to spend some more time breaking this down. Hey, look, it's 72 hours. I guess all the hostages don't come back. Hamas has sent you their reply, right? If they don't start laying down arms, I guess they sent another reply on that. We'll have to check it out. But you can tell Bibi, not a big welcome and kind of wanted to get out of there quickly.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAB.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAB. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community.
Hello, America's Voice family. Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored,
and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, gold, the dollar, the strength of the dollar, the de-dollarization program. Lula's got a call with the president towards the end of the week, I think it is, Thursday, I think, tentatively. What Brazil's doing, what the BRICS nations are doing, it is having some impact. You're clearly seeing a de-dollarization movement. Make sure you understand what that means to you in your personal life, because it means something to you. It's not something. This is what we try to do on the show. All these kind of forces going around, you hear the news of big things on geopolitics or in capital markets. They're not some like random events that doesn't have an impact. We try to pull it back and make sure that you can see in your own life the playing field before you and the pressures and opportunities that may be provided. That's what we did the end of the dollar empire. We're adding new installments all the time. We started 4 years ago, and I think gold was $1,100. I'm very proud of the fact I was reading one of the in one of the chats or the responses to Getter. Somebody had put their 401k over after going to look at what we put up on about Birch Gold. I think gold was $1,200 or $1,250. They were talking about now how their retirement's secure. We're not here to hawk gold or to hawk physical gold. We don't talk about the price a lot, except I say, hey, every couple of days setting a new high, and that should not scare you if you understand the process here. And that's why Philip Patrick I had him come on Saturday just to walk through one of the structural things that's going on. You're seeing for the first time in the modern era, particularly since Nixon got us off the gold standard. Not FDR, but FDR started, but Nixon finished it. That central banks are replacing fiat currency, I think particularly in this case the euro, but also the U.S. dollar, increasingly with gold as an asset. That central bank purchasing these other structural events that are happening are things that you ought to know about. No, you're not an economist, you're not an MBA, you're not an investment banker. That's fine. I know that sounds like a curse, right? That's fine. But you have to be familiar with these concepts. Why? You're part of the war room posse. You've bent the arc of history already. It's the reason Donald Trump's in the White House. His courage to come back and your support of him against the longest odds possible in those early days of 21 and 22 when Fox News and everybody had gone for DeSantis, and DeSantis was going to be the next Republican nominee, and et cetera, more and more nonsense, just on and on and on and on and on. But go to birchgold.com, promo code Bannon to get the end of the dollar empire. Get it. Just read it. Even if it doesn't make sense at first, read it again. We try to break it out and so you can read it simply. It's got a lot of kind of big concepts pulled out. Also, if you just want something quicker, take the phone out, text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, at 989898 for the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals. And what I like about that, they talk about the IRAs and 401ks and all that, the tax-deferred nature of all this. So make sure, and Philip Patrick and his team will spend as much time with you as you need. That's the one thing that I've got just tremendous feedback on, is Philip Patrick and the team. Is Brian Glenn available? Brian's going to join me. Here's what I want to do. Before I get to great Brian Glenn's been doing yeoman's duty over the White House. You have this massive, you got to say it's a peace conference. A peace conference. And President Trump, this is what's very endearing, I think, with all the stuff on the shoulder, and he's sitting there talking about he's not going small, it's Trump. He's going large. He's talking about an enduring peace in the Middle East where they've been at each other's throat for thousands of years. He's talking about a structure that actually could make it work and actually maybe bring prosperity, and with prosperity, peace. And with everything else he's got going on, including this rebellion here in the United States from the worst forces, the dark forces, the anarchists, the Marxists, the communists, that he's taken time and effort in this. As America First, I understand a lot of people saying we're wasting time. I say the Middle East is a sideshow, and the Greater Israel Project is a sideshow to a sideshow. We should not be sucked into it. But I admire the president jumping in here and trying to get something done. Okay, we got a few more things at home to take care of. Number one, at midnight tomorrow night, the government runs out of money and shuts down, and there's no appropriations bill, nothing passed for next year. So guess what? With no continuing resolution, you got no cash. This is something the War Room Posse has been saying for a long time. But let's just do it. Let's do it. And let's separate the wheat from the chaff. Let's separate out the essential from the non-essential. Let's see who they are. And Russ Vogt, our contributor here for many years, Russ Vogt got a plan. He's going to pull the trigger on that plan at 1 minute after midnight. Already sent the memo out. So they just left the White House. So after President Trump's trying to bring peace to the Middle East, which I don't think we've had since the time of Christ when the Romans ran the deal, now he's got to go figure out and sit in a room with Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer. That's got to be fun. And hear their nonsense. Let's go ahead and play it. Then we'll bring in Brian Glenn.
It was a frank and direct discussion with the President of the United States and Republican leaders, but significant and meaningful differences remain. Democrats are fighting to protect the health care of the American people. And we are not going to support a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the health care of everyday Americans. Period. Full stop. There's a Republican-caused healthcare crisis that is causing hospitals and nursing homes and community-based health clinics all across the country, in rural America, urban America, small-town America, the heartland of America, and black and brown communities throughout this country. And that crisis is happening right now. And that's why we believe there is urgency to both keeping the government open, reaching a bipartisan spending agreement that actually meets the needs of the American people in terms of their health, their safety, their economic well-being, and quality of life, while also addressing the dangerous Republican healthcare crisis.
We want to keep this government open. It is not good for the American people to have the government shut down for any period of time. We will manage it appropriately, but it is something that can all be avoided. It can all be avoided by accepting a reasonable position, which is what the House has passed and what sits at the Senate desk, which is to continue to fund the government with a short-term continuing resolution. It has never been a viewpoint that $1.5 trillion is a reasonable amount of spending to be included on a short-term CR. This is hostage-taking. It is not something that we are going to accept, and we hope that the Democrats come back from the brink, fund this government, and allow us to move forward. Thank you.
Pretty hot there. Hakeem Jeffries said, no way, no how. And, of course, our own Russ Vogt, we're not going to avail ourselves to hostage-taking. Brian Glenn's at the White House. Let's start first with the showdown. They're eyeball to eyeball. What do you got for me, Brother Glenn?
I was just in the briefing room before all that broke out, and all of a sudden the media, Steve, ran towards the stakeout and got in preparation of Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer to walk out and read the statement that you guys, for the most part, covered their message, that additional $1.5 trillion put on this short-term CR. And Vice President Vance and Mike Johnson and Thune both said, and Russ Vogt, that's unacceptable. That's not going to fly. And, of course, we know that additional spending or those cuts, they are mad. They want basically health care extended to illegal aliens, and that is something that many Americans, probably I would think 100% of our viewers, are absolutely against. So we are in a showdown, but Vice President J.D. Vance said it when he first came out in front of the media. This falls solely on the responsibility of the Democrats if this country has to shut down.
Well, if the government shuts down tomorrow, first off, are there any other meetings when they left? Is there anything they're working on? I mean, both sides gave their position. It looks like an unbridgeable gap. Is there another call or meeting set up tonight? Is there something tomorrow morning? Because if not, just by logistics, we're going to shut the government down at Tuesday night at midnight. Are we not, sir?
Yeah, we are. And from what I understand is they were talking about to go back and review these papers. He said the documents right here. So I was under the impression that Democrats could go back and further discuss their stance on this to see if they can come to the table and sign off on this thing and fund the government. So we'll obviously keep you updated. There wasn't really the next step for call for action from either side. It was just, hey, let's go back. Here's the agreement. Here's the CR. It's 40 pages deep. Let's get it done and fund this government. But they said repeatedly, Steve, that this falls on the responsibility of the Democrats of closing down this government. And President Trump and everyone has really expressed a concern. We don't want to have to do that. And, of course, Russ Vought has a plan to execute an event that we do have this government shutdown. And so we'll see how this all moves forward. But, yeah, it all starts tomorrow night, 12:01.
Brian, hang on. I mean, the Warren Posse, we for a long time kind of said, hey, we think there's a lot of retooling you can do in a shutdown. You can deconstruct the administrative state. I think this is why some of the Democratic and far left commentators and show hosts are now in shock. We got Russ Vought. He's a weapon. Russ Vought's got a plan. The word's out. I don't know if you've heard the words. That's 100,000 going to resign tomorrow and retire instead of just go through this. Instead of be fired and let go by Russ Vought, they want to get on better terms. So Russ Vought's got a plan of reduction in force, mass firings, and Russ Vought's just the guy to do it. His blood pressure won't go up at all. His heartbeat won't. You know, they had the heartbeat monitors on the players at the Ryder Cup. His would be steady Eddie. He don't care. He's all for taking it down. Short commercial break. Brian Glenn's at the White House. Natalie Winters is on assignment. She's got some breaking news next in the War Room.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump-24, Retribution.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
So, Brian Glenn. By the way, Brian, members of the media I know were talking to me. I think it was in coming back from the United Kingdom. And as you know, there's not been a broad embrace by the mainstream, the CBS News, the NBCs, the New York Times, the more traditional heavy hitters over there. There has not been, and I know they're cordial to you guys and they like you guys, but there hasn't been an institutional embrace of having Real America's Voice or Natalie with the War Room kind of as a permanent part of the White House media ecosystem, and actually, being invited into the press briefing room and having questions, etc. Somebody contacted me, he said, I've been in this business 20-some years, 25 years, said, I never thought I'd see the day when I'm flying back on Air Force One and I look in the traditional, I guess, wire seat in where the media sits, which Helen Thomas at UPI, the old battle axe who was the lead kind of reporter, she always got the first question, but she had her seat on Air Force One. They call it the wire seat, where the lead wire service, and sitting right there is Brian Glenn. They were in shock. So I know the president respects you, and you're deeply sourced in the White House. For our audience, correct me if I'm wrong. The Trump White House is hunkered down here for a fight they kind of want, correct? I mean, Russ Vought is all geared up. He's got memos out saying we're going to do mass layoffs. Now this big rumor has been reported by a couple of the wire services, up to 100,000 bureaucrats may actually resign tomorrow, figuring they get a better deal if they resign a day before being let go. But there's no pulling a hair and gnashing of teeth by the Trump forces, right? They're ready to go for this thing.
They are ready to go for this thing, and I know that the War Room Posse and yourself, and we can all agree that it's in the public court of opinion. The public doesn't care.
Hey, Brian, your mic, somehow your sound cut. Can you redo yourself? Okay, we're going to redo. You see, we get the wire seat on Air Force One. Next thing you know, our equipment doesn't work. That's greater powers right there. We're going to reset this. Brian, you want to try it again?
No, I don't think. Yeah, can you hear me, Steve?
Fine.
Okay, all right.
I got it. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, yep. Got it. Okay, so we can all agree that most of our viewers, if not all of them, could really care less if the government shuts down. We've seen it before. It happened in the first Trump administration. 34 days the federal government shut down, and we really didn't see any everyday difference in everyone's lives. But it does give an opportunity to look at the federal government and Russ Vought, as he's eloquently said, and cut some of these jobs, cut the fat in our government. It's something we've been wanting to do in this Trump administration for so long. So as far as the Trump administration is concerned, this shutdown lies in responsibility of the Democrats wanting to put $1.5 trillion in the short-term CR that funds health care, if you will, for illegal aliens. And that's something that's highly unpopular. So they're ready to fight this thing. It was really interesting as both sides came out towards a stakeout to kind of give their 5-minute gaggle. Republicans seem very confident that at the end of the day, we are going to be a much leaner and meaner federal government as far as a budget-wise after we get out of this. Now, what's even the bigger conversation, though, Steve, and you and I could both talk at this another time, I'm amazed that this is like the 13th CR that we've had to do. When are we ever going to stop doing CRs? That's another question, and that's leadership down from the speaker.
But it's also a mindset. Look, as much as I think Johnson's polypoxis, you say it's a mindset that they don't want. The legislative branch does not want to make any cuts whatsoever. Russ Vought puts these budgets out, and they just don't want to do it. When you say 13th, correct me if I'm wrong, folks, we're still working off Biden and Pelosi's numbers. Because we just had a continuation of CRs, and you're going to have one now till November. And in November, you're going to have a choice. Here's the choice you're going to have. You're going to have another CR extension while they work on it. Or at some point in time, they're going to drop the omnibus on us. And the omnibus is going to be ugly. right? So there's a lot of fighting on our side, and we're far from perfect. But I think Russ is going to shock some people. Remember, Russ the reason he got the big, beautiful bill done is they committed to do rescissions, pocket rescissions, and impoundments. Now, we haven't seen a lot of that. We haven't seen it in volume. They got a bunch stacked up. So I think you're set for a couple of big budget battles on personnel, letting people go, and on cost. Now, let me pivot. So President Trump put out a 21-point plan for Gaza, okay, for kind of a peace deal and a redevelopment. And I know a lot of the America First types are saying, hey, we're way too engaged in this thing, way too involved. They're going to be looking for American money. Now, so far, he's got the Gulf Emirates, Qatar, UAE, Saudi, Kuwait, those guys prepared, it looks like, to pony up the cash to get this done. I say, if you look at it, it's an architecture for a two-state solution that Netanyahu and other defenders of Israel have been fighting forever. Talk to me about what happened today, because that was kind of the fulcrum, but there was a lot else going on, so walk us through it.
Okay, so this, for one thing, this took place in the state dinner room, which is a smaller room, but had a ton of media there. President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu walked out. President Trump spoke for about 45 minutes straight without any interruption from Bibi Netanyahu. There is a 20-point plan. I'll go over a little bit of the basics of it. From the initial signing of this agreement, Hamas is to hand over all of the hostages, and even the bodies,
the ones that we have lost. Those are required from day one to bring over. Also, including on that, they have 72 hours after that signing to do that. Also, lay down their weapons as well, completely surrender from a military point of view their arms. Now, the big difference between President Trump originally was saying that the Palestinians were basically exiting out of that area. This new agreement allows them to stay. If they want to stay, they can stay and go under this new governance body. But it definitely, and I'm just kind of reading over some of the bullet points here, it also governed under temporary transitional governments of Palestinian Committee. Now, it's going to be an orchestration of, like you said, other nations coming together, providing security forces as well to make sure that Hamas doesn't go back on the negotiation. Now, here, the biggest wild card here, though, Steve, is this is yet to be signed by Hamas, by the leaders. So this agreement, and from what I see, I've been listening to a lot of international press here, a lot of legacy media here in the States as well. People are 100%. This is huge. This is a massive deal. Not only to that region, but to the world. But right now, it lies in the hands of Hamas. Will they agree with this treaty, with this 20-point step plan? If they don't, then President Trump, and he alluded to it, and Bibi agreed that they would take all means necessary to finish the job. Now, I don't know exactly what that would look like and what the details on that. But if they do not come out with an agreement, that Israel will continue to, quote, finish the job on this.
But here's what I don't understand. Netanyahu's entire government, his entire policy, the going to war in response to the terrorist attack, was to get this done and remove Hamas as a political leadership and a military entity. Now, I realize there was to that in this document of the 21 points. However, he had no say-so, was not part of any negotiation. This is totally done by the United States and the Arabs with, it looks like, Arab money and Arab security forces, because there'll be a firestorm here in the country if even the concept of putting Americans on the ground to do this will make people nuts. I just don't see Bibi. I think he's making a bet. Let me get out of here. This is a bad day for me. Let me get out of here. And Hamas will never agree to this. Somehow Hamas always pulls out a loss when they could get a victory. They'll screw it up, and then we're back to square one. That's my own thoughts. Maybe it all works out. President Trump clearly has put a ton of effort into it. And you see today, I think he looks very tired, given everything he's got going on. He had to go there to sit down with Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. How pleasant is that? You could tell he's put a ton of effort in this. It looks like he's a little tired. It's just so many moving pieces. I think the two combatants, Hamas and Netanyahu's government, are looking for every opportunity not to have this thing come together. And so there's the big gap between the cup and the lip. Your thoughts on that?
It's interesting. Well, I agree, and I think it's really interesting you brought up earlier that if you look at the public court of opinion, what Americans want our president to focus on right now is domestic policy, things that affect us, putting America first. Now, not to say that becoming the peacemaker, we've said this once before, that President Trump will go down, I think, as the greatest peacemaker in presidential history. We certainly want that to happen, but we also want our attention to pivot back on domestic issues that affect Americans every day. The economy, the border, crime in our cities, and of course a lot of the bills that President Trump has signed. We need to get those codified into law. So I think the attention needs to be shifted back domestically, but certainly President Trump today really leading the way on this massive peace agreement. I'll throw this 20-point document up on my social medias, and I'll tag the War Room so you guys can take a look at it as well. It really does lay out the groundwork for this new development, this new, I guess, in government, this embodied area. And they talk about the prime real estate as well on this, Steve. This is some fantasy real estate, if you will, on that part of the world to be developed. And once again, who's going to pay the tab when it comes to cleaning up everything and rebuild that part of the world? So that remains to be seen.
President Trump, by the way, you got Antifa, you got all this, I think, sliding to a potential civil war here and he started initiating everything. But it almost seems like he has to initiate everything. And this is why divided attention over this and the constant squabbling. And then people doing things like Netanyahu. I mean, the first part of the meeting today was Netanyahu getting on the phone with Qatar. And everybody knows what I think of Qatar as bad actors, but Netanyahu has to get on the phone with them, and they got essentially kiss and make up. He's got to say, well, I really apologize for letting some hot ones off. And killing some folks. It won't happen again. And Qatar goes, okay, fine. It won't happen again. And they go from there. Anyway, very volatile situation. The President of the United States putting not just the prestige of the office, because President Trump, I think, has surpassed that. When Trump's involved in something, he's involved in it. But you can tell he's fully engaged to the fact they came to him. They came to him and said, look, if we can get this framework right, the execution cannot work unless you're really engage, and the only way to engage, we're going to set up this peace board of peace, and you have to be the chairman, of which he agreed. Now, Tony Blair is going to be your deputy, and there'll be other people, so that's just another thing to add on to President Trump, the pressure on him on just getting everything done. Anyway, Brian, what's your social media? I want people to go and get the 21-point plan right now and read it tonight.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's Brian Glenn TV on X, at Brian on True Social, Brian Glenn TV on Getter, Facebook, and Instagram. I'll put this 20-point plan up online so you can read it. And once again, he didn't take any questions, by the way. He even asked the Prime Minister if he would be open to taking questions. And he said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and lean on your gut instinct not to take questions. And I actually think that was a good idea. I think the media would have took this thing apart 6 ways to Sunday, and we perhaps would have ruined any type of agreement. So he didn't take any questions, but I'll put this up on socials.
Yeah. Real quickly, I'm also going to check in with you. If they open up the Gold Star Mother's reception to media, please get over there, and we'll pick you up live over there, okay? Brian Glenn.
You got it. You got it, Steve.
House.
Absolutely.
We're going to take a short commercial break. Our own Natalie Winters is going to join us. She's got a report. She's been on assignment for the last couple of weeks, and we're going to get into that in the coming days ahead. She's got a lot to report, kind of firsthand experience on, as you know, in the War Room, we think the most important part of the world outside the United States of America, and that would be, wait for it, Asia. Natalie Winters joins us momentarily.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
kids, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Carrie Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump-Netanyahu, Retribution.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
I'm going to ask Grace and Mo to put up the segments I did with Philip Patrick on Saturday. We talked about one of the underlying structural issues that's changing very rapidly, that's providing a floor, or at least driving some of the action in gold. And that is this whole transfer of kind of the reserves bank holds from euro dollars and U.S. dollars, Federal Reserve notes, to actual physical gold. And it's been a big structural change. I want everybody to read that or see it, listen to it. And then you should simultaneously read The End of the Dollar Empire and make sure you understand that. You combine those two, you'll be in good stead. And you'll start to understand why gold's exploding over $3,800 now, and shortly probably $39. So check it out. It's not the price, it's the process. So go check it out today. Also, Jim Rickards, one of the best geopolitical and capital markets thinker in the world, is now a contributor with us. We have him on at least once a week. He gives you a special deal if you go to rickardswarroom.com for strategic intelligence. Strategic intelligence, where he has this kind of predictive analytics. This is why chairman of the board and CEOs, what we call the C-suite, subscribe to it throughout the world. You get access to it too. Plus, he throws in a free book on currency and artificial intelligence. rickardswarroom.com. Go check it out today. Jim Rickards. Hope to get Jim on the show in the next couple of days. Mike Lindell joins us. Mike, War and Posse, after going through a peace conference and now a government shutdown this afternoon, are ready for a deal. What do you got for us?
Well, I got a double deal, everybody, but the 3-in-1 special that we use any color, and they're getting limited. There's a few of them we're running out. But the premium My Pillows, the Giza pillows, the Queens did run out. Remember, there was a very limited of those ticks. But what I'm going to do for you all, I'm going to put our premium My Pillows that are regular $69.98, that are normally on sale for $24.98. We're going to match that price, $17.98. Never done this with our premium My Pillow in history. $17.98 for the Queen. King's just $2 more. And then don't forget, all the towels came in about a week and a half ago, the limited quantity of those. All the colors I just checked, they're all still there. They will probably have all the colors for another couple days. The 6-piece My Towel sets for $39.98. That's a savings of $30. So you guys go to mypillow.com/war room. We put all the war room specials in one place now, and you guys can get the free shipping yet today for the MyPillow mattresses, the mattress toppers, the mattress pad, the duvets, all these things that are on there that are made in the 100% made in the USA, and by hardworking people that rely on the war room to get for their job. You guys have kept My Pillow going. Rely on the war room to get for their job. You guys have kept My Pillow going, and we really want to thank you. My employees and I want to thank you. As you know, we just had another attack on Friday, and we're going to get through this one too because of your help. It's a win-win. Promo code War Room. You guys call 800-873-1062. I'm going to do what I enjoy doing on when I'm back here in Minnesota. I'm going to take some calls right now from you all at the War Room Posse, and don't forget now the My Pillow Premium, $17.98 for the Queens. Promo code War Room. Steve, we couldn't make it without you guys. You guys do want to thank you for having me on. My employees, thank you, and it's a blessing to have the War Room Posse behind us.
Of course, sir. Anytime. You keep hammering. By the way, in the next hour, we're on Lindell TV also, simulcast. We're going to go after, President Trump goes after one of your favorite FBI directors, Christopher Wray, and MSNBC covers it. So we're going to pull the clip and play it, and I'll get it for you, Mike, in the next hour. Right, Chris Wray. So awesome. Thank you, sir. Awesome. I know Ray's one of your favorite. Sophia George is going to join us in New Jersey. Even after we had Steve Cortez on today, the gubernatorial candidate addressed the realtor board, all the realtors in the state of New Jersey, on the subject of affordability. I heard people were going absolutely crazy, multiple standing ovations, and so we're going to have her on. Also, Peter Tinkin is going to join us, because in the White House right now, there is a reception for Gold Star mothers. President Trump is hosting a reception, and the First Lady, for Gold Star mothers. There's one Gold Star mother that definitely is not there. That's because she's sitting in a state prison, a medium security state prison, I might add, which are quite dangerous, in the state of Colorado. That's Tina Peters. Her lawyer will be on. We'll discuss her case. Natalie Winters is joined. Natalie, we only got a couple of minutes. I know we're going to spend a lot more time later in the week about your assignment and what you found out in going to one of the most extraordinary areas of the world. But you've got, I think you've got some research, some analysis, and some news you're breaking on something that right now is taking a high priority here, and that's this whole transgender ideology. What do you got for us? We're going to hold you over into the 6 o'clock hour, ma'am.
Yes, so much to unpack, but I think it's worth noting that today, while obviously Republicans are demanding unity, I think that's the same synonym I would put when they say Islam means peace. No, it means submission. That's what unity means too, and submission, of course, to the radical trans activists, murderers, take your pick of how you want to describe them. But Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut just announced that he was going to be giving 6 figures to Indivisible. That's, of course, the far-left group that was responsible for organizing so many of these violent demonstrations. And we'll get into it during the 6th. The concept of, the left-wing grassroots, first of all, that's a term that you don't typically hear, but they're trying to present, right, all the stuff that's going on, whether it's the trans stuff, the pro-Ukraine stuff, is something that's organic. In reality, it's the nexus between the dark money stuff and the NGOs. But we've uncovered really deeply this nexus up at Harvard using funds from USAID and the State Department, where a professor who, of course, uses they-them pronouns is studying how trans kids can become better activists using violent tactics to achieve regime change. How's that for a teaser?
Wow. Wow. Ought to be shutting down these folks right away, sending troops to Portland, Oregon. He's sending also troops to Chicago. President Trump's deploying I think shortly into Memphis. We got a bad situation on our hands here. I can tell you, spending a couple of days up in Utah, I was shocked about what's going on up there. Anyway, we're going to take a short commercial break. Natalie Winters is back with us as only an investigative report, as only she can do. We have reports from New Jersey and also about Tina Peters. And exactly why is Tina Peters, a Gold Star mother, not in the White House today?